I'm clear-headed, so upgraded. Every moment feels like I'm high. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto my skin. I can close my eyes, but I got peace in my mind. Could it be love? Could it be us? Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Could it be love? Could it be us? Yeah. Out through hell, got out of breath. Then I found you, must be God's sign. Nothing goes bad under your spell. Kinda feels like I'll never die. If you keep me waiting, I'm not moving, I'm here. Keep me waiting. I got trust in you, dear. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto my skin. I can close my eyes, but I got peace in my mind. Could it be love? Could it be us? Keeping me up all night. Could it be love? Could it be us? Your love kept me up all night. Your love kept me up all night. Your love keeps me up all night. Your love kept me up all night.
Oh, music just keeps me going throughout the day. How about you guys? How you doing? Hello! I just realized I actually look, I don't know what I look like in all black like this. It looks a bit weird, actually. I almost felt like the neck was coming a bit too high and I was going to start to look a bit like I'm about to give a Steve Jobs presentation, but I think we're about safe from that. Hello, people. Happy Monday. Hopefully your week is already going better than mine. I don't know how dead I sound. I think I sound a little bit dead. Not as dead as I was expecting, which is always good because, you know, you wake up a little bit groggy. You're like, oh, I've got a cast today. Well, I haven't got to. I want a cast today. But then I'm like, do I take the day off? No, I can't do that to you guys. I mean, Monday's the day you need the most help getting through, right? And there's nothing to wake you up quite like my obnoxious, grating voice. Which is why I'm here. So, plans for today. There are no more tournament games. The tournament games are done. What we might look to do potentially is catch a few of the team game tournaments. Because I don't think all of them went casted in the end. Outside that, most likely to occur here is going to be a bunch of 1v1s for the ladders, as well as some team games for the ladders. I know people like Recon and Mister were playing even after the 2v2 tournament finished, so they had some interesting clashes. It wasn't all stomps. I will simply say Recon came out ranked at 1000 elo in team ranked. Yeah, that's right. Recon got platinum in team games, so that's going to be fun to check in on. What's up, OPD? How's it going, buddy? Oh, one sec. Oh, I'm not 100%. Hopefully, I'm not too nasally, though, is what I'm hoping. And thank you, man. I appreciate the support everyone's given that allowed me to get partner. Couldn't have done it without them all. Played a couple of games again since 7 months and got wrecked. Yeah, that's probably going to happen, buddy. You know, it's like, you know what you do. You just do something creative. Like, I was thinking of just trying to do a race to diamond playing my feet. Just get creative, man. Say you play with your keyboard upside down. Yo, what's up, Trip? Is that Tripizza? Try pizza tops. Ah, there you go. Dude. I read it as Trip at the start. I'm tripping. What's up, buddy? Thank you. Appreciate the support, folks. So, I think what we'll do is we'll kick into the game in a sec. I just need to make sure I've got Restream open. I don't know if anyone on YouTube is watching yet. Hi, YouTube! I noticed you guys said that you don't have to worry about ads there. Don't worry. I'm going to fix that soon. What? I've got to make money? I do like money. Because then I can keep doing this. Because then I don't have to be like, oh, I need to go work 15 esports events. It's much better. Yo, what's up, Road? How's it going, buddy? Road from Rising Empires. He was the guy who put together the Chiefs of War Chief tournament. I heard that there was pretty good viewership in the end. I think it was about 280 average CCV organically, which is great for them. So well played there. You got any plans to make another tournament soon, Road? I like free content. What can I say? I like just being able to just open my stream and have a million replays to cast. You know, this is interesting actually because like I was thinking of getting some show matches going. And I immediately got some prices from players. And then afterwards, when I saw what was happening with Chiefs of War Chief, and I mapped out the amount of games being played, I was like, maybe I should do those too? You know, just something humble and small. I guess it's like people are more willing to just play for a lower price pool if they just get more freedom on when they can actually cast. When they can play, rather. So I might look to try and set that up. I think it's tough because there is a desire to kind of like lock certain elements. I think Mem does this in AoE too, where when it gets to like maybe semi-finals, grand finals, if I'm not mistaken, he has exclusivity on YouTube uploads in the first 24 hours or something like that. I know people have different rulings. I don't know. I don't know if I'll go towards that, but it's something I need to think about. Because what was it? I noticed the other day was it Drongo had uploaded a Donati video that I'd a replay that I'd uploaded literally a month before. And like I mean, he's bigger, right? It's always gonna happen. But my brain instantly got thinking, it's like, I think I got 2K views on that video, got 20K, and I was like, see, it's like whatever my video got its time in the sun, right? New people saw it. But I remember that did actually happen a lot back before I took my break last year, where like I just upload and then 2 other casters would upload the same game. I was like, we're all cannibalizing each other, which is kind of unfortunate. Mem did that with Warlords. It makes a lot of sense. I think like the other reasonable one is like if you're not focused just on content creator. So like I think I said this to Cal from like Rising Empires side. What would make sense for Rising Empires is if he had a stream feed that casters could use, and then that stream feed has like anything they need on it, right? And the whole point is you don't necessarily need to constrict that because Cal can come up with some creative things. So if the extra elements that make it worth using the pre-feed are irresistible, then people are going to be fine with the fact that, like, if, you know, Chiefs of Warchief gets, like, you know, a Razer sponsor or whatever, then you have a Razer little pop-up on the menu. But today, we've discovered something fun! That's right. Did you guys know this? Do you know who's back? B. B's returned. He's returned to us. Can you believe it? I can't believe it, man. This guy's been missing for 4 months, as far as we know. He's back. Dude, let me update the title. Because we're actually going to start with some games between him and Dumu. They clashed a few times on the ladder. I know I said I've been leaning a little bit away from Dumu content. The reason we're casting his games here is because it's B. I came looking for B, and he played, I think, 3 games in a row against Dumu. I'm skipping the first one because the first one was an English Mali matchup, which I'm sure my big brain 20,000 ELO chat will tell me how that one plays out 99% of the time. Who wins in an English Mali matchup? You know the answer. Come on, give it to them. It's Malians. They actually completely annihilate. It's like literally one of the worst matchups for English. So we skipped that one. We got to something a little bit more exciting here. New Civs, in fact. Iabids versus Byzantines. And I think this will be especially interesting because B has limited time on the new Civs. But enough nattering from me. I think we should get into it, shouldn't we? All right, here we go. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. I just had to do this. The moment I saw that he was back, I had to cast. And that's right, it is the return of 3D Clans B. B, who has been missing for 4 months, started streaming again just the other day and already is grinding his way up to the top of the leaderboard. B playing as the Byzantines here in the orange, but across the way, you can tell he's been grinding and you can tell he's been winning because his opponent on the other side is going to be none other than Team Liquid's Dumu, playing as the Iabids. So this is sick for multiple reasons, right? Like, B has been missing for 4 months. So pre-expansion, he's played, at this point when he got into this game, I think he played maybe a grand total of 9 games on the expansion. And it's exciting because a lot of his games, he's already starting to just pick up the new civs and experiment with them. So I thought, opportunity to cast this, couldn't pass it by. They did already clash once on the leaderboard before this, and it was an English Malian matchup. You know, you don't need a PhD in AoE4 to know how that matchup ends. So I thought this one would at least be more exciting because I think there's a lot of permutations that have not been explored between Iabids and Byzantines. Sorry if I'm feeling a bit rough on the throat to listen to today. Hopefully it's not come across on the broadcast too much. But we are going to be in Cliffside, so another detail that's cool here for B, a new map. A map that, honestly, I think this is going to be my favorite map. I actually legit think Cliffside is like not far off what Dry Arabia is in terms of balance and potential. Most civs can play this map very comfortably. There's a decent split on resources towards the center. I think what it has to a certain degree better than Dry Arabia is this bigger acceleration towards central resource contesting. Dry Arabia has got reasons to come to the center with the sacred sites, with the relic placements quite often, for the majority anyway, as well as the big gold veins and big stones. But this map just does that in full saturation, right? Like, practically all the golds and stones are down the center between the two teams, bar 2 gold veins and usually 2 stones that end up close to your side. Now, I'm not going to say it's perfect because I'm already noticing some big problems with this spawn. It looks like this is just the most biased spawn towards Dumu imaginable. He got double stone behind him. Gold is admittedly on the forward against Byzantines, which is a bit risky, but on the flip side, B, playing as the Byzantines, a civ that usually likes to have access to stone for TC or fast system builds, has that on the forward side of their base. What does that mean? It means both players have something exposed towards the enemy base that they need for their greed. So it's going to be fun to see how the Feudal Age kicks off here, because it looks like we're going to be opening up with B going for the Hippodrome. No doubt B, he highlighted this landmark, he read what it does, and he said, that sounds OP. Instantly goes into it. Now, we've discovered that Hippodrome isn't exactly OP. In theory, on paper, it is, right? And I think there's a lot of things like that in Age of Empires 4 that if you just read them in a vacuum, they seem broken. The Triumph ability seems broken, but you have to remember what you're giving up in return for this. B, because he goes for the Imperial Hippodrome, he hasn't got the Grand Winery, which means his first batch of berries will not give him surplus food, or rather olive oil, to get double mercenary pump depending on the contract he goes. And in the Iabin matchup, I do think you're likely to lean into javelins usually. This is actually a big part, I think, of why we've seen a lot more players going Keshik. Because the Keshik contract, if I remember correctly, was, I think it's 380 olive oil. Why is that important? Well, on this initial berry batch, because you get 50% of your food as olive oil, there's 1,500 here, right? So you're going to get 750. The contract plus means that you are going to spend, I think it ends up being about 500. So that leaves you 250. Now, that isn't enough for the second contract, but you can quickly surge out. If you go longbows by comparison, and you don't have the Grand Winery, then in grand total, you're going to get from 1,500 to 750. You definitely only have enough for one longbow contract. They cost 500 to pump out, remember, not to mention the 100 on top. So the difference there is that if you get intercepted go on the second berry patch when you're going for, say, Keshiks compared to longbows, it's much more likely that you're still going to have enough resources for the second Keshik contract by the time you're pushed off, right? Whereas longbows require you to sit there for a long time. In general, this concept of having to hold a lot of resources to get these mercenaries is very crippling, and certain contracts tend to just hurt you more for that. And I think that's exactly why we've seen most players just immediately go things like Keshiks, because it's a little bit faster to get out in the field, and faster to actually go and do something. Dumu, the only fast thing he's doing in this game is Castle Age. We knew this was coming, folks. Let's not delude ourselves. Let's not pretend it wasn't obvious to begin with. It's an Ivid game. They're up against the Byzantines, not a civ that is known to aggro you particularly well in the early phase of the game. Dumu is going to exploit that to the fullest, and I imagine we are going to be looking at Advancement Wing here, unless he's feeling a little bit experimental, in which case possibly we see Logistics coming out. But I would expect Advancement, especially with what he scouted out here. He does see that his opponent did go for the Hippodrome. This is already a really good start for Dumu because his opponent went Hippodrome against Iobits. Iobits right now is kind of a 50-50, but usually between Growth or the Reinforcement Wing. This Reinforcement Wing allows him to just kind of dominate against Horsemen, but needs to be careful about positioning because the Triumph is kind of this X factor, right? The bonus damage that comes out as well as the heal can offset the power of this Desert Raider, but it looks like B doesn't want to use it here. So instead, trades one Horseman. I'm a little bit surprised by that, but it does mean he still has the Triumph to work with here. And I don't think he's going for Expilatores. So yeah, he's going to save that Triumph until he's probably got his hands on, I'd say, about 3 more Horsemen. And it looks like we are actually going to be going in for the Jav contract, which I love to see here. This is really cool. So this is another contract that has similar issues to Longbows in that it's much more expensive. You can see the 480 olive oil there. But this gives him an ability to reach in, but also counter out more units than Longbows would, right? If the goal for Iobids is to rush Fast Castle here, and they want to go towards Lances, your issue in that matchup, if you go Longbows, low base damage. Now, Javs aren't the counter to Camel Lancers, but they do have higher base damage and also better movement speed to disengage. It also means that Dumu can't really rely on archers or crossbows to try and counter out what comes next from B, and I imagine we might be looking at adding in the Limitane after this. So far, a decent build, though. And the other thing to keep in mind is Dumu's second gold is kind of forward in a way, right? It's very far out of his base. Against Horsemen, he can't go there. Javs, sniping in. Love the fact he goes after the Desert Raider. That's really cool, because if the Desert Raider falls, the Horsemen can easily snipe out these villages. In fact, I don't think he's gone for Expilatores yet. I'm not expecting it here. Instead, B's just going to camp. Now, this is actually the correct play, what B is doing. I think right now, the best solution to deal with Iobids is to try and all-in them. And a lot of players have started to identify that. I think that's why a few players don't think Iobids are that OP right now. They are frustrating to play against because there's no counter unless you know what they're going to do due to the timings. But if you do know that it's going to be a greedy Castle Age build, Feudal Aggression actually seems to be paying off a lot. We've watched players like Kiljardi dumpster on the ladders up against Iobid spammers just going for Fast Castle. Because the idea is that Camel Lancers are only threatening if they're able to dictate the pace. Camel Lancers feel like a terrible choice if you're defending your base. In fact, Dumu in this game may have been better served by going Ghoulems instead. Because Ghoulems, of course, a lot slower, but more cost-efficient investment, and then after you get out of the base, they don't have a clean count of the Byzantines stuck in Feudal. Great trade there by B. Last hit pushes down the Desert Raider. I love that he's roaming around the backside, seeing if Dumu is going anywhere else for resources. We can see Dumu actually drop the marketplace, so he's just trading wood and food to afford the gold, but this doesn't feel very sustainable. B on the other side of this has got the second Jav contract. So this is cool, actually. Now that he's accessed the second berry load, that's going to be 2 extra pumps of Javs. That's going to be a very strong timing, going up to 12 Javs. Camel Lancers also, by the way, do not have Blacksmith upgrades yet. So they have 4 ranged armor against an 8 base damage unit. This is why the Javs feel a lot better than Lombos, right? That mobility, but also from a base damage perspective, Lombos are just 6 damage. Javs, that's a 33% booster. And that means you're doing 50% damage to the enemy instead of 25. Behind this, we're getting even more berry play. Dude, this is actually really cool, because usually you would not see a Byzantine player go that wide when you know there's Camel Lancers. But at this stage, the issue that Dumu has is if he leaves his base, he has to believe that his trade is going to be better than what B will get with a dive. And he can't guarantee that, because right now, Dumu is playing a blind game of Age of Empires here. And also a very dangerous one, now moving out into the berries. This is where I think he starts to wish maybe he'd just gone in for Golems. I wonder if Golems could have even worked, right? Like, I don't blame him necessarily for feeling that he needed stables first. This is, I think, a reality of what happens when Javs get produced by your opponent. Is Golems, in theory, can beat Javs, but you need so many to gap close, right? Like your 1.19 movement speed versus 1.25. This unit does have 6 tower range, so I don't blame Dumu for this, but I think this is just the nature of this build. It costs you a lot elsewhere. We're seeing that now. Keep in mind, by the way, B has got a big stack of Triumph charges here, 23 to work with. That means he's getting himself about 35 seconds or so with that buff, with the +4 on the Horseman, which is kind of crazy, actually. +4 on the Horseman at this stage negates the effect of Camel Unease and gives you a bit more. So a really tough fight for Dumu to take if he commits into it. Looks like for the time being, B is going to back off, though. Expillatores is coming. Javs are moving in for some freebies. B. Whoa, boy, whoa. That's a bit greedy. Did get a villager, cost him a Jav, though. And there's the Triumph activated. Immediately, Dumu has to peel back from this. Expillatores is also coming through, so Dumu needs to be careful. B, that was way too gluttonous what he done there. So Expillatores came through, and this would have been the perfect time to wrap round and activate Triumph, but now he has to make this dive without Triumph. He can still get a lot of villager kills here. This is no textiles play from Dumu. It's also going to be the +2 damage of Expillatores anyway, but there's no denying Dumu would have lost a lot more villagers had B just waited and came back around the side here. Clash coming in. Spearman, do you reach forward? Only one Limitana in the mix, and the Horsemen, they dive straight across onto the villagers. Dumu with the pull away. But he can't get them all out here, so several villagers are going to go down. Javs are going to be traded out, though. That is the price that B is willing to pay here. Looks like he's going to find 1 or 2 more villagers on the exit. Takes a while to chase them down due to formation shuffling, but good finds here. Gets a second one on the exit. And it looks like Dumu understands this is his time to shine. He cleared up a decent number of the Javs. Now he has to play for the relics. Otherwise, he's just eco behind. It's quite a bit behind now, right? Because we're level 3 system. It's not just a 4 eco lead. It's more eco efficient. The Golden Age of the Ibeds give you 10% gathering rate. Well, guess what? B's already up to 15%. And it kind of feels like more when you remember he's also getting olive oil. Now, he does need to daisy chain in the next berry patch. In fact, I think this would be a great place to drop the 4th system, just due to all the deer as well. And he does have enough stone for that. This could also be a second TC build from B. Would feel a little bit greedy. But I'm impressed so far, man. The way that he's played a prolonged fuel up against the Ibeds, and he's still holding quite convincingly. He's starting to bow back a little bit here now. But the problem is these Camel Lancers... I think a lot of players have started to ID that Camel Lancers really aren't all they're made up to be. They're very strong at the absolute beginning of Castle Age, especially against an opponent who's a bit exposed. But one of the big weaknesses of Camel Lancers compared to Standard Knights, they need time to begin a fight. They can't get a short charge. Any short charge, and it's a terrible trade. You have to remember this unit starts with 25% less charge damage. They have to ramp up to get their additional. And if it isn't for that, this unit doesn't really provide much, right? The Camel Unease is nice, sure, but that's an aura. And as we've seen with civs like Abbasids, you don't need to spam the unit 24/7 to get an aura. You only need 1 of them. Maybe 2 if you need a backup because it's going to get sniped. B now with this hard switch in the Limitano. The issue I do see for Dumu is Dumu is going to have to fight tooth and nail just to get food or wood at this pace. He's already playing risky out on the north side of his base with the gold. These Javs doing quite a lot of damage here. They did get the +1, so they've evened up the extra defense that Dumu got here. Limitane are going to go in. Regret it a little bit. Too many camels here. But B once again peels off. He goes around on the flank. I believe we should have some Triumph charges. Yes, 16 of them in fact. So if he wants to go after the villagers, this would be perfect pain dished out towards Dimmu, who still does not have textiles. Javs. B. No, I'm not saying his name. I'm saying get back. Limitane show up. So he's just peeled away the camel lances. This is pretty surgical what B just done here. He's going to find his way in towards the villagers. That's more idle time. But look at what he's done. He pulled these lances away, and now he has access to the ecos. 9 villagers running for their life. Keep in mind as well, if B chases this, Dimmu can't defend it. Right now, he only has lances, and if this re-engages, these horsemen move across, he's going to be running into Limitane, and this count will kill him. Horsemen, slow things down a little, though. More villagers going down. All of a sudden, it's a 6 eco lead for Dimmu, for B, rather. And keep in mind, B is building towards that castle age. He banked it just in time there. Oh, that was a cool idea. So, it looks like Dimmu wants to get the mass heal, extra health generation with the relic here. That's really cool. I haven't seen people use that much, but it shows you just how close to defeat Dimmu is, right? He needs every single little advantage he can get. That's a good play there. The dive coming out from Limitane ultimately does get punished, but there's still plenty more coming from B. In fact, 23 Limitane in total and counting and scaling. Lancers. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are we going? Villagers now getting sniped. This is starting to get to a point where it's irreparable for Dimmu. He's now so far behind. Look at this. 21 workers lost compared to 1. And this army is now unkillable. Like, essentially, this is crazy. What B has done here, he's essentially played Malians. And Dimmu's response has been to play mass cavalry. It's just a fantastic read by B. And I'm not really sure what Dimmu can do at this stage. I mean, he's building archers, but you're building archers into Javs. Do I need to say more than that? And well, someone highlighting the men-at-arms. This is something we talked about already, the potential for Golems, but the issue is he felt like he had to open stables due to the fact there's Javs, which I understand. Which delayed him getting to Golems, right? Because if you're talking about Golems, he needs more food. Well, he's been harassed on the backside. He's struggled to access gold for quite a while. I don't think he would have had the food for both Camel and Golem, and that's why he's in this predicament right now. This is just a great counterplay to a fast castle Ivans. And I think it's enabled by the fact that he did not go Keshik. Swallow's going to come out. Even with Shield Wall, he runs away quick enough. That was the slowest retreat from a Wallow ever. It shows you how easy it is to dodge out. Now, you know, Golems are coming at this stage, but guys, we're talking about a lot of Limitane, a lot of jabs. And not much answer to those jabs still. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, the crazy part about this game as well is that I'd say B was going to keep winning these fights even if he didn't hard pivot to Limitane. Or worse case, he would have traded evenly, right? Because the Camel Lancers just weren't scaling well enough. And now, I mean, Dimmu, that is basically half your economy. And it might be cut in half at this stage. I think this is GG. It's kind of felt like GG for 2 or 3 minutes. B has been a very good boy here. He's kept up the aggression. He hasn't rushed Castle Age. I think this is the right play. A lot of people in this position would have falled back and went for Castle Age, but I think that would have actually given Dimmu a way back in this game. I don't know what that Golem was doing other than just partying as he just runs around the formation, but this is it, man. There's nothing left for Dimmu. That's sick, man. Unless B has a Smurf, this is one of his first few games on Ibids, and I'm already really impressed. Like, against Ibids, rather, and I'm already really impressed. Like, a lot of players have been struggling against Ibids because of the fast castle build, right? Now, sure, if you know the counter, it's easy to solve for, but B, well, he's just iterating and innovating on the fly. And I can't believe it, but Byzantine early game actually looking useful here. I do think it's because of this specific matchup and this specific build, but great to see the Hippodrome get some usage, and also the Byzantines able to win in Feudal Age. Dimmu seems incredibly reluctant to just wave the white flag, but I don't really think there's anything left. I imagine once the Golden Horn Tower goes up behind this, that'll be when he calls the GG. I mean, the crazy part, right, is the way they transition to Olive Groves. He's going to keep pumping mercenaries until the end of time as well. So really, at this stage, there is no stopping the 3D Clan B. We are going to cast a few more of these guys, by the way. B has just started streaming again, so make sure you go give him a follow on Twitch if you haven't already. But stay tuned for more of his games on this channel. He had a few games against Dumu, and there's at least one more that I want to feature. Oh, yeah, that was cool. Byzantine's actually dunking early game. Big pog. What else have we got, though? So I said they played once or twice more. Because they had one, I think they had one matchup before this. And that one, like I said, we're not going to do that one because it's English versus Malians. It's like... There aren't many worse matchups for English than that. I would argue that's these days the worst. So, we'll have a look. Malians versus Delhi on Gorge. Okay. I think that favors Delhi. I've noticed a few players say they actually like Malians on Gorge. I don't. I think Gorge is a really bad map for Malians. It's just way too exposed on the gold, and the secondary gold is usually like a mile away. So it kind of screws up your game plan. But let's see what B has in mind. Let's hop into another game. All right, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We're hopping in for more of 3D Clans B, this time on the Malians, playing once again against Dumu, who happens to have a pretty potent Civ here. It's going to be the Delhi Sultan. This is going to be on Gorge. A really good map, actually, I think, for the Delhi. I think Delhi players have been enjoying it here. Very exposed type of map, and that's something that's just great for Delhi due to the opening to Ghazi. I was just talking to the stream about how I don't like this map for Malians, and this is the reason. You're going to see it actually now if you just look at the map. You have one safe gold, and that's kind of it. Look at where the second gold is. This is pretty far out of the base. Look at where the third gold is. Look at where the fourth is. This is the thing that makes me dislike this map for Malian picks. I've noticed a few players have mixed feelings on it. I've talked to a few. They think it's actually all right for Malians. I'm not convinced. I think one of two things could happen. Either A, you get a 40% gold and your opponent can tower rush you, or B, your second gold can never really be accessed. Now, maybe you get the 5% or 10% likely spawn where you get the double gold next to each other, but I've rarely been seeing that from Malians. So B definitely looks like he's at a disadvantage here. Let's look at the scouting situation and see how he's doing there. 8 sheep so far. Meanwhile, Dumu already up to 9. And remember, he's not going to exhaust those sheep quickly. He's going to move to the berries first. Now, I like how usually the counter argument here is Malians are going to just build cows, so why do they care? They always care, man. Anytime you have to do that, you know, it's more cost efficient than a farm in the mid, but it's that same logic, right? It's like, oh, you can get infinite food for 75 wood. Ah, so you're saying I have to buy it, right? It's the same with the idea of using ranches to club down cattle. Now, the superior gathering rate quickly makes it worth it, but it's still a weak point in your earlier point of the game. And why is that important? You're up against one of the best civs at exploiting weak points in early and mid-game here. Delhi are not a slow play civ. They're all about tempo, and they're all about aggression. Looks like Mansa Quarry's going to be on the way. Whoa, 7 villages? I feel like it's usually 4 to 6, right? I don't know, maybe B feels like his timing was slightly off here, but pretty heavy investment to get him up into Feudal Age. On the other side, this Dumu should be going for the TOV, Tower of Victory, as always. And I'm expecting the immediate setup into the stables, because unless you're forced to do something else, every Delhi player under the sun is going to open with cavalry because of how effective Ghazi are, right? Just a unit that can easily raid in, can find kills. So why wouldn't you want it first? Have they actually finished the scout rotations? No, Dumu still got his corner. Wow, so that's going to be, what, a 3/4 split in favor of Dumu? It feels like it. Yeah, B only has 8. But wait, Dumu? What's going on here? Was he being greedy? Was he trying to check the little center pocket here instead of going for the north corner and B read it? I mean, B hasn't checked this area, right? So he might as well go for the punt up in the north corner, and that's going to pay its dividends pretty bloody quickly here. What was that? 2 sheep, another 2 over here. That's going to even them up. So well played to B to recover at the end there. I think Dimu, that was a little bit greedy. He knew he didn't need to go down this area. I think he was trying to go to the south side, but that feels like quite the gamble here, overtaking your own safe corner. So Dimu now going to wrap right to the back north, and that means he's going to miss out. Oh, but B, he missed 2 sheep. A little bit surprised by that, but overall, it means both players do get to play the game. Delhi, of course, want the additional runway to get plenty of meaty units. For the B side of things, Marlians can, of course, switch like we talked about, but it's better to be a bit more resource efficient, staying on the sheep in the early game, just so you can get those initial units out without having to worry about straining it in gold. Looks like we are getting the full house surround now. Second gold pit, I don't expect it here. He could try to sneak it, it's just... This is one of the worst civs to sneak it against, right? You know it's going to be stables opening, which means there's going to be Ghazi, and Ghazi will find that gold, they'll burn it. At which point, you're just, well, wasting resources, right? I think this is also one of those tricky predicaments where some lesser players might actually just blindly go out and be like, oh, I'm going to sell the pit mine because I get paid resources. The reality is, like, it takes time to return that investment, right? You're going to plop the pit mine down, that's going to be 150 resources. You're going to surround it with houses, so that's going to be... How many houses would that end up being? It'd be 8, right? So that's 200 resources to generate 102 resources. So you're going to spend 325 resources, plus the idle time of the worker, right? So we're probably looking at 450, 500 resources total. It depends on the distance they have to walk as well. That has to have at least 5 minutes of existence to pay for itself. You're just not going to get that this far out of your base, which is why you aren't seeing him go for it at all. B is instead going to set up an outpost here, understanding the Ghazi are on their way to the houses. Dimu, well, he gets here early, bright and early, in fact, so this could easily be a villager going down. Has to pull them away, and Dimu, ooh, he actually may have been able to die for that. It would have required 2 hits, though. In fact, this bought the critical time. I don't think B's getting this outpost up. Oh, wow, he could lose the rest of the 3 villagers here. Ghazi, oh, no, he got a bit too greedy there. Dimu stays in range of the TC. More Ghazi are coming in. It looks like the outpost is going to go up, so he wasn't able to get away quick enough here. But still, that is a worker kill. 2 heavily injured as well. And when I say heavily, I mean heavily here. So great opening by Dimu to set the pressure. Did cost him a unit, but totally worth it here. Behind this, of course, now archery range play is going to follow up. Now, it might seem a bit weird to be doing this against the Marlians, but for the Delhi, it makes a lot of sense. It's going to give you a unit that can wall off the sacred sites. It's also something that can still trade. You can snipe into villages when you're pressuring this close to the enemy base. And also keep in mind the alternative of spears is just worse, right? If you build spears against the Marlians just have better spears. The Donzos have a hybrid attack for range, and they also have an extra 10 health as well as 1 melee armor at this stage of the game. And even though you've got an extra 20% attack speed, it just feels like you're fighting a harder battle there, right? So better to just go into the archers, have a counter to the Donzos, and also have the potential to snipe more eco. Yeah, this is not looking very cozy for B right now. He barely can touch the gold, right? Like, he's on it for the moment with 2, but he knows more raiders are coming. It's probably archers as well, but the issue for B is he's now 2 steps behind, right? He has to address the first threat before he can move on to the next one. Like, B, very smart player, will be totally aware that it's going to be a second layer to this cake. It's not just going to be Ghazi, but you can't just skip Q, right? If you go javelins first, Ghazi will just kill you. So it puts you in quite the awkward predicament. Ghazi are going to peel back here. Looks like there's going to be commitment to burn down the house. So able to back away there. I believe sacred sites, yes, now being locked in. So this is where it gets a little bit tricky for B because he doesn't want to come out of the base. He had limited access to gold for a good 2-3 minutes, it felt like, which is going to slow down this escalation into the ranches. He's already actually bought all the ranches, which feels quite inefficient here. B only has 2 of these mills to pump cattle with, so feels like he actually jumped the gun. He probably should have delayed 2 of these ranches, but he went a little bit hard on wood due to a lack of access to anything else. Yeah, this is a very kind of calm start to the game, but I didn't really expect much else. I expected the Delhi to set the pace. Marlians literally always just targeting this timing, but yeah, this build just does feel really weird to me. I think it's worth highlighting the kind of funkiness of just spending that much wood on ranches at this critical phase where you need more units. Now, maybe B doesn't care because he's never going to come out of his base. My concern is that Dumu is going to come in. And will come on in right now. Moves across. Base the Donzos in range, so archers are going to trade out nicely here. And Ghazi are going to charge past as a result of that. It's kind of awkward, right? Like, if Dumu does that again with the full force, like, if he gets up to, say, 8 or 9 Ghazi and dives this, I think he can kill this outpost pretty easily. Remember, he's already got the Undermesh, and B doesn't have a Blacksmiths. I think, by the way, this is kind of like a key element I've noticed with civs that struggle with Delhi. It's civs that just don't play Blacksmiths naturally. Going Blacksmiths is not very organic for the Malians, right? And that means that you're just going to struggle against this civ that around the 10-minute mark is going to have access to probably 2 techs for free. You can already see Steeled Arrow on the way in 2 minutes, right? And this is with the solo Blacksmith play. Like, this is just another element to the cake that just makes Delhi so infuriating, right? The double production potential, the free research via the Blacksmiths, not only the free research via the Eco, and then the play on the Sacred Sites. It just builds up such an absurd lead at the 10 to 15-minute mark. Flash coming out here. Ghazi are going to trade. They dive under straight onto the jab, so archers are going to dive with them onto the Donzos. That didn't feel like the best of trades for Dumu, but the crazy part is he can afford this, right? Like, what's happening behind this? 3 Sacred Sites are locked in. B's army is being kept small. Although it's going to get cleared up on wave number 1, B now has to come out. Now, I do feel like that was unnecessary out of Dumu. It's almost like he was trying to turn the screws, block this Fulani timing. We're not quite there yet. But now, B gets an opportunity to come out. Like, theoretically, this could have been part of the plan for Dumu, right? Like, take a trade in the base so that B comes out of the base, so you're not playing near double arrow fire. And it looks like he will get his wish come true. I think Dumu does have enough to fight this, though. It's 5 jabs, 4 Donzos, versus 5 Ghazi, 7 archers and more coming. Here we go. Charges in. Archers are attacking the wrong unit here. Jab is going to go down, though. Ghazi are just going to circle past that, and it looks like the Donzo are going to get left behind with the archers. So Dumu pulls the fight back, and he finds all the jabs at the backside of this. That's panic mode from B, trying to retreat away from this. Ghazi still looking healthy compared to the Donzo numbers. And B, the moment he came out, Dumu was waiting. Yeah, that felt like that. I don't want to say it was outright intentional. It kind of felt like it had baity intentions from Dumu, though, and it pays off so well here. Donzo is going to be blocked from decap of the Sacred Site, so timer is going to remain here for Dumu. And keep in mind, Dumu is now prepping Siege Engineering. He did go for the double Blacksmith play now. Steeled Arrow is about to come through. So he was taking these fights with just 1 tech up advantage. Now he has 2. B on the other side of this, being a typical greedy Malian, has prioritized Horticulture over the Blacksmith play. Not something many would advise in this position. Obviously, we have God Vision. We can see how grim it's going to be for him. But yeah, it kind of feels like he missed a trick here. Really, what have you got left to fight with at this stage? I mean, the numbers really speak for themselves. It kind of feels like B's only way out is actually to go castle, but I'm not sure how you get to do that without getting dove, right? I mean, the good news for you is that Dumu is blind, right? He doesn't have a scout with him. Bad news is he's heading towards the Scholars scouting for him. And yes, I am a little bit sick. Hoping that's not showing on the broadcast too much. God bless my new XLR, actually. It has this tap to mute button. That's very helpful for dying at moments. We don't have to worry about me dying here, though. We might have to worry about B dying. Once again, goes to that decap. Once again gets denied. And it's unfortunate for B because this is one of the easier types of formattings to decap on, right? He's got the diagonal feed. But it's just so difficult to get out of the base against this comp. B braces, tries to defend, but archers, so many of them now moving in. The Ghazi are just going to swarm this. It looks like B misread the number of Donzo he required. And now he is at death's door. Ghazi are going to ride on through. TC has been fully garrisoned, but that means the Javs have nowhere to hide. Feels like at this stage it'd be better to have them inside and the villagers panicking and running around because the Ghazi are going to flood through. And Archers are on the way towards that goal line. B, 15 villagers out here, and they're going to start to get targeted down. You can see the micros coming in from Dumu. Ghazi will clean up the jabs, and Dumu will clean up the second game. Actually, sorry, third game he meets B on the ladder with. They had a great showing earlier on. We're going to have it on the YouTube, I'm sure. The Byzantine versus Ivan game. If you've not seen that, definitely check that one out as well. But this one is well and truly in the hands of Dumu. There's no coming back for B anymore. He almost had what he needed as well. That was unfortunate timing. The Fulani was getting closer, but B, TikTok goes the clock, right? I think B's very big issue in this game was when he dove out in the center. I think Dumu kind of threw away the lead with this dive onto the Fulani location early on, but then B gave it right back when he rushed out. And I don't think he needed to, but this is classic Delhi pressure where your mindset is, I need to come out. I need to stop this win condition. And after B took such a great trade, you can understand why he would feel like he could get away with that. But without Blacksmiths, and without surplus Donzo to push him forward, it feels like a plan that was always set for failure. And now I think we're just reaching the processing point of this, right? B, he's gone 40 minutes in the game, right? What's 30 seconds more to try for a Fulani player here? It's really all you've got left. Is it going to work? Nah, it's really, really not going to work. But on the off chance that Dumu, for some reason, has backed off and has queued up Castle Age, B will take the punt anyway. See Rams coming. Possibly the worst time for B. Dumu can break these ranches almost instantly with double ram, right? 200 damage versus a 500 structure. So if Dumu wanted to be really cheeky about this, he just shuffles in, rams one of the ranches, moves to the other one, rams that, right? And then the Ghazis throw a few torches to finish each off. All of a sudden, this tech up is worth nothing because you aren't getting all the food you're meant to. Dive in. First off, going to use the Ghazi onto the tool outpost. Going to dive past this, though. He sees the tech up. It's even worse than you could imagine. B gets caught in the middle of the build-up here. That's going to be everything. I mean, there's no escaping anymore. Tech up completes. He runs away with a few villagers left, but it's 20 eco to 51. Even the Fulani cannot make up for this difference. And, well, it's going to be an even bigger difference. He's going to find about 10 more villagers on the backside of this. Textiles just doesn't protect you enough at this stage of the game. B, I don't know, man. I'm still not convinced Marlins works on this map. Now, apparently, B was just randoming every game, so that would explain why the Marlins came out here. To the players that think it works here, please explain in the comments to me why you think Marlins can work on Gorge, because I think we just had a pristine example of why it can't. Admittedly against the Delhi, which feels like a Civ that wins every matchup right now, but still, Marlins feels like a bit of a stretch. Cool to see more B in action, though, and I'm sure we'll see more of him on this channel. If you haven't already, make sure you're subscribed so you do not miss a single piece of the fun. We've got plenty more B coming in 2024. Oof. Yeah, I'm a little bit rough. It was really bad yesterday to the point that I don't know. My throw, actually, it wasn't just the throat. Yesterday, the worst part about yesterday was probably the headaches. I literally couldn't move without being in pain, so that was fun. How was your weekend, honey? So let's have a look, see who else we've got here. Because I think, yeah, there was some I had in mind. Who was it? I had... So I said we wanted to do some Mr. games. Voldemar had some intriguing games. Yeah, there's also a GUA Fae game that I was thinking of checking out. We might start off with Voldemar, though. He had a game versus Filisberto. Filisberto being like one of the most prolific Mongol spammers this season. Filisberto, it feels like every game almost is Mongols for him. But I thought it would be nice to show Filisberto up against someone other than Donati, who seems to be his worst nightmare, I think is the correct word choice there. For anyone who has not seen the absurd things that Don does to Filisberto, you've missed out. I will have them up on the YouTube eventually. It's it's borderline bullying. Let's just put it like that. So let's see what Philly can do against someone else. All right, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. This should be a fun one. It didn't feel right only ever showing Felisberto against Donati, because Felisberto is a really capable player, you know? This guy has ranked quite highly. I think he has like 2 accounts in the top 100. In fact, Felisberto right now, this account is 57th in the world. So I wanted to do the man justice instead of doing him dirty, because so far we've been watching him versus Donati, and it hasn't looked fair. Now, in this game, Felisberto is going to do what he always does. It's like Pinky in the brain here. He's going to whip out the Mongols. His opponent on the other side is no pushover, though. Don might be hard, but this guy isn't any easier. Voldemar pulls out the Japanese on Rocky River, a very strong map for this particular Civ. Let's get to it. Now, Voldemar, I don't think he needs too much of an introduction, right? He has consistently been in the top 100 ever since coming back from his break. He's looking hot right now. In fact, at the time of recording, he's 34th in the world. 265 games already played in the Sultan's Ascent, and he's up at 1927 elo. And I know I said Felisberto was similarly ranked. I think Philly was about, 1847 elo. So very close fight between these two here. I'm curious how this one's going to open up, because you'd think you'd be seeing some fishing play from either side, but neither has gone for it, and there's a very good reason for that. One, I think the nerfs to Rocky River mean that Japanese players are much less interested in fishing than they once were. But 2, the more important detail is this Civ on the other side. Felisberto's playing as the Mongols. This is a really bad Civ to try and dock against, because you know you're going to get spear spams. So Voldemar will stay at home. And already, this is a very different reaction to what I'm used to seeing at the moment. Now, Voldemar, he goes towards the Rax play, which suggests we're going to be getting Kura Storehouse here. Right now, there's 2 ways to address the Mongol aggression. Well, 3 ways, actually, to address the Mongol aggression in the early age. One is outpost your gold. If you outpost your gold as the Japanese, you're going fast castle. 2 is to fast feudal and go straight for the shinobi, because actually the Cocker Township shinobi destroy Spearman. It's not even close. 3 is to drop a Rax and get out some samurai. And he's already going for that samurai. You can't get Onobugisha until age 2, but what this suggests is that Voldemar is going for the Kura Storehouse build, right? 2 of those builds, it's almost always Kura. You have a bit of flexibility with the outpost to go for shinobi still, but if you're dropping Rax, there's no doubt in my mind. Voldy is doing this so that he does not have to go for the Cocker Township, which is going to give him better scaling into the mid-game with his eco-inflation. Remember, the Kura Storehouse, it spawns farms for free every 50 seconds, and then gives you wood once it's finished spawning all the farms. Philly's, wow, this is a very heavy investment, and I think it has been scouted out. So you might think this is just still very beneficial for the Mongols, what they're doing here, but not really. Felisberto has now produced a grand total of 8 spearmen with the double production. That means in real resources for him, he's paid 320. Voldemar's going to counter this with 4 samurai. That's going to be a premium he pays, up at 600, right? But these units do keep value as the game goes on. He could have actually stopped at 3. The funny thing about the way that these trades work, and why I think samurai are phenomenal in this matchup, is in the early game, the Mongol player is going to look to poke and pull away, and poke and pull away. That's perfect if you're playing samurai, because deflective armor is going to recharge, which means you're not going to lose any health. Your opponent is. And wow, Philly even brought out the villager here. The villager that is getting targeted down. So here you go, goes in for the clash. Voldy will start to back away. Now, remember, he does move slower, so Felisberto, if he wants, he can keep pressuring. The problem is it's so close to the base, that's difficult to do. And you can already see it recharging. Deflective armor back online again. This fight's about to get worse from Philly. Philly now going up to 11 spearmen, so he's turned this into an infinite scaling game. The problem with that is Voldemar can keep doing this as well. We never checked it on the sheep count. It's 9 compared to 8. So Voldemar has more to work with. And remember, he has got the berries, which he gathers faster from once he has Tuara. So great reads early on by Voldemar. I mean, I said I think there's a few different builds you can go for. This is a really effective one when you know your opponent's going to keep scaling spears non-stop. And on top of that, now getting the Tatara, this is where Felisberto can't play as Sage anymore, man. This feels dicey. Maybe slice and dicey. Samurai, need to be careful. Notice they're going to hug the tree lines so they can't get enveloped by the spears easily. Felisberto actually cancels the outpost. Is he thinking he can get a better one up here? Because I think he's wrong. There's no way he gets the deep outpost here, right? One samurai around the back. He's going to get chased here. So Voldemar did get baited a little bit by the villager there. Well played by Filisberto. They are going to focus on this. Voldemar backs away just in time, though. He keeps it alive. Deflective armor hasn't been recharged just yet, though. Elsewhere, we're probably eventually going to have to consider either pastures or the berries here. In fact, wait, Filisberto, no! No, where are you going? Come back. We need you. Oh, come on. There's no way this is happening. Not like this. Filisberto is running a marathon right now. Oh, these guys are like me, past midnight, drunk, looking for a kebab. And in the end, he's going to like... He just calmly acts as if this was intentional. He's like, yeah, guys, I just wanted the deer. No, I don't believe you, Philly. I don't believe you for a second. I think he got a bit too distracted by the fights going on over here. And that was a lot of idle time. Remember that Philly does not have wheelbarrows. That was a very, very long walk. And yeah, we are now up to 19 spearmen. But still, I wouldn't favor them in this matchup. It's the damage difference, right? It's 9 compared to the 7. And then 2 melee armor as well. Not to mention the extra health the samurai also get here. So, oh, wait, hold up. Maybe a little bit overzealous there with the timing. I think he slightly misread that. The whole goal is you want to back away, get your deflective armor back, then come back in, then back away, deflective armor back, right? And that's what he's starting to do a little bit now. He does leave a samurai or 2 behind, so that's kind of unfortunate. Still, what? It ends up being a 2-spear trade. No extra samurais lost yet, but he's going to have to dive soon. Voldemar has about 2 more dives, 2 more deflective recharges before it gets too close to outpost complete. Interesting play by Philly to try and block out the berries now because of how long this age has been going on. Voldy claps down another. I think he just has to run past now with one of the samurai or it's going to be too late. He only needs a single hit here, folks. 2 samurais do go down, though. Spearman count. Still looking reasonable. Deflective armor. I don't think that recharged that time. So, yep, there you go. The strike for victory, boys. Oof. Gets him. And Philly, not expecting to lose that villager, has not built another one. So this is where Voldemar can just kind of shrug. Well, you know, unless you throw away villagers like this. But mostly he can just kind of shrug. He should be able to tech up, right? But Voldemar actually queues up additional samurai. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, Filisberto is teching up with 20 villages at 7 minutes into the game. What? Never have I ever. It shows you how much he's valuing the Spearman upgrade, though. It's a pretty smart read by Philly now. Because Voldemar can't match that timing, and Voldemar has ran out. He really doesn't want this outpost going up. However, now with the hardened status, this is where you don't get the good trades. That was interesting, actually. I think Philly actually out-microed Voldemar 2 or 3 times at critical moments in that engagement. It also looked like Voldemar got forced to recommit before deflective armor came off cooldown 2 or 3 different times. Not to mention you had that bait around with the samurai at the backside with the spearman cleaned him up. Those small leads have escalated. However, Voldemar now has a similar count of melee units here. And this is where you notice he can just stand his ground, peel back 1 by 1, and it means that even though you got the hardened status, Voldemar hanging around in Dark Age longer, and I can't believe I just said that, actually pays off here. Outpost is at least going to be complete though, so he'll have to whip out the torches and finish this off. There's no way you let this be. Those spearmen heavily injured, so Voldemar, what a weird start to this game. I'm starting to think it isn't Donati as much as it's Filisberto. And by the way, shout out to M7. I see you coming through with the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Perfect game to do it when we've got the amount of swarming melee in the Dark Age we have here. So Kura Storehouse is finally on the way at the backside. The torch throw. Oh man, this game's got it all. Villagers chasing sheep across the map. Silver Tree being teched up by 20 villagers outside your base. Torches being held at outpost spammers. I mean, what else do you need? Yeah, Philly is just wacky, man. I thought it was all Donati's fault, but I'm starting to understand it's more than that. It's not just Donati. causes these weird games with Sim with Filisberto. Filisberto is just as much an equal contributor to these things. 20 Spearmen in the Dark Age, 12 Samurai in the Dark Age. That's a first. I have not seen that before. So Kurstaus, it is going to be 7 villages. I mean, Voldemar, this is some cheap ass levels, okay? Commit properly, buddy. Your opponent had 20 villages building his landmark. Philly, has he started trading? I think he has. Yeah, he's got 2 traders. So decent gains there, 76 gold per trip. Voldemar, I mean, you know that Age 1 lasted quite a while when you have 3 farms near your TC before Tech 2. Oh my goodness, this game. This is brilliant. And look at this, Voldemar. While all this was happening, he snuck out with an outpost and a dock. Okay, that's pretty cool. Voldemar understands that in this type of game, he was burning all his safe resources, and farm transitions at 11 minutes do not feel good. So he finds his way out to the berries. He has got the level 1 tech, so he hasn't got Takazaiku yet, but he did get Tawara. This is already a better gathering rate than it would be on sheep or farms, and he can still make it even better still, which would be valuable here considering he's playing villages in a dangerous territory. Even more so when you consider Filisberto is now going to add in units that will dive you. Keshiks are on the way. In fact, he already has 4 of them. More farms? Really? Yeah, Voldemar's going for the Daimyo here. Interesting, actually. He's got spears, he's got samurai. I think we're going to see a very fast bannerman here at the start of his feudal age. Oh, good pinch on the back here. Keshik almost going down. Great timing on the wall going up. Voldemar didn't lose anything for that, right? No villager dying. So well played there. Meanwhile, Filisberto still neck and neck because he has gone up to now 5 traders. That tells you that Filisberto definitely did skip villages at points here, folks. Makes sense as well. Remember, the reason why he was building 20 with the Silver Tree over here is because he ran out of sheep at home. So I imagine he had a gap where he had no food because he was still pumping more of his spearmen. Yeah, this starts to feel like one of those matchups where Philly probably would have benefited a lot more from Deerstone, but he needs his eco to scale, right? The reason why Deerstone would have been better here is you're now pumping archers into mass samurai. Issue with that is your archers, while they move quicker, that's only true if the samurai aren't charging, right? So things can get a little bit wonky quite fast here. Deerstone, I genuinely think Deerstone, there's no excuse for not doing Deerstone. With where he dropped this Silver Tree and the fact he added an extra marketplace anyway, he was so close to the corner that building a market here wouldn't really have slowed him down. Wouldn't have hurt him at all. More racks is coming in from Voldy. So the Spearmen are now going to be countered. Interestingly enough, Voldemar now going into Onabugisha. Well, this is definitely the way you can use the racks to the maximum at Age 2. I'll give him that. Not something we usually see, though. Like, usually it's Samurai and Onabugisha. The fact we've got all 3 boxes ticked, I mean, it makes sense. You're up against the Keshiks. You need Spearmen here. Mass Samurai can be good enough when you reach Castle Age Plus, but at this stage it's too pricey and too bad of a trader on a raw stat basis. You have to remember that by the time you have Age 3, those extra blacksmith upgrades can just boost you to level where Samurai are able to trade fairly well for Keshiks, especially when you consider the cost. I think the thing I also love about Samurai up against Keshiks is the fact they can just tank the first shot. And Philly, whoa, calm down, buddy. Time to back away. Voldy. The good news about that, actually, is Voldemar missed an opportunity. I don't think he realized that Filisberto wasn't reacting, because if he did, he would have charged the backline, and he would be doing more damage already. Still, going to be a decent trade here as Voldemar dives underneath the TC and forces the idle timeout, as well as still trading off against those archers. A lot of Samurai are going down, though. Voldemar, even though he's got the Undermesh, smart play by Philly, goes in for the Steel Arrow early, which means he's doing plenty of damage, even against Samurai. Voldemar will need to re-rally and pull away now. Remember, the deflective armor is down a lot of these units, which means the charge in for the Keshiks does maximum damage. Yeah, Voldemar's going to need to reset and get out of here fast. he didn't really do that much damage either, right? Like, trade count for Philly is still up at 10 in total. I think he lost like 2 traders. Decent number of archers, but remember, if you're like losing 2 archers for every samurai, you're almost breaking even, right? Archers cost 80 resources each. These samurai cost 130. That's why they get reflective armor, by the way. You are paying a premium for that benefit. Kurotai just getting so much value on this chase down as well. I think Voldemar probably just felt pressured like he needed to go because he was up against the trade boom, but I have to wonder if playing Long Feudal was the right choice here by Voldy. You know, he got his Daimyo level, he walled himself in. Theoretically, he could have just rushed Castle Age. Maybe he just felt like he wouldn't have been able to get enough of those amount of samurai out to counter his opponent here. Like, Keshik are a bit tricky like that, right? Because the problem with Keshik is if you don't have the same number in a fight than what your opponent has in Keshiks, it tends to end up being a bad trade due to the fact that the Keshiks have a positive heal rate, right? Like, with good micro, a high-level Mongol player, which Philosbo most definitely is, he'll see that you've got, say, 3 Mount of Samurai versus 8 of these Keshiks. Every time one of his Keshiks gets low, he'll pull it away, and either you'll have to immediately switch targets, or you'll start running around the rest and attacking. And then when he comes back in, that injured Keshik is just going to heal up, right? So I always find Keshik to be one of those very deceptive units. You can't just say, oh, you know, you've got 12 horsemen and I've got 3 knights. I'll take that trade because you're eventually going to die. With Keshiks, it's like, okay, if I don't kill you, you're coming back. Similar to how you look at scholars and how they affect the Delhi army, right? It's like, that's a big part of why everyone likes to play Ghazi. It's not just their kill potential. It's also, if they don't die, they can always just go get healed and come back again. Scouting arrow coming in, or Falcon Brother? Yep. Oh, that's kind of unfortunate, actually. Opening with the Khan shot did give it away, so Voldemar backs away. Still loses 2 villages, though. Philly doing a good job of keeping the pressure up here. 1 outpost was complete in time, so I don't see Voldemar being stopped from getting what he wants here. Could go for the level 2 Daimyo. Could also go for a second TC. I kind of feel like second TC is okay here. It's a bit risky because of limited resources, but it is going to give you the additional villagers to take risks on the map. It does feel like Voldemar needs to do that soon. Someone talking about the double production from Mongol Archers in Age 2. It is very strong. Keshiks is just better, though. If you have a choice, you always take Keshiks. Because usually with your starting placement, Mongols always have a lot of access to wood. So paying the full price for archers is much easier than paying the full price for gold units until you have max scale of the trade. And the risk that you run if you go double archer pump instead of double Keshik pump is that you can afford the cost of wood into the archers, right? But you need the extra gold going to traders. Now, you do need wood for traders as well, sure, but once again, a lot more people that can access wood much more easily than they can access gold. Outpost is being burnt down, but Philly's paying a price here, man. I don't think he read this situation correctly. Didn't show enough respect to the archership. So heavy damage done there. We'll back away at the end. Yeah, it feels like Philly's just kind of rushing to the endgame state here. That dive towards the fishing doesn't really make much sense. I mean, it's a fortified outpost. It has 5 fire armor, right? You're going in with, what, 9 Keshiks against arrow fire from the arrow slits as well as an archership. Honestly, I think he's got to be counting his lucky stripes that wasn't a demo ship as well, because that would have wiped him. Looks like Voldy has to play out of his base here. He ran out of stone. Yeah, so he's rushing towards level 3, isn't he? Yeah, Shogun Castle. So we are going to just see 1 TC from Voldemar, but he's going to remain efficient and compete based off of his food income. He's up to 50% increased gathering rate on all these farms right now. Voldemar having, I think, about 22 farms, I want to say. Yeah, he's got 28 workers here. So 28 farms. There's 29 to be manned. That's pretty effective at this stage of the game. Philosbo doesn't really have the same level of food. I mean, you can see the absurd difference in these numbers right now. Philly has edge and gold, sure, but food's a problem, man. I mean, he's going to have to consider just dropping pastures soon. Like what? We got him out here on the boar. Hasn't gone for the fish. I think we're about 3 minutes away from a pasture transition. He has got the eco to afford it, though. Unabigisha getting a bit frisky. baited towards the archer ship. Voldemar's like, try me before you buy me. Can you do it? I don't think so. Remember, these archers also can't punish that because of the distance here. 6.5 tower range compared to the 5. So very awkward now. That one archer ship up has screwed him in a lot of ways. Demo ship is also ready to be pumped here. Voldemar facing a little bit of a housing crisis. Oh! And look at that. Tech up on the way. Demo ship. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, no. Demo. Wait, Voldemar, what? Kishimoto is going to give a quick repair over to the archer ship here. And this is a lot of damage coming in those archers. So, Philsbo doesn't mind, though. Check what's happening here. It's not just a tech up from Voldemar. Philly, once again, with a lot of people to get him up there. It was like 26 people to build the Kurosai. Age 3 unlocked first for him. Voldemar now raiding towards that trade. And my god, is there a lot of it? What? Philsbo is up to 49 traders. Not for long, he's not. Folks, those are Onibugisha. Samurai as well. That's a bulky load coming for your eco. What a read here. Philsbo a bit too greedy. Voldemar can do some serious damage. Now, he might not kill all the trade, but he's going to at least idle it out. Philsbo is going to have to wait. Yeah, over here with 11 traders. Actually, a lot more than that. I think it's going to end up being about 20 traders just not trading. Voldemar, credit to him, man. He backs away before the army gets here, so he doesn't pay a price. And then he goes in on the east side as well. Archers are going to block him out, though. So Onibugisha getting limited value here. Voldemar, all pressure right now is on the Mongol side of the map. Behind this, Voldemar now up in Castle Age and also heading towards the Shogunate Castle. Oof, this is a lot of map control coming out from Philly, though. Remember, Philsbo is now up in Castle Age, so he can get access to the Yam for every unit. Would serve him well to do so. I feel like I see a lot of players just kind of forget about the tech, which is baffling to me. Wait, is this... Wait. Hear me out. Hear me out. I'm not crazy here. This is an improved Yam network game. He loves his traders way too much. Relics being picked up first by Voldy. Philsbo with the double pump, though. He's moving towards them. I don't think he's got double production here, though. No. Not in range of it. A little bit surprised by that. He has plenty of stone to work with. Is he going to go for Siege Engineering Improved here? I'm wondering why he's hoarding stone like this. It could also just be Military Academy Improved. Okay, it's literally just going to be Fast Imp. Well, I say fast. Keep in mind this game began with 20 Spearmen in Dark Age. So, by that logic, this is fast. Wait, what? Wait, what did Philly just do? Oh my god, he cancelled and queued up 15 crossbows. What? Oh, he's crapping it, isn't he? Because he knows it's mass samurai, so he doesn't think he can get away with the tech up. What? Yeah, but you don't have enough archery ranges right now. You've got, what, 3? Okay, sorry, he's got 5. It's still going to cost you something here, though, surely. Voldemar, a bit hesitant. He's waiting for that level 3 melee tech. He's outnumbered, but he has to take the fight. There's no running away from this mini Keshik, so he turns around on him. Pushes back against this Philly. Now up at max pop, transitioning into men-at-arms and crossbows. Voldemar, meanwhile, far, far away. Military Academy is on the way for him, though. Food number does still favor him. This clash, it's impossible, though. Philsbo now being in range of the Kurosai. Voldemar, maybe if he pushes him back, he can peel off a few units and cut the trade down, but this feels like a fight that is doomed to fail. Now, you'll get some good licks in for sure, but there's no way you beat this many Keshik here. Yeah, and that's going to be the commitment point. Voldemar bringing in this secondary wave, but there's no way you can fight. The moment the Kurosai was here, I think Voldemar knew he was never winning this. Sadly, with this type of infantry comp, there's no retreating either, so stands his ground, does go down. Meanwhile, elsewhere, White Stupa now committed to. So Philsbo, after that fight, he says, oh, okay, no, we're fine. Nothing to worry about. Let me just queue up 47 villagers to build this up. Make sure I've got a group of people also building the pastures. You think your food is good? Wait until you see mine. I think Voldemar has got room for additional food in this area, by the way, but this is another reason why people like Floating Gate Euroshiro play with Rax is when you make that farm transition, you haven't got these stupid buildings in the way, right? You've just got room for mass farms. Voldy right now, he's kind of blocked by a lot of his own structures. I mean, the amount of racks that are in the way of the Shogunate Castle Aura range, quite frustrating. I still can't believe the amount of trade that he's gone for. It's been a while since I've seen a Mongol player boom trade that hard. But credit to him, he actually got away with it entirely. We are going to be seeing Yam Network coming in soon. Also, the Sire Bow Limbs. Wait, what? Is this just the card? I mean, there's no way he's about to build. No. No, Philly, you can't do this. I mean, he can. He might. Is he gonna Mangudai? No. I mean, it works though, right? Like, Samurai can't touch you. Like, you can argue you don't really touch Samurai that much, but I mean, we are going to be talking about Imperial versus Castle Age. So if there was a game where it would, oh my god, he's doing it. Wait, no, those are Keshiks. No. No, chat. No, don't even, no. There's no way we are going to see Mangudai here. We've seen Mangudai in one game, win one game in the last year. That's how bad they are. If he does Mangudai, he dies. Because, like, Onobugishi, you'd think they die, like, just immediately to Mangudai. But remember, Mangudai don't move that fast. Onobugishi, if they charge, they gap close. I mean, I guess if you're near Yam, it's okay, right? Oh my god, he's doing it. Oh my god, it's happening. He's Mangudaiing. What? There is no way. Samurai diving into the eco for the time being. He just hasn't scouted this out. I mean, he doesn't know. Philly's just going to he's going to one-trick him. Ironically, one-trick pony, which is appropriate for a guy that likes to just spam trader ponies and then spam Mangudai ponies. Oh my god. I mean, Voldemar, so let's do the maths on this. Mangudai, we never see that they hit for, is it 8 base damage in Elite form? And then Incendiary Arrows puts that up to 10. And then the True Text puts that up to, will be 13 due to the way that like it stacks with the Incendiary, right? So I think Mangudai do about 13 damage. And the Samurai only have 6 armor. Now that sounds like a lot of damage reduction, but with Mangudai never being touched in the fight, he's going for it. Oh my god. Well, Tanegashima Gunsmith is all the way from Voldemar. And he has got a Mangonel. No, I'm not gonna defend that. He has one Mangonel. That's not a counter, guys. 2 Mangonels, then we counter. Archers with the Incendiary Arrow actually hitting pretty hard in this comp, so Voldemar taking bad trades on his own side here. Needs to get more troops out here. Already got cleared up on the trade of Philly. Philly now gonna go up to 15 Mangudai. And he's got biology on the way as well. Oh my god. I once again, right? Like, I wanted to show someone else playing against Philly to do Philly justice, right? Because we've only seen him against Don, and Don does not give Felisberto a normal game. But Philly, apparently, he has an equal part to play in these. He opened this game with 20+ Spearmen, and he's looking now to close this game with Mangudai. And he's already revealing them. Okay, so here's the numbers. They hit for 16 damage. Woohoo! Oh, that's right. Yeah, because he got the Sire Bow Limbs. And also, remember, he's got the extra range. Oh, man. Dude. Wait, no. He didn't get improved, right? Or did he? I think he got improved Sire Bow Limbs, right? No, he didn't. Why? Why wouldn't you get improved here? +1 tower range just means you're like... your 3rd and 4th line will attack the Samurai as well, right? So surely, like, Sire Bow should be a high priority tech for Felisberto. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't go for it here. I mean, he's essentially playing a weaker comp if he ignores it. Weirdly enough, he's actually prioritizing the angled surfaces tech I don't know if he's paranoid that his opponent is going to go into Mass Yumi here, which, by the way, would be the most hilarious counter to Mass Magadai that I'd ever get to see. But guys, when I say Mass Magadai, I'm not kidding anymore. He wants his entire army to be cavalry. And wait, what? That is not the counter. That is anything but the counter. Filisberto building Magadai, and Voldemar builds the worst siege weapon you can build against Magadai. Now, in fairness, with no improved Cybo limbs, the Revoltaquin does have 0.25 more range, but still. Oh my god, what is this game turning into? Outpost spam as well. Also, by the way, when I said he had that 16 damage Magadai, that was without the Kurtai. That's when it gets really ridiculous. That's going to be 20 damage Magadai. Speaking of those Magadai, they are moving around the flank here. I don't really know what these walls are from Voldemar. Wait, is he going to trade? He's going to trade, right? That seems to be what Philly's worried about here. Filisberto. Now getting pinched. Guys, no. He destroys this fight. Like, he actually just destroys this fight. Yeah. I mean, I say destroy. It's not a quick kill, but, like, you can't be touched. See you, boys. Remember, by the way, Filisberto has got a grand total of, what, 70 traders? 70 traders. Damn, I got that number perfect. Look at his gold income. It's almost 4,000 a minute. He can afford this. Oh, he found the counter. Japanese players love to do one thing in the late game, and it's just build Raxes. And this is the perfect counter. Oh my god. Voldemort. Well, he's trying to dive towards the eco now with the Onimagisha. Cav is on the way, though. And that Cav, they may look like they're moving slower, but they're not. It's 1.8 compared to 1.5. It's just cavalry, because it's such a big unit, it always looks like it moves slow. But Magadai are moving across now. And he kills... Wait, I don't think he even killed those. I'm pretty sure Filisberto just deleted 10 traders. He needs more military. Oh my god. The elegance of this comp, folks. Unlimited Magadai with a sprinkling of rams. I don't think I've ever seen this comp before. I mean, it makes sense, right? Magadai kills everything but buildings. So what's the best thing left that can kill buildings? Rams! Also, he's going to cause so many traffic jams in these fights. Holy crap. Well, Voldemort, credit to him. He's mostly got walls, which is a good idea considering you are now up against one of the most feared units in team games. And no, Magadai were not buffed. It's just he got Sire Bolims, and we rarely ever see Sire Bolims. He still hasn't got the improved, though! Get the improved! Why don't you want more range? It would let you stay away from Revoltaquin over here. Like, come on! Ricardo the Revoltaquin would not be able to reach you if you just had Sire Bolims improved. Why do you hate your Magadai so much? Outpost spam now as well. He's got the upgrades. This is so stupid. He just can't touch him. Filisberto is just sitting there. He's like, Alexa, play Can't Touch This. Can't touch me. Nagayari, more like, not gonna touch me. Woo! Even the hand cannoneers don't counter this. This is not the Battle of Nagashino, buddy. You haven't got those numbers yet. Holy crap. No, he hasn't, like, so wait, was Magadai was 3.5 tower range default, right? He hasn't got the upgraded range. It's not that the UI is bugged here. He just doesn't have it. It's just this game. At some point, he's got to realize, yeah, Voldemort, in fairness to him, he's gradually getting into the hand cannoneers. I think he's just been passively producing them via the gunsmiths. as well as the Revoltiquins. He's still building. Why? Why would you build Revoltiquins? I don't get it. I don't. So guys, Revoltiquins, if you never, ever, 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 ever want to build Revoltiquins against mass ranged because you just don't do anything. It's even worse because with melee, they clump up, so the Revoltiquins do a lot of damage. But against ranged units, they more frequently don't clump. So people asking, what's the counter to this? It really is just to get about 20 on a Bagisha and go into the eco. The problem is, like, the longer he takes to do this, the more cannon placements is going to be. So it starts to reach a stage where Voldemar just hasn't done what he needed to earlier on. He did try, but then he didn't resume, right? Like, it's awkward from Voldemar's position because he has a lack of gold access and he needs the gold to actually do those Ona Bagisha dives. He could go Horseman. It just feels like Japanese players never remember they have Horseman in Imperial Age, right? It's almost like they just have a blind spot when it comes to that unit this late in the game. I mean, funnily enough, actually, Horseman kills everything here, right? Like, the Yam means that you can run away with the Magadai, but if he turns around for a sec, he gets caught. Like, eventually, the goal for Voldemar is to get enough hand cannoneers, but similar to the idea of Ona Bagisha, he has the same issue. He has limited gold access. In fact, he got denied on the gold by the Rams over here, by the way. We've been ignoring the Rams. We've been so busy following Ricardo the Revoltiquin, we've forgot about Richard the Ram here and all of his twins. Oh, no. And he's not got the breadth to his army to address both of these things at the same time here. I just can't believe the way he's being pulled apart. Voldemar is not a weak player, folks. Voldemar is a very talented player, but it doesn't look like it here. It looks like he's just being griefed by a Smurf. People asking, did he get the improved RAM tech? No. I don't think so, right? No, he didn't get the better lightweight beams. He ignored that. So screw the attack speed. I mean, why do you need attack speed if everything just dies in one hit? Filisbono now at 20,000 gold. He's like, can you please kill my Magadai quicker? I need to spend more resources. Oh man, and he's in now. Guys. It's 9 Magadai, but as long as he doesn't die of that Shogunate, any eco is dead. Wait, what? The Springald! Oh my god, Voldemar, he doesn't have siege engineering. Wait, not siege, he doesn't have the siege works, right? Oh, well, he's lost the university, so we can't even check. No siege works! Which means Springals die. We know Revoltiquins already die. Luckily for him, Mangonels don't die because the damage is only 16, but still. A lot of his siege can just get sniped by Magadai because of this. And the Rams are moving in. Filisbono, he's going straight for the base. Oh, no. And he does have siege works, by the way, so these rockets only do 20 damage each. Meanwhile, in the center, Magadai are cleaning up! A dive too far for Voldemar. He's going to lose it all here. No cannon emplacement in this outpost, but it just doesn't matter because Filisbono is now spamming Keshiks! At the worst possible time for Voldy. Voldy has 2. Make that 3 spears in total. He's spamming Ona Bagisha and Samurai against Kekix. Which means he's about to get kicked out of this game. In fact, those Samurai, folks, they're not even upgraded. They're only veteran. This is over. Filisbono baiting him hard here, man. The mass Magadai, and then just immediately pumps into a balance of 2/3 Magadai, 1/3 Keshiks. And the difference really is he just has to stop Rams, right? Because that's where the extra production was going before. I mean, sure, landmarks are still alive now for Voldy, but I don't think they're going to stay that way for long. I mean, for God's sake, Filisbono almost has double the score. And while score isn't always an accurate representation of the game, it is in this case. Where does he not have outposts? Historically accurate for a couple of islands. That's true. Voldemar is like, we must summon the ghost of Tsushima to protect us. Buddy, I don't think he's coming. But I'll tell you who is. The Magadai spam, they're in. It's the Eco Massacre. 80 Eco to 148. And I think this is where the writing should be on the wall for Voldemar. I just don't see you ever coming back from this now. He has practically no gold. I mean, what? He's just getting gold from... How many relics did he get in the end? 3 relics, and then he's got the Yoroshiros, which I think are all in Smiths now. That is it. That's not a lot of gold. Especially when your opponent is apparently racing towards infinite gold. Even now going in for the additional torches, so it looks like he wants to have the ability to burn down instead of waiting for... Wait, no. He's not going to go away from the Rams. How can we forget Philisberto's success? It has been simply Magadai and Rams. I can't believe even for a second we thought he'd betray his truest comp here. Oh my god. This is so depressing to watch. You guys, anyone like got any like OG Day 1 Age of Empire 4s in the chat? Y'all remember when people like Magadai OP? Because of moments like this where like you just couldn't touch them. And eventually we discovered Magadai aren't really that good. You just have to build an outpost. But back then it felt like it was you versus the world. That's right now how Voldemar feels. This is just depressing. He has got 7 ranged armor, right? So about half the damage is going through, but still. This is veteran samurai. He hasn't elited them up. He hasn't got elite army tactics or Oda tactics, as is known for the Japanese here. Actually, has he got Oda? He might have Oda tactics. Once again, he'd have to have a university for me to double check. I think he did get Oda tactics, but that was the only uni tech he got, right? Mathematically, the answer to that should be yes, because... Wait, no. Ignore me. He got 4 levels of melee tech, didn't he? Yeah, he doesn't have Oda tactics, guys. He legit does not have Oda tactics. Of course, I mean, he has got the health, being an idiot here. I can't believe, actually, that Oda tactics wasn't a higher priority than the final melee tech, but I think it shows just how hamstrung he is on gold. Right now, I'd just be typing to Philly. I'm like, could you just give me 2k gold to make this interesting, please? Philly's like, no. Die, Eco. He almost has triple the economy now. Oy, oy, oy. Well, guys, I'm starting to see the 900 games of Mongols experience kicking in for Philisberto, because this just looks as cozy as can be. He's even playing Pocket Eco. I can't believe he's gathering deer at 42 minutes into the game, but that's where we're at here. And finally, it is going to be over. GG gets called before Philisberto can saturate the entire map with outposts, but not before he can saturate the entire map with Magadai. Oh, dude, what a wild game in the end from both of them. That was... I can't believe it. Like, I was feeling bad for Philisberto before, but now I feel bad for Voldemar. That was... So here's the thing. You know what to do against Magadai, right? In a calm moment. But in a game where you feel pressured, you're going very fast, it kind of feels like you're just a step behind. All right. Whoopsie. Didn't mean to open that. I'm just trying to remember to name some of these replays. Oh, dear. That was just sad. I mean, that was like every team player at some point in their team time ever, right? Oh, what a harsh one. All right. Should we see Voldemar on his most scary Civ to see if he can like do better there? Because I think he had a game versus Myriad. Was it on... Yeah, Himeyama. $900 games on Mongols, but for that game, he molded... Wait, why would he mold at your Byzantines? What? Dude, like, what? You haven't played that much Byzantine, have you? I don't think so. Yeah, let me have a look at the stats here. So by the way, literally, on the newest patch alone, Philisberto has 127 games of Mongols. All time, he has got 870 games on the Mongols. Double towering your gold in Dark Age is a little strange. Wait, is that what he's moaning about? Or do you mean, oh, it's a solution? So I said, Voldy, you had a few options in that early game of what Philosberto was doing. One option, which I think is one of the best ones right now against Mongols, with the outpost spear opening, is you literally just like rush Feudal Age and you get Shinobi. The other one is you outpost your gold, and then I don't think your play there was bad. I think it'd be fair to say that, like, it looked like you got out microed in the early Samurai Spearman engagements at 3 critical points, which made that mid game weird. You're talking about your Limitane on gold. Yeah. Limitane 100% need nerf. Yeah, they feel like it's kind of crazy how easily they can break towers in the early game, even. Or well, not just towers, but I'm using that as an example. Just in general, the limited damage they take from ranged. But at the same time, I genuinely think I don't know. I assume the devs must have tried it already in the past, having it so that mercenaries were recruited one by one, and it just seemed maybe too OP. But I feel like the current format with how slow mercs recruit is just really bad for Byzantines. You think going spears is better for timing because Keshix? That's true. Yeah, so my thought process there was like you were going to like let him get very close to your base and you just keep going in, getting the initial attack with a samurai, and then backing away so deflective wins, right? So like over time, theoretically, you win that. It's just, I think the best solution to Mongols in that matchup for Japanese, the best move you can make, literally just go fast feudal with Koka Township. You sacrifice your eco scaling, but you actually get the potential to block out every opening play of the Mongols because you just run across the field and you sabotage their production buildings. So it's literally a matchup where Mongols can't utilize double production. It's the most impressive build I've seen so far against them. All right, should we get ready for more, though? All right, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. It's time for more of the kid. That's right, Voldemar. So he was whipping out his special civ. Probably his most impressive civ at the moment. It is indeed Voldemar, the kid on the Chinese. But the Dane needs an opponent on the other side of this. A civ that he also knows incredibly well. Voldemar, I'd say it's probably the most impressive civ I've seen out of him of the expansion civ so far. But this time, it's going to be in the hands of Myriad. He whips out the Japanese on Himeyama. And, well, Japanese on a map like Himeyama almost just feels poetically accurate. And then the follow-up play is what I always love to see. I feel like too many games right now of Himeyama, it almost just feels like the lake shouldn't be there. It just doesn't exist, right? This is one of the civs that thinks otherwise. Japanese with the cheaper boats, they can afford to invest in this for 4 different shoreline fish spots. So cool choice by Myriad on this opening. Does mean his tech's going to be a little bit slower, but this is one of the matchups where you don't mind it. Like sometimes in this matchup, your issue is your opponent is going to try to aggro you and push you off the lake. It's Chinese. Let's be totally real here. If they try to push you off the lake, push them off a cliff, right? Because what's the options for Voldemar? He could try to go Horseman maybe, but you're not really going to do that. If he was going to try to block this play in the early age, Voldemar's most logical play would be to scale Chugenu. Chugenu are bad here due to the archer ship. You can eventually clear it up if you get up to 50 plus Chugenu, but question is how long is that going to take you? What do the Japanese get in the meantime? Let's check out the scout rotations. It looks like Myriad did head out towards the center first. They're about neck and neck, and they are taking their own sides here. So don't think anyone got a clear advantage. It feels like right now the meta is to scout towards the central pond, do a small loop-de-loo near it, and then come wide. This typically yields you about half the sheep. Makes sense, right? Like, and usually the way it works is if your opponent is scouting that same way, you see each other at the midpoint very clearly, and then you shift past. This map, to me, feels a lot harder to pull the wool over your opponent's eyes than something like Dry Arabia, where you've got small stealth forests and you've got a more open map, so you can kind of weave past them and do something sneaky. The central point being cut like this makes that feel almost impossible. So is Himeyama AoE to Acropolis copy? I don't know. Is it? I don't think so. Acropolis is the one that has you on like a hill. I can't remember if it has a mountain, right? Am I remember that correctly? This is the thing, like, mountain terrain doesn't really change too much in AoE 4, right? Which I guess is okay. If anything, more thematically, it just makes you feel kind of isolated and exposed on this map. I actually quite like Himeyama's design from an initial resource standpoint, by the way. It just doesn't allow camping as easily, right? You have to fight for that camping. You have to get walls up. So all these small wood lines that allow for that, it means that aggressive civs like the French, the English, they actually have an opportunity to punish you here. So I'm curious to see what Voldy's approach is going to be with the Chinese, one of the most defensive civs in the game. Could be he's going to go for mass Chiganu escalation. I don't mind that idea, actually, because if you're mass Chiganu into Javs or into Onobugisha, I think you have the potential to shred both of those. Javs, sorry, Samurai or Onobugisha. If it's Onobugisha, they just get bullet hold, right? If it's Samurai, compared to regular archer builds, you fare a lot better. Kurosawa's coming out, so nothing too surprising here. Mirai doesn't have a reason to go in for the Shinobi here. If this was a Civ that was kind of greedy and loose in the way they played, you could understand Shinobi, even if there's no water play coming out from them, but there's no reason to give up what is an insanely powerful landmark here. I still remember when we got our hands on with the Japanese first, and I remember saying to one of the devs, I think Kuro Storehouse is just going to be broken compared to Shinobi, in that like everyone's going to want them. Now, I'm glad things evolved a different way. I'm glad Coca Township has its place, but honestly, if you don't want to be aggressive, it's a no-brainer here, right? I almost feel like Coca Township should have a way of scaling the late game. Like, I think I was saying the other day, and people are going to hate me for this. Wait, wouldn't it be... Okay, pause that thought. I can't ignore this. Barbican on the way. Uh-oh. My apologies, folks. I've been watching too much Yuji. I forgot that this is a thing. How much fish did he get? I think it's enough that it's like not that bad if he loses out in the end. I am a little bit surprised because Myriad did walk a villager out here. I'm surprised he didn't just put a small wall to stop this, right? Because then Voldemar would probably have to either go wider for it or settle for a half blocker. Instead, this blocks the entire pond. Voldemar, you vile, disgusting, filthy little Barbican boy. You know what you done. So Myriad, this wasn't the best value for him, right? He got about 600 food out of this pond. So he paid 150 wood, then he built 4 fishing boats, 45 a pop, right? So he spent, what's that going to end up being? He actually spent 510 resources to get 600. Wait, sorry, not I'm an idiot, ignore me. He spent 330 resources to get 600. It's not bad, but it's not great either. I think he was reaching just past the break-even point where it's like, it's still a positive, but for what you're playing for, it's quite frustrating to have this blocker now. However, Myriad is going to try to just deal with the hand he's been given, and it looks like he's playing now towards that castle age timing. So, not a super fast castle build. You're never going to get that when you choose to go fishing. And it's quite frustrating, actually, because when you want to go for fast castle builds, there's a kind of a question mark now whether it was really worth spending time on this versus just going for the castle quicker. I would argue it kind of was worth it because now it forced Voldemar's hand to drop a Barbican here. And also, even though he's now going to go fish here, there's less food for him than otherwise would have been. Still, this is kind of a pain in the ass. Don't you just love the Chinese guys? Such a fun Civ. Gathering the berries. Looks like he's saving those sheep. Did he actually go for... No. So he only went Tawara. No Takazaiku here. This is what I love about Kuro Storehouse, though, is like... If you were in any other situation, if you were another Civ that just had that happen to you, or you've gone for the Coca Township instead, losing the dock would kind of cripple your game, right? You're like, damn, my food is bad now. But for the Japanese, the wood investment was much lower, and now, because you went for the Kuro Storehouse, you have this very smooth transition towards farms that no other Civ really does, bar maybe the English. Voldemar now actually going for Horseman. So, looks like we are going to get some aggro play here. I don't think he can stop the tech up from Myriad. In fact, I don't think he's even going to be quick enough to raid these back berries before they're exhausted. So, there's limited raid potential here, I think. I hope this is just like 3 Horsemen and stop. Voldemar should know better than most that this is going to be a fast castle build. If you haven't seen a single unit by now, it would make sense for it to be anything else. So the fishing boats are going to be taking out here. Floating Gate is on the way. So Myriad, he has seen the Horseman. He could be going racks here. I think Ona Bagisha makes a lot of sense, but Stables, it's just a given, right? So Stables is really effective against the Chinese because of the deflective armor on your Mounted Samurai. Remember, the trade-off of having this juicy hand cannon slit is a much worse attack speed. And the problem with that is if your hand cannon shotting into a unit that makes the first shot irrelevant, you want that second shot to come quicker, right? That's one of those weird things about like Archer arrow fire from a TC versus hand cannon slits. Admittedly, it is still going to be decent in that you're hitting a heavily armored unit for about 80% damage still. But considering that unit is so chunky at this phase, and it's already negating the first shot as if it didn't happen, Voldemar is going to get pressured on his eco. So I'm hoping we're going to see a Rax drop quite quickly here. I don't think you can afford to be slouchy or lazy about this. There we go, tech up complete. Myriad immediately dropping off the Yoshiro and on his way with the big bad boys. Every 12 seconds, we are going to have a Mount Samurai coming out. Myriad is a little bit lacking on the food right now. So I say every 12 seconds. If he sorted his food eco a bit better, it would be. And oh, instead he gets pinched. Dude, Voldemar is so good. Look at the kills he's getting here, man. What was that? I think he got 2 villagers on the eco line. He almost got a 3rd there. That shouldn't be happening with so few units, but credit to him for finding it. Mountain Samurai, first one has to react to this instead. And keep in mind that that also forced a bit of idle time as I think he garrisoned the TC, right, temporarily. And also is now on the sheep. So has got farms. It's kind of just awkward, right? Like, I think that this shows the difference that Berry's made. If he was able to stretch those berries another patch or two, that would have been 3 Samurai by the first minute of Castle Age. Instead, we're over a minute into his Castle Age. He has what? We're about a minute into his Castle Age, right? He has what? 2 Mounted Samurai? It doesn't feel that impressive when you realize you can have 5. You're marching forward though. Spearmen are going to be there to meet him. Looks like Supervision is coming out. Voldemar with his own food issues, or rather just production issues. Yeah, kind of weird actually that he hasn't upgraded them and hasn't actually built up to, I'd say, about 4 here would make a lot of sense. But it's because Voldemar's trying to get his own Castle Age now. Also, walling in the relics. Wait, what happened here? All right, that's some funky-ass walling. It works, though. He is admittedly idling a villager, but keep in mind Voldemar has got Song Dynasty, so it's not like it gives a lead to Myriad. And also, second TC coming out from Voldy here. Man, Myriad. The good news about this play for Myriad fans, he's getting relics, right? Like, this is pushing Voldy back towards his base. The bad news is Voldemar is scaling a pretty decent eco lead already, and on top of that, he's not far off his Castle Age. So I feel like these Mount Samurai need to be doing more than just trading with horsemen. They need to actually go and find villages. Looks like he will have an opportunity to do so now. Remember, the second TC does not have hand cannon slits, so doesn't hurt that much. Also, inferior range compared to the standard TC. This is the type of area you could normally dive against a lot of civs. Fortunately, against the Chinese, that doesn't really ring true here. This is a civ that does have the village nearby. So in this screen, we've actually got room for 15 villagers to be saved. Voldemar, greatly identified, didn't panic with the entire eco line at once, just pulls back part of it. Allows for spears to arrive, spears that still have not been upgraded by Voldemar. He seems to truly hate the idea of countering Mounted Samurai. I mean, considering he is now 2 racks is producing these things, folks, I think like 5 has to be the point where upgrading them is worth it, right? Maybe Voldemar feels like he needs as many spears as there are samurai before he goes to the tech up. But if that was the case, you'd expect him to supervise the racks, right? We're right behind this. Second relic has been picked up. It's on its way back. Mount Samurai did find their way into the berry line. Not too many workers there, but a few picks. Every little counts here. Spearmen are starting to surround, though. And I feel like Myriad, he's trying to find all these strikes in different locations. And the absurdity is, if Myriad had just taken all of his Mount Samurai straight towards the spears right now, I actually think he'd be in control of this game. Instead, he's sending in like 3 or 4 samurai up against 10 Dark Age Spearmen. And as a result, they're actually winning the trades. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate, right? Because remember, the thing that makes the Mount Samurai especially effective is if you have the same number of Mount Samurai Spearmen, that initial charging that forces a brace doesn't do anything to you. The deflective armor offsets it, right? So then you're just striking into this unit. Sure, it does bonus damage against you, but it has 80 health. You have 230, not to mention the armor. So here you go. Finally realized that Myriad does go for the strike here. Difference in the attack speed as well, right? 1.88 compared to the 1.5. Just a very big edge here for Myriad. Still trading well. Yeah, this is what was missing, by the way. Voldemar now is in a terrible position. He's got 20 eco lead, but he has 0 military. He still has not upgraded the Spearman whatsoever, because I think he's still chasing that idea of parity in terms of quantity, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon. Not if he keeps getting dove like this. The wall's now being broke. Looks like Myriad's going to get access. I love this as well, because he's waiting for access. He's also healing his units while they're here. Remember, Myriad, how many minutes in are we now? I think he has double Euroshiro. Should be the third coming out very soon. And that means he just has extra Shintos to go pick up those relics. This game's looking really good for Red. Outpost from Voldemar. No hand cannon slits, though. I mean, you could have dove this if it wasn't the fact that Voldemar set up the village as well. I love that detail. Most players set up their villages back at home next to their TCs, but this is a great read. Voldy, he can't afford to be eco-dense right now. He has to be loose. These outposts are a fantastic garrison point for that. Villager's going to get chased down. Voldemar. He's done it! They're upgraded! Hardened Spearman, baby. Okay, that took way too long. 50 resources and what, 20 seconds I think it is for the tech up? 15 seconds if I'm not mistaken. He didn't do it for a very long time, but finally they are much stronger. Myriad now has to make a transition. Archers on the way from the Japanese. There should be another Mountain Samurai going down, but looks like he did de-garrison a bit too quickly. Now, Voldemar can stop the Samurai, yes, but the archers are now completely uncounted, and Voldemar doesn't have a great counter to them until he can get into Castle Age. He's going to need food access for that. Now, he has been exhausting the deer rather, but going up to 20 Spearmen doesn't really leave you much deer left over here, right? So there is a risk he's going to need to secure an extra pocket before he feels good. New Abandonment also coming through, but Myriad, what level is he at? Yeah, I was about to say, he should be queuing up the Daimyo Palace here, so looks like he will be able to get his hands on the Yumi Abandonment as well. This is going to be super effective at this stage of the game. It really starts to scale up in Castle Age with that aura. Otherwise, you're at decimal points, but now with the Steeled Arrow, plus the level 2 tech he can get his hands on, into the Yumi upgrade, these units are going to be slapping. They need to slap fast. Astronomical Clock Tower is on the way. Voldy finds what he needs. Now, this is where things get a bit dicey for Myriad. If Voldemar can hold in the choke point with one Nest of Bees, these Yumi are going to melt. They have 10 less health than standard archers. Time being, though, Yumi able to dive underneath the TC. Spearman will have to chase this away. Voldemar just looking to buy some time. Town Center isn't really killable yet for Myriad. He's only got 13 torch units here, so he has to back away. Secret sites are at least starting to be locked in for Myriad. That is one way of approaching this, forcing Voldemar to come out. Myriad, got to be feeling confident right now. Sure, you're very heavily behind on eco, but remember, he has got his hands on soon 5 relics, not to mention the fact he's got the level 2 aura for the farm gathering rates as well. So, should be fairly efficient in that regard. It looks like Myriad hasn't got that many people on the farms right now, mainly because of the fact he's relying on Yumi, now more so than Samurai. I think he's going to go for Rams by the looks of it. Yeah, not something you usually see out the Japanese at this stage in the game, but makes a lot of sense. He tries to torch this down, but there's just too many Spearmen right now. Brace does come out. Surprised that Myriad's going for this, but it feels like if he waits too long, maybe he's just going to be in trouble. So instead, he tries to break the front of the base with his face. Villagers will be forced to garrison here, but there's still more Spearmen. Samurai count at 11. Nesta Bees are now on the way from Voldemar. And if Voldemar loses this TC, it's not the end of the world for him. This is mainly kind of an idle point, a defense point right now. He has got a substantial eco lead as it stands. Myriad. I wonder if he could have went for a second TC here. I feel like he needs his own eco scaling behind this. Instead, Spearmen are going to march out. Lancers have joined in as well. Nesta Bees should be coming out any second now. We're just 10 seconds away. Repair crew is going to come in clutch. Voldemar pushes back against this. It does cost him most of the spears. He gets space for the repair. One thing that has me a little bit concerned, he doesn't have many things to defend this Nest of Bees now. However, the count is now down to 7 Samurai. It's not going to be enough against just 5 or 6 spears here. Nest of Bees, they're quick about this, could push this away entirely. One Mount Samurai goes down. Torch damage continues. Myriad now looking to march deeper, but needs to be careful about this. Nest of Bees is still targeting onto the cavalry. He needs to be going after the Yuumi, and there it is. He turns around for the shot. Heavy flurry out. Decent damage done, but he needs to hold back the Samurai now. Start step formation. Myriad just trying to dodge death here. Able to do it. Nest of Bees goes down. Spearmen have been reduced again. There are still 5 of these Mounted Samurai. And Voldemort, oh, he's completely lacking an army right now. Spearmen and crossbows rather coming out, but I think this is going to be the TC going down this time. It feels like there should be enough left here for Myriad to just about clear it up. Yeah, Voldemort, he concedes. He backs away. Second TC is going to go down, but in fairness to him, this delay, this timing is critical. Look what happened behind this. It created the space for the granary transition. If it wasn't for how long the kid made this TC look, or last rather, this game would be over. That's pretty cool, actually. I've got to give him a lot of credit for that. And people asking, why doesn't he focus archers with TC? Because the thing that was going to kill the TC was the Samurai, so he felt like he needed to get rid of them. It is a bit wonky because he didn't have steeled arrow upgrades, right? So that TC was doing as little damage as possible. But I kind of get where he's coming from, right? It was limited torches, and I think the logic there is that you can clutch repair much easier against the mass human than you can against the mass Samurai waiting on the garrison spot. Still, I don't think Voldemar's weak for this. I think he played that incredibly well against Myriad, and Myriad now in a tough little bind. He's building into Rams, but now this might be a bit too slow. I mean, we're talking about how many farms active at this stage. 41 people working on food, that's some on deer. But most of that is just raw farms at the backside of this. A few berries to boot. Garrison just in time, Nest of Bees ready to fire. And that should be the Yuumi completely counted. So Myriad, it would feel neglectful to keep adding in an extra Yuumi here. I don't think the Yuumi works anymore. Double Nest of Bees is going to be a cutoff point, and I imagine Voldemar is going to be queuing up another one soon. Spearman not going to push him away. Nest of Bees shots continue to counter out here. Myriad has still got the timer still, but keep in mind he hasn't walled this off at all, so no stone walls. I think stone walls would be big brain here, but very expensive. It seems like Myriad just wants to invest everything in the offensive. Flowing a lot of gold as well, so I'm glad that he's back on the production of the Mount Samurai. Love that he's adding in Onimusha. Anything that uses gold here, you just need to be efficient. Onimusha are going to fare a lot better against this comp, right? Against the Lancers, even against the crossbows due to the extra range than Yuumi ever would. Samurai still trying to backstab Voldemar. That small wall coming in clutch here. Wrap around towards the Nest of Bees, but there's a clock tower Nest of Bees, so it doesn't die as quickly as you'd like here. It means the Knobs will have found their value in this. Now there's a little bit of a flood over. Looks like Voldemar has to defend on the backside of this, as the Mounted Samurai do move into the economy. However, there's not many of them left to do so. Myriad now down to just 6 of the Mounted Samurai in total. Rams still deleting the base of the fort. I mean, this looks good, right? If you're a Myriad fan and you're watching this like, yeah, my boy got this. He's cracking the front of the base. Yeah, but he's not cracking the eco skull of the Chinese. That's the scary part about this. Behind this, Voldemar has now added in the 3rd granary. If this was the point in the game where Myriad took these 8 samurai and he dove into this eco and he killed 10 villagers plus, I feel very good about his position in this game. But right now, Voldemar has a 1.5 eco lead raw. Then we talk about things like supervision. I don't care that you've got Shogunate Castle when you've only got 18 farms. It doesn't really compete with triple granary at 47. Well, timer is still ticking. So maybe Myriad is just thinking, I don't need to go to the eco. I don't need to kill the beast. I just need to defend. That's a dangerous way to play this. I mean, we've already seen he has no solution to Nest of Bees, really. Right? Like, the Mounted Samurai worked because before Voldemar didn't have an army. Voldy's fast scaling right now. Wall's going up as well. Voldemar also going for Imperial Palace. This is going to be Yuan, and I think that might be the turning point in this game. Myriad's mobility advantage, rather, is about to be heavily crippled. His vision advantage, I guess, as well. Imperial Palace is going to see everything. Only one villager building up, mind you. Voldemar needs everything else going into army right now. Myriad trying to break through the walls. Will open the way, but turns around with the Lancers by accident there. Straight into the spears. Nest of Bees. Heavy hits coming in. He needs to really splash into that Yuumi line. Shinto even here to assist with the heals. Voldemar pushing back against this, but the Rams are going to probably house him. In fact, he needs to sort his houses right now because this is definitely going down. Spearmen are going to back away. Nest of Bees still holding the fight hostage, and there's just not enough mounted samurai to get around the side of this. Spearman with the brace. Yeah, he's just clicking on these Nest of Bees. I think it's going to cost him too much here. There's just too many Spearmen left alive. Nest of Bees discombobulating the fight. An archer count getting insanely low. Voldemar, after this clash, now has military lead. And I think this is the point. Myriad just lost control of the game. And it feels so unnecessary the way this happened for Myriad. Myriad, he's forcing fights into choke points where he can't wrap on the siege easily. Voldemar patiently waited. He kept the second wave of Spearmen back, and then he pulls them to defend at the very last second. Clocktown Nest of Bees do not fall fast. And when you have only 8 mounted samurai against 10 Spearmen left, it's never going to cut it. And now, because Myriad misread the situation, assumed that he could dive the eco, after spending so long relying on the Sacred Site wing condition, it's no longer going to be there. Yeah, this game, to me, I think Myriad will know it as well. It had a feeling of crap or get off the pot, right? Like, the moment where he was diving under the TC, where he had Voldemar down to basically no military, I think he just needed to double down on the dive, right? Maybe get more cost-efficient, going to Onibagisha, going to Horseman, just going to anything that leaks into the eco. That way, Voldemar can't just clutch this up. But instead, Voldemar now, with a vastly superior lead in the food income, is looking to push out. Myriad, I don't think he has the answer anymore. Eco-wise, he's still almost 40 villages behind. Yes, he's got relics. He had sacred sites. But I don't think that's going to make up the difference here. D-Cup's coming in on the south and north side. Fortifications are going to come in a sec, but this outpost is basically dead already, so it just feels like wasted stone. Myriad, no choice but to rush out here. Southside decap should be blocked by the mounted samurai marching there now. Nest of Bees backstab coming in. Looks like the samurai are going to find the freebie. However, the tower is down, the decap is underway, and the mounted samurai cannot fight up against this many spears. I don't think he's holding it anymore. Myriad, 2 minutes, 12 seconds left here. 2 Palace Guard and a spear is really all you need to take this down. Crossbow's going to assist as well. Myriad with just Yuumi left to stand. He can't fight. That's a shame, man. I think this was a really interesting back-and-forth game. The move by Voldemar to take control of the lake when he did slowed down and crippled Myriad's castle age timings. But Myriad had a great follow-up. I don't think I could fault Voldemar's turtling here, though. This is why he's such a scary Chinese player. He's probably one of the best aggro-type Chinese players right now, but he's also formidable when it comes to his defending. And he understood his timing really well. Myriad, he got baited hook, line, and sinker into defending this TC push constantly, right? Like, he just kept focusing on taking down this town center when he needed to be looking behind to see what Voldemar was up against. Voldemar, it looked like he was throwing away a lot to defend it, but he always confidently knew he'd already built the eco lead he needed. And this was just covering that very uncomfortable farm transition that the Chinese usually get killed by. Now, at this stage, I think Myriad's going to realize quite quickly there's no coming back. Yuan Dynasty means you just can't choose the fights anymore. The dictatorial flow lies with Voldemar in this game. Even now going into Fire Lancers of all things. What? I mean, I guess if you're far ahead, why not? Voldemar's like, I never see these units win. In fairness, it's going to give him a way of just landmark sniping eventually. And to be honest, he's in such a dominant position, I think he can build anything and still win this. Myriad backstepping towards his defenses. Into the choke points he goes. Onibagisha are being spammed out, but Onibagisha here against this many units. I mean, technically in a one-on-one, they beat everything that Voldemar has right now, but this is never going to be a one-on-one. This is a Chinese swarm. Oh, it's a tough one as well. Myriad, maybe if he had like 2-3 more minutes, I think his farms could be at a stage where they're kind of competing a bit with the Chinese food eco. But even then, notice I say kinda, because it's not really a civ you can ever fully beat I would say the Chinese, they have like the best or second best food income in the late game. I think the only Civ that comes close to it is the Abbasids. And although you might not think we're in the late game because we're not Imperial, Voldemar on an eco scale feels like he's there. And yeah, well, people highlighting Myriad's Wood, I think he's just kind of lost at what to do now. This is one of those games where this is maybe a learning point for Myriad. I think he became a little bit tunnel visioned on the Sacred Site victory win condition. He didn't have a backup plan in mind. And you can see that in the way that his eco is now fully unbalanced, right? Like, he could be trading this across, he could be spending it. But right now, I think Myriad is kind of puzzled as to how he gets out of the hole, right? So he's too busy thinking about strategically and tactically, what's my recovery point, instead of focusing on being eco-efficient to stay alive in the meantime. Now, that being said, even if he did balance his eco better, I'm not convinced he can get out of this hole now, because Voldemar has switched over into the Palace Guard. And this is where Myriad's going to feel baited. Remember, this game, dude, Voldemar, he's so smart with his timing. So, he waits for Palace Guard for a very good reason. If he built Palace Guard straight away, then the reaction by the Japanese would have been to upgrade for the Samurai. But now, Myriad, he can't make that transition anymore. He hasn't even got hardened Samurai yet, let alone Odachi. So this really is the GG push. There's no walls up there going to stop this. Really, there's a tiny wall here, who cares about? Like, you know, you've got access through the center, you've got access through the north. This is over. And, well, you might say don't underestimate Nesta Beers, Myriad. I think the more important statement is don't underestimate Voldemar. Oof. I think the Archer's done okay against the Chinese opening, because you know they're always going to go Spearman. But yeah, I think the issue here was not transitioning into Rax unit sooner. Also, a bit too hyper-fixated on the second TC, which we talked about already. Like, Myriad, the big takeaway from this is you actually had, I think you had a critical point where you were winning when you dove the main TC and Voldemar had no army. And instead of going past it into the eco and trying to consistently find ways into this economy, you kind of get stuck in this frontline fight, which Voldemar's always going to win because his food scaling is just better at this stage of the game. Voldemar can throw this, I believe in him. That's true, he is building Fire Lancers. But wait, Myriad built Oda Bagisha. Okay, Fire Lancers OP. That's actually so sad. If he built Spearman, these Fire Lancers are worthless, right? But you're Japan. Why would you build Spearman before Imperial Age? Myriad now adding in a Panic Recovery TC. Oh god, Panic, you're not going to recover. Those are Fire Lancers. No! No. Not my TC, please. Looks like he's going to leave. Mainly because he's heading into the main base. Fire Lancers kind of good versus Yuumi and Bugisha. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, normally you never get to build Fire Lancers because they'll be Spearmen. But because Oda and Bugisha are just better in most scenarios, you go for Bugisha as the same cost as Spears. But it's actually terrible in this game because of that choice. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I think Voldemar could have just won this easier by just spamming Palace Guard, but the Fire Lancers are at least a cute detail. Voldemar's like, no one ever wins with Fire Lancers, so I might as well be the first guy to do it in 2024. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, Myriad's just processing the loss now. You're at 22 eco. You are not the anime hero in this story, my friend. You're the anime NPC. Oh, pretty cool game, though. If you guys didn't know, both of these players do stream. You can find them on occasion streamed across on Twitch, so be sure to follow both Voldemar and Myriad, as they do have some fun games. And I think that both of these players have a lot of potential in 2024. Voldemar, I think it's some people already knew in 2023. Myriad, someone who is starting to be discovered towards the end. But excited to see what the year holds for these two. Maybe something other than wins with the Chinese Voldemar. Hint, hint, eyebrows, eyebrows. But there's no denying that this filthy kid is incredible with this Civ. And that tilts me to no end because I absolutely hate the Chinese. The Civ in Age of Empires 4. Once again, don't clip that out of context. I like to get hired for events. Voldemort just, like, can you just go Imperial to end this, please? I don't like that Myriad, with 100 food income, is still huffing the Hopium at this stage. Oh, dear. There we go. Yeah, this is probably going to be GG the moment the Spirit Way is complete. And it's going to be complete quite fast. Oh, okay, Myriad, like, you're in the chat. Answer me this. Why are you still not GGing at this point? Okay, there we go. Question answered. GG comes out. Cool game between the Japanese and Chinese. Let me know what you think in the comments of this one. I feel like there was an opportunity for both players to have won this at different phases, which is exactly what we love to see in games. But was it Myriad slipping up a bit? Was it Voldemort just being too much of a Chad on the Chinese? Let me know, and I'll see you all in the next chapter. Voldemort doesn't have time to learn new stuff. Got to stick with all reliable. True. True. He's too busy getting ready to dominate in Stormgate and Zero's place as well, right? You still think Chinese is OP? Same. Same. I've been saying this a very long time, and it's also really, really frustrating because Chinese Chuganu is never going to get nerfed now because Juji literally only has Chuganu. And then on top of that, Palace Guard is still Palace Guard. And then food economy is still food economy, right? Like, those things together just make that Civ bonkers. Okay, so who do we cast next? Oh, we can actually have a look for live games on the ladder, can't we? Make Chuganu 90 resource. Agreed. They're just way too good. It's so stupid. I don't know how any developer looks at Chuganu and thinks they're reasonable. Like, whoever's in charge of the balance decisions, actually, I think it's Zero. Is it Zero Empires? I think it's Zach. I think Zach is a Chuganu fetishist. I'm gonna call him out on that. He's a Chuganu fetishist. It reminds me of like the core Relic team on Company of Heroes and how like someone clearly really liked Flammenwergers way too much because every Company of Heroes game after one they made the Germans OP as all hell. Right? It just reminds me of that crap. If Shushi gets a proper nerf, they're going to be crap. Yeah, like no hand cannoneers. Like the hand grenades suck, man. Like every time I've seen someone try to use the divine defense rather, it just looks so bad. All right, so we have a look and see who's on the ladder live. Yeah, well that's the thing. There's usually literally a broker right now because of Meditation Garden and Chuganu, right? And the Chuganu looks super busted because of the fact that the Meditation Garden just allows you to inflate your eco so much quicker in the early game. All right, let's see if we've got any people. So, oh, you guys can't see what this guy's called himself, can you? I respect his opponent for doing this. With a name like that, you have to do it to him. I love that. I absolutely love that. It's like, oh, you don't like the English? I'm just going to lock it. Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. Ooh. I said that in the most masculine way possible. B's playing against Tips. That does sound fun. B also got the Bastards, so that sounds more lame, but we'll take it. Do we take it? I don't know, what do you think, guys? B, or do we check if there's like a Lucifron around? I think actually Lucifron went off already. Interesting. Should we check in on Tips? Good old Tips. Tips is crapping himself. Alright. Alright, let's see how this one plays out. He's back. 3D Clan's strongest member right now. B back on the climb. And Tips, a rising, aspiring Age of Empires 4 Pro. Let's got his work cut out for him. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. An interesting matchup we're about to have here on Dry Arabia because this is Abbasis versus Ottomans. In theory, Otto OP, so maybe this is going to be a fair matchup. But then again, it's B. We've got to have some crazy curveballs coming out here, I'm sure. Let's see what we're going to get into. So this is Dry Arabia. It just looks a bit funky. I think this is one of those wild spawns you sometimes get. I don't know what these wood lines are. You might as well just connect them all. It has a very weird feel to it, doesn't it? But one thing I like about it is with the Ford wood spawns, if you get to the back lines at all, there's a lot of exposed eco. Let's check how the scanning rotations are going. Ooh. Tips tried to get cute, and now he's looking ugly. He's behind. Yeah, head back. That doesn't feel good for Tips because it means he has to go back towards the area he's already scouted instead of going wider. You can see what B's doing. This is really smart and intentional now. He's staying really close to the scout pattern of Tips to cut him off. And oh, B, no, no. I was fluffing you, buddy. It was smart up until then. That's kind of wild that B... Obviously, we can see everything, but from his position, he seems to think that Tips done an outside loop beforehand. We can see that Tips ran all the way towards his base. In fact, I feel like B may have seen him originally with the scouting vision, unless Tips is a crafty bugger. The way that it would make sense as to why B thought he needed to cut inwards there is if Tips walked all the way to the edge of the vision here and then lapped left. If that's the case, then Tips is a smart boy. What we got here on the sheep count as a result of that? Looks like, wow, Tips didn't really get... Okay, there we go. He's going to get the 2 there. That kind of makes it okay for Tips. I think B could have got so much more than that out of that than he realized there. So he's going to now circle to the right side. He should get, I think, the majority yield here. And he is going into the military wing, which makes a lot of sense. This is a really popular match up for this Civ Clash. I think military wing right now feels like the most built for Feudal Age in general. But in this matchup in particular, it counters the initial spearman spam you always get from a natural military school, and then preps you to be ahead on the following opening, where Ottomans would like to go for Sipahi. Instead, they have to open archery range to count the spears. This opening from Abbasids is very similar to what happens in the Delhi matchup, where you don't get to choose your desirable comp, right? Because both Delhi and Ottomans, the green flag boys, both like to open with the cavalry comp, because that has dictatorial potential, right? You can choose where you fight, how you fight, you can pull away from fights, and you can also raid. But I think that's why you're seeing most Abbasid players prioritize this wing. It disarms 2 of the most annoying civs with cavalry right now from that play entirely. So how are we looking at the end with the sheep haul? 10, 12, yeah. And of course, remember, B is going to be on the berries here, so his food's going to last a lot longer. He's shifting across to the mining camp here for the second TC. So that's the other beneficial thing here. Abba needs to stay 1 TC? No. I think there's a lot of matchups in the military wing opening where you go 2 TC, and this is one of them. You can try to all in the Ottomans. I just think it's a rough spawn for that. Right? Like, if you were to try for a 1 TC all in, you need this kind of exposed eco where both wood lines, the Ottos is behind, and all their production's on the forward. Even then, it feels like you're throwing a Hail Mary. So, remember to cross on the stone. Second TC is likely to be dropped down here on the D and the berries. And the cool thing about that is it blocks the back exit into his base while also securing the 8 stack of berries. And that's not too bold of a placement, by the way, because of the melee opening. This is why you do military wing. Is like military wing literally allows you to get your greed. If you just try to eco wing, I mean, you're going to be doing some like Diakusi level of TCing in one screen, right? You're just going to be sitting on a hill with 6 TCs not moving. And you're going to be praying your opponent doesn't break you before them, which sometimes works, but most of the time will not. This way, you ensure the Ottoman player has to react in a way they don't want to, which is archer opening. That buys you enough time for the TC drop. And then after that, you still have this potential to scale into Feudal Army, or even think about 3 TC depending on your opponent's reactions. In this matchup, it should just be 2 TC. Someone needs to teach Tips to push in the deer. Maybe. I don't think you want to be trying to push in deer here right now when there's like 4 military units could be chasing you though, right? The weird part to me though is, yeah, B didn't aggro with his opening. That's kind of surprising. Most players will run towards the enemy base to keep them contained. It's almost like he's expecting a stable opening still, which is really surprising. B should know this matchup is always dictated by the military wing, forcing the archery range. So I guess he's playing overly defensive. I don't think this is necessary. I'd say B is missing out on a bigger edge that he could have right now It's not going to ruin his game what he's done here, protecting the TC. But I do think he missed an opportunity to hurt Tips in this early game. It means Tips can get the stone early for free. It means he's going to get a quicker timing to his second military school. It means he doesn't have to take a bad trade before the first archers come out. And that's a good TC placement. He will want to push these deer in. In fact, I imagine B is going to use the military wing units now. Yeah, there we go. That explains it then. So the logic for him is he could have went and traded, but instead he just wants to maximize his eco. And that's another benefit you get with the military wing play, right? Is your opponent sees you're doing it, they have to defend. And then if you attack, you trade well still because these units are free. If you don't attack, they're still stuck defending as if you're going to come up. And in the meantime, you can make plays like this. Tips needs to intercept this, but needs to also be careful because if that TC gets garrisoned, he will instantly get killed. Credit to him. Tips did break that up quite nicely, but this should still get pushed in. If this was another Civ, you'd actually be tilted with what Tips done there because you'd be like, oh, well, now I'm going to have to come out and hunt some deer here. This is the Abbasids, though, so they can start on the berries, and it's actually better than if they were on the deer. Other side of this, I think Tips is going fast castle. Ooh. Nice snipe, no vision. Tips. This is definitely fast castle. I mean, he has a baby-level army right now. He might try to play out to aggro onto this location, but even if he does that, it's going to be way too late. The military wing is already pushed in the units, right? And yeah, Tips is staying pretty hard on gold. It might be about Wheelbarrow. It might be that he's prioritizing Undermesh here with a fast castle build with Stables follow-up, which he's got coming. It could just be that he's prepping gold for Undermesh plus Knights, which I'm totally fine with here. So Wheelbarrow is, like, I do think Wheelbarrow is overrated on a lot of these fast castle timings. He only has, what, 7 people on wood? The rest are condensed on food and gold. So if he's not going to move his economy around much more, I think Wheelbarrow is really overrated here. Much better just to get the fast castle timing and then have Undermesh with your first 2 or 3 knights. B building a camel archer is not something I had on my bingo list, which is weird because it's B, so I should have everything on my bingo list. B building 3 archery ranges that could all be pumping camel archers was also definitely not on my bingo list. Okay, so it's only the one. It definitely wasn't a misclick, by the way. Remember, these things are a few keys rather apart. So I guess it's because he's worried about the Sipahi. Makes a lot of sense, right? Sipahi have very high base damage. They just annihilate archers. Still feels a little bit unessential here. I think it would have been better to have a Rax just pumping Spearmen in. Maybe he's a bit worried this could be a prolonged feudal, and you don't want to do max Spearmen in the mid-game against the feudal army of the Ottomans, but okay. I guess it gives him the potential to poke if he comes across the enemy eco. And there we go. Mehmed Imperial Army on the way. Still has got a lot of people on the gold. Like, he needs to queue up Undermesh. This is really inefficient if Tips doesn't get Undermesh. It could be he wants the gold to upgrade Sipahi, but I don't feel like you scale Sipahi here. I think you go Knights. Knights, Men at Arms makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, B on the other side. Already starting to stockpile. So he brings enough archers to defend the second TC. I think this is where you cut production. Outside of a little bit spent on the heavy wood units, you just go towards the castle age now. You're not going to match the Ottoman timing, sure, but the cool thing is, like, if you start the tech timing ASAP, you'll still be able to produce units in prep for the initial men-at-arms coming. B also going up the wall, so he's forcing the fight towards that second TC. He didn't push in the second deer, but that's absolutely fine because, well, he didn't even start gathering the deer yet at all. B also maneuvering towards the enemy base. He is going to block with the scout here, so the wall going up from Tips is going to be a fail. Camel Archer is arriving with 13 damage per strike. And yes, you're seeing that correctly. No textiles, so one villager at least could have been going down there. Looks like he's not quick enough to pull forward. Sipahi cannot react to this, though, and B's timing may have been perfect here. Tips, with only 3 of each unit type, means he can't fight up against this many archers and instead starts losing villagers. A great read there, and now Wheelbarrow this late. That's unfortunate. Tips, if he was going to go this wide and try to play deer in the end, I don't think he should have delayed the Wheelbarrow. If he was going to keep tight on the base, I think it was fine, but now he gets punished. Tips. Well, from this position, I don't have confidence in the Ottomans right now. Like, this is kind of rough, right? Like, you have the tech advantage, sure, but B is only a minute behind, and he's already at your base, which means you're the one handling idle eco. And you can't afford that in a game where you're now already 14 villages behind. Sure, you've got passive production, given, for military school now coming in. But you're also up against the Abbasids with a 15% golden age. Doesn't really compete as strong as you'd expect. Be great if the deer were under the TC. Yeah, so I would have understood it if Tips hadn't built the additional units, that it was just about him denying the deer play by B. But I agree, there was an opportunity to shove this back when he had the surplus spearmen, he had the archers he built, he even had the Sipahi, right? So good read there coming in from Faye. Unfortunately, though, Tips not choosing to secure that food. Now taking risks, and he's once again going to get blocked here. Another villager goes down. Wheelbarrow has been researched, but folks, he won't even be able to build the mosque in time now. Castle Age has been reached by B. Tips has to cancel the mosque. He has got 4 men at arms here. The Camel Archer actually has decent damage against this. The tickling does hurt as well. Tips has got the level 1 under mesh now, so B is going to back away. It looks like he has prep, preservation, and knowledge, so upgrades are going to be funneling through quite fast soon. Tips, I'm a bit worried that he misread what his opening should be here. Maxing on men at arms versus getting 1 Lancer here. I think 1 Lancer would have been a game changer in this type of format. B is sending everything to the front side. He's not holding anything back. 1 Lancer would change that. He'd have to hold archers, spearmen to defend against you, and that would have made this a bit easier to push back, right? Imagine if there's just no spears here to slow you down so the archers could trade out better. Step B. We'll start to step back. Remember now we're at 20 eco lead. Tips. Still doesn't have that mosque, right? Okay, he built it down the north side. In fact, he double mosques here. B, I don't think he cares about this, right? Like, Abbasids aren't really one of those civs you ever see play for mosques, which I think is good. To me, it's too greedy. I think Abbasids, when you go multi-TC, how efficient you are scaling, you could afford to go mosque play here, but quite often there's a timing window, right? And I think we're approaching that. Spearman being added in. Phalanx upgrade coming through. Remember, these are all much cheaper now for B, which means he's going to have additional eco to inflate into army as we move forward. Surprised by the lack of Gulam coming in. More surprised by the lack of crossbows. B's not thinking... Okay, there we go. I was about to say, there's no way he's thinking about spamming into composite bows, because that would work great here against mass men at arms. So it looks like crossbow are now in the way. That's true. The 1 Camel Archer does make Tips a little bit afraid of making knights, but my whole point, I think it's a fair one here, right? Is like, you're not spamming knights for the main fight. You're building 1 or 2 to backstab. And because camels only really matter if they are like in the main fight there, really, if you're scaling into knights hard, I think you still get raid value. Yeah, I still think it's a missed trick by Tips, especially when you consider he's still been scaling into Sipahi. So it's not like he's completely ignored cavalry here. Gulam now being added in, so B just essentially ticking every box. It is going to be the composite bows we talked about. Makes sense when you've got 25 archers, right? Like, it's actually a pretty cost-efficient tech at that stage. Also, guarantees that Tips can't rely on Janissaries to recover his game. Now, I'm not really expecting B to rush towards Janis, but Tips to rush towards Janis here, but with B going into Gulams and the potential for, say, you know, knights down the line when B's got so much golden food coming in, Janis just naturally fit into the plan for the Ottomans, right? I think this is actually the point where the Abbasids can actually beat Ottomans most frequently, is because most Otto players want to shift in towards Sipahi Jani, rather, and Abbasids are very confident playing Spear Archer. B moves forward though for the fight. Mango just trying to find some good shots, but B on point with the micro, minimizing the losses here. Also, keep in mind, because he's targeting the clusters of archers, he's not going after the crossbows. And that's exactly what Tips needs to be killing right now. In fact, if he doesn't kill the crossbows, he's going to lose this fight. Villagers even showing up for reasons unexplained. Doesn't matter though. Men at arms count down to 9. Mangonel is going to fall, and the army is going to be lost here. And I think that might be game. Tips, that military loss is unacceptable at this stage. 9 men at arms left. Now up against 8 Ghoulems, 9 crossbows, 27 archers. I don't really see how you come back from this. That was just really well played by B. He waits for tips to come to him because he knows with the men-at-armor spam he has to, right? You're on the clock before crossbow transition comes out. B done a phenomenal job of keeping the small number of crossbows away from the clusterings. It meant that the Mango was targeting after archers. I don't think it struck down a single crossbow in that engagement. And that Sipahi raid, it's never going to hit because of the choke point that B chose to fight in. Just great utilization of the map in multiple ways in this game by B. Now puts him on the precipice of victory. And Tips, well, tripped up in military value and also far behind an eco. I don't really see a way that the Ottomans can bring this back. Archers are going to dive in. Good choice. With the composite bows, it is going to be a good trade. Heavy damage onto the archer, sure, but clears it up. And now he builds his own Mango. And, well, funnily enough, the Mangos are kind of unnecessary here. Tips isn't switching unit type. It's still just going to be raw men-at-arms. But as long as B accompanies this with the Ghoulems from the Abbasids, the Mangos are going to be fine. And, yeah, that's kind of now what I don't want to see. This late in the game, Tips is now trying to produce Knights. And he's trying to do it passively. So he did take the point. It's too late. I think active production of Knights at the beginning of the age would have made a lot of sense. I think Faye is right that, like, Camel Archer did bait him not to go for the Knights. But I think he needed to read it for what it was. Sure, there's a Camel there, but it doesn't mean you can't raid. He needed to raid. There's just so many villages that B has at this stage that there would have been 4 or 5 different exposed points that you could tack. And instead, well, there's only one point being attacked right now. And it's straight into the Ottoman center. I don't know what Tips' recovery point is here, really. I think he's just living on a prayer. And now he's going to say his prayers. Mango hit. Maximum value there. That's going to be GG. There literally is no comeback anymore. I mean, there hasn't been for about 4 minutes ever since that fight. Great opening by B. Tips, I mean, a guy with a lot of potential for sure, but you can see that these two players are still a mile apart. B, taking what a matchup that I think is meant to favor the Ottomans, just found the right line to play here. And, well, once he started to drift towards that second TC, once he found the exposed weakness in this tech uptime from Tips, he didn't let up. B, I'm starting to think he wasn't inactive for 4 months. I'm starting to think that this man has actually just been having a bunch of Smurf accounts because this does not look like a guy who hasn't been playing since pre-expansion. This looks like a guy who's very cozy. Now, admittedly, this is between 2 civs that are old, but I've seen him also looking hot in the new civs as well. So, B, starting to make me wonder, what Smurf was he? Who was he pretending to be this time all along? Whew. I think Tips could have gone to castle a lot faster with better villages splits. True. B was on vacation. I was there with him. We've been scuba diving in the Middle East together. Uh-huh. Yep. Very, very, very belief. Actually, where was it someone said he'd been? Someone said Sri Lanka. How many times have I cast him without knowing? Well, that's the thing. How would I know? Wait, guys, hear me out. You remember we used to say, whoopsie. You remember we used to say, if it's a Smurf and we don't know the name, the person, it's Mr. What if it's a Smurf and we don't know who, it was B? Figured it out. All right, let's see who else we've got online. B versus Vertex. Eh. Wait, is it another? It's another Ottoman player, isn't it? Yeah. We'll check if we've got any other known names. Myriad, guys, do we do it? Myriad versus Philisberto. That's a tempting, tasty morsel. Let me just double check if there's anyone else. Voldy and Lash are fighting as well. I mean, I think we got to see Jeanne d'Arc versus the Mongol spammer, right? Why are you guys gonna flame fillers? But whoa! I can't believe someone who Crackety. I'm literally just gonna check your data now. How many games of Chinese is this? I'm sorry, I can't allow this. If you're gonna shame him, I've got to shame you too. All right. How many games do you actually have on Chinese now? Crackety, you're at 463 games on the Chinese. That is 40% your pick rate. Poor Philly. Be fair, this season... No. We're not doing this BS of this season. Oh, this season you're a prolific Byzantine spammer. Well done. You've traded one trick to another. 0 China games? How? Yeah. Wait, how many is Yuji? Because wait. Actually, I've got to double check this. I'm the police right now. Guys, Crackety was like, I refuse to play Juji on ladder because it's unethical. Let's just double check. We got to keep him honest here. It's very important to me. 10 games since the December patch. 10 games. 10 unethical games, Crackety, of Juji's legacy. You vile human being. Still missed the 15 TC Mongol spam. Yeah, that's why we need to get Crackety back on an EGC broadcast. Get that sub goal. Was for a build order video. Yeah, sure. All right, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. It's time for a showdown between Dirty OP Civ, at least if you ask Reddit. Myriad is going to be playing as Jeanne d'Arc, and the reason I thought this would be very fun is that he's up against Philisberto. Philisberto, who you may know from a few previous videos. This man does tend to... What's the word I'm looking for? Worship the Khanate. Love the Mongols. Love thine Mongol. Be thine Mongol. Become thine Mongol. Philisberto has almost 900 games as the Mongols on this account. Where other people joined Age of Empires 4 when the game first came out, and they learnt the Mongol spam, and they moved on, Philisberto couldn't. You know, it's like an addiction he just couldn't kick. He loves this Civ. I think about 80% of his games at this stage on this account is this Civ. So I thought, wouldn't it be fun to see the Mongols versus Jeanne d'Arc? Because everyone feels Jeanne d'Arc is kind of bust at the moment. It's funny as well, actually, because if you ask the top 100 players, the poll would heavily favor the idea that Jeanne is fine. In fact, her win percentage in the absolute top of Conk definitely supports that. Curious to see how this matchup plays out, because Jeanne d'Arc, I feel like we've seen limited amounts of Jeanne d'Arc. We've seen even more limited amounts of Mongols at the moment. Most players seem pretty content with how they want to play it. It's funny as well. I feel like usually I'm seeing things like Mongols, Byzantines a lot, but never this matchup. I feel like this might be the first or second game, in fact, of the expansion where I've seen this matchup. So let's see how it begins, because it looks like Philisberto is going to be opening with the Rax. That's kind of weird, right? Does that feel weird? I'm trying to think if, like, there's no way he's going to outpost rush this, right? I mean, you theoretically could. The thing that I don't like about it is Jeanne, weirdly enough, can just woman up and fight you pretty well, right? Like, I don't think she's that bad at brawling against the initial spears that they show up. It just comes down to whether you scout it early. The thing is, like, Jeanne can build outposts quicker, right? So if Jeanne just walks over and starts building an outpost, here's a thought for you. It's kind of crazy. You rush, you try to build an outpost on the goal. Jeanne just sits there building the outpost, and you attack her. Jeanne has 150 HP. She doesn't care. How much gold is it to rebuy? 100 gold. Level 1 Jeanne costs 100 gold to rebuy. Myriad apparently thinks he's going to need to rebuy her quite a few times. It's got 348 gold. Good lord, he's at least getting ready for the mill. That's kind of crazy, actually. I don't feel like I often see players gather that much gold at the start. I guess he expected to be pulled off the gold. Yeah, Philisberto is on the way there. So Myriad, he might actually just delete the mining camp early. The Khan isn't showing himself yet. So if he gets a shot out for free, Myriad can't delete this. What's very bold, actually, is the fact that Myriad built a mill. I feel like a lot of players just don't do this up against the Mongols early on. In fairness, though, he built it close enough to the TC that Spearman can't just sneak in and start burning it down. Outpost on the way, though. This is a double goal back. So, okay, here's the crazy thing. I think if you knew the spawn going into this game, and you're Philisberto, this pull of a villager, this Spearman play, makes 100% sense. I'm not convinced you would do it if the golds weren't literally all in a corner like this. This is crazy. I mean, maybe Philly did just know somewhere we didn't. Maybe there's just a way that the map spawned that we haven't anticipated here. Or maybe Philly just loves his outpost rushing a bit too much. Because, admittedly, every game I've seen of Philosberto, minus the ones where he faces off against Don, he outpost rushes. Now, the reason he doesn't in the Don ones is because Don outpost rushes him. But outside that, he commits to this play every game I've watched of him so far. People are asking, how do I find these interesting AoE4 matchups? I punt. I punt countless amounts, folks. You don't realize how much searching I have to do. We just hop in and see how it goes. And someone asking you delete the burning building. If it's already burning, then yeah. It's if you repair it and they burn it again, then they get paid again. But the moment it burns, the Mongols are being paid. So the only way you can stop them is before they do any damage, or just stopping them from getting it down to burn. If the Khan comes in and shoots the camp once, then you can't delete it. Philosberto behind this. I love the Gur's been looking for food. He's going Deerstone. I think that's actually the correct call here. I don't think you can trade against Jeanne d'Arc. This is French, so there's going to be traders coming out. On top of that, the other issue you run into here is if you don't have Deerstone, these knights diving your base will find kills. So the cool thing when you have Yam is you can actually quite often just run circles around your TC while the diving knight gets killed. So pretty smart read there. Philosberto is definitely a guy who loves his trade. We've watched him build 5 marketplaces and boom trade as quickly as possible. But smart of him to ID that this is not a game where that's allowable. And look at that. Wow, I've never seen that before. Have you guys seen this unit? This must be a new unit. What's it called? Genie d'Arc. Never heard of it before. Of course, it's going to be the Woman at Arms. Yeah, honestly, I'm praying that we get a patch soon to buff Hunter. It's kind of sad how irrelevant Hunter is. What kind of also feels weird to me is I just genuinely don't know why Jeanne d'Arc Woman at Arms gets bonus damage versus huntable animals. That almost feels like the... If people really want... Okay, I don't want to give them ideas, but if they wanted to nerf, like, that actually would be a huge nerf in itself. If she didn't get bonus damage, and then Archer did against Huntable. Personally, I'm of the opinion that I think actually the Hunter just needs to be buffed. I don't think Jeanne, this form, needs that much of a nerf. I do think that the Hunter should ricochet, so right now, the reason why you're seeing so much Women at Arms, apart from the obvious of what you can do in the early game, it's also the fact that when you go for Archer form, you scale terribly. You hit one unit harder with Divine Arrows. You don't really hit stuff hard enough to make that much of a difference, in my opinion, either. Meanwhile, Jeanne does an AoE. So she can hit... So think about it this way, right? So, like, level 1 Holy Arrow is 40 damage. Level 2, I believe it's 100. Sorry, level 3, right, is 100. So you could do 100 damage, or you could cleave, let's say, 20 units for 35 damage each. Do the maths on that. And tell me why you would ever choose Hunter. Personally, I would love to see Hunter mode ricochet. That would be sick, right? If you're able to shoot, and if there's extra units nearby, it ricochets X number of times. Or you just make it a forward conal shot with less damage. Something like that, either way, would maybe make her a bit more interesting. I also find it really baffling that the Woman at Arms is quicker than the Hunter. Am I the only one that finds that a bit crazy, that the person wearing armor somehow runs quicker than the person who has none? Alright, guys, no. I've got an idea. I've got an idea to make Jeanne super fun. People are going to hate it, though. Late game, Jeanne d'Arc, like, when she reaches Mecha Jeanne, her archer shot changes to a skill shot across map. Right? You shoot in a direction, the first thing to get hit by it takes X damage. Okay, I'm really going full MOBA now, I know. Well, Myriad looks at like he's going full Divide here. He's had enough of this tower. Love the fact he went Horseman here, by the way. This is pretty crafty. He hasn't got access to gold. A lot of people would have just went Scouts instead to be more efficient, but the reason this is a good idea is if this was trade, he could have shut it down. If he saw exposed eco, he could have shut it down. Now, crafty little Philly has done the double TC build behind this, but now, having access to gold, Myriad can still fall back to the Knights, be all the stronger for it. Yes, 3 villagers do go down, but don't worry, Myriad has a plan. He liked TCs. He built TCs. I do think that the villager pull was a little bit overkill, right? Like having a horseman there with the archers probably would have been good enough for itself, but feels a little bit gluttonous. If Myriad goes free TC, I think it's okay. I do think the timing can be pretty good here for Myriad. Like Philippa, what? He literally has no army whatsoever. The fact he hasn't been prepping archers before this is baffling. I think he's going to get punished. Oh my. Myriad. Okay, no, wait. Hear me out. Felisberto is just so ahead of the meta. He's actually God right now. You know what we all haven't realized? We're all here like, oh my god, Philly doesn't have a standing army. What a pleb. Yeah, but here's the problem with a standing army, folks. A spearman gives 8 XP to Jean. Villagers only give 5. We've solved it. And because you have Yam, the villagers just keep running away. We've solved it. You know what the solution to Jeanne d'Arc is, right? If you're concerned that someone's playing a MOBA in your game, you just need to play a tower defense simulator. And I think that's what Philly's doing here. Outpost setup, double TC. Honestly, I say we bump those outpost numbers up, get another one down here on Duvu. Myriad needs to get undermesh. I'm a little bit surprised the blacksmiths have been dropped, but he didn't already have what he needs. Actually, yeah, he needs to really rush the gold here. Because Felisberto is escalating a lead, right? He's now 10 eco ahead. Second TC has come in from Myriad, so it relieves the pressure a little bit, but it's still a big edge for Philly to have. And yeah, so this matchup can be a little bit rough for the Mongols because the what's been highlighted where they need to trade, right? And that means you're going to lose and give XP. The other reason it kind of be rough for the Mongols is right now we're only seeing Sok builds, but soon we'll see Cock builds. Once we get to Chamber of Commerce with Jean, because I think I don't know if it's still, but it was bugged before. Once we get Jeanne d'Arc trade, I think that's when people are going to be really frustrated. Because right now, the counter that people have came up with, and I don't think it's the only way to counter her, but it's like, I guess the easiest is you just sit in your base. You don't come out. Cool thing about the Chamber of Commerce build for Jeanne d'Arc, you have to come out. It's similar to Mongol trade, right? The logic is that you have to come to me. I don't just have to now aggro you. If you don't come out and do something, I'm going to win by eco. Now, Philly's solution to Jean would be Keshik's here. But that's going to be really expensive with his eco-styling. Because he went for the Deerstone instead of Silver Tree, he doesn't have that typical scaling you get at this stage from trade into Keshik spam. So it's going to be a little bit slower. He can gather on the gold, sure. But remember, he went to TC, and he hasn't fully repaid that TC burden yet. In fact, he's having to spam pastures, which just feels so bad at this stage. TC is going to get Garrison. Khan. Oof, just about gets away with that. Yeah, so this is where I don't think Felisberto feels confident anymore, right? It's like he just scoured us a second TC behind it, and he just had to invest in an insane amount of pastures. 11, in fact. And you might argue that pastures are good. I agree. But remember, at this stage of the game, having to do this at this stage of the game doesn't feel good. I will shake my head at anyone who says that this feels good right now. Does it feel good down the line? Sure. Do you know what else feels good down the line? Farms, right? You know what else feels good down the line? An investment in a very cozy, like, Apple-type company 50 years from now. But when I first put that money in, I ain't feeling good. Right? When I initially put that money in, I'm like, oh, man, what else could I have done with it? He would have loved to have played deer, boar, berries, whatever, like all these type of areas, but the spawn just doesn't have anything close enough, and you're against the Jeanne d'Arc faction, right? So you don't want to trade. So Philly is basically doing this because he will not come out. The risk he runs here is if Myriad just goes for blacksmiths into siege engineering, he can force his hand. Khan goes down. Whoop-de-doo. Who cares? He wasn't going to do anything in the next 10 minutes anyway. And yeah. Kraken's trying to defend these pasture spams with his TC build. This is on 2. We haven't got 10 TCs, guys. In fact, we're at risk of overpopulating the screen with pastures, not town centers. Yeah, Myriad, honestly, this many archers, I genuinely think you just get a ram. I mean, yes, Philsbo can pack things up and move away, but it keeps forcing his hand. The longer that Myriad waits at this pace, I think it gives Philly a way of breaking out. And actually, he's getting Keshix now, which is peeling off to raid. Just feels like Myriad is standing here staring, right? Like, you need to be doing something elsewhere, either extra eco greed, a tech up, or an all-in. And it looks like Myriad is going to choose the middle option here. Food and gold being gathered. He slowed down production, so we are looking at a Castle Age build from Myriad. What are we getting for Philly? Should just be more feudal play, right? I do love this Keshik element, by the way. A lot of players wouldn't do this playing the way that Philly plays. They would literally just go Spear Archer, and never leave. Keshiks can't be chased, right? There's no unit in this army from Myriad that's going to kill them. I mean, Horsemen could chase them, but even if they do, you pull them so far away that if they die, Jean's getting no XP. That being said, one issue I do take with Myriad's, with Philsbo rather's build, it's so slow that Myriad is naturally going to tick into level 3 at this rate. Level 3, if you kill the boars, comes around, like, what, 19 minutes, I believe it is? Depends on how many wolves you get, sure, but by 20 minutes, we typically see level 3 Jean, even without fights. And remember, she did get a fight. She got an outpost worth 10 XP, and then they killed the spearman afterwards worth 8 XP each. Keshix. I'll give you a match now by Knights. I think Keshix win 4 versus 2 here. You can kind of target the Keshix down there, right? There we go. Third Knight's going to be the difference maker. That's a bad trade to begin with for Myriad, but the follow-up is good. 2 Knights should be able to beat 3 Keshix as long as you get the charge off, because the bonus damage will be the difference maker there. On top of having, obviously, an extra chunk of HP. Khan? What? Philsbo really doesn't like having a Khan. Yeah, Myriad is taking way too long with this tech up. I think he's opening the way for Philly to get back into this game. I mean, technically, Philly's eco lead scaling has been blunted, and in fairness, he's going to run out of wood soon, so maybe Myriad's thought process is he just needs to have enough army to fight him when he comes to the second wood line. Just kind of feels like you're making this game harder on yourself there, right? Like, Myriad just needs to get Castle Age. I don't think it's even an optional now. It's a mandatory. And when you've got 17 people on gold, really, by this point, you should already be there. And yeah, I agree. His food, like, this is another reason he isn't. Like, the food is just getting absurd. But also, the thing that makes me uncomfortable about this game now from Myriad is, like, we're reaching a stage where your food is absurd, but your food is absurd temporarily. You haven't made farms, right? So, like, you're doing boar, you're doing berries, you're doing deer. It feels good now. But look, now he has to do this farm transition. I think this is smartly ideated by Myriad. I've seen a lot of players play Jean like this, and they just run out of food when they finally tech up. And they're just dead. Their game is over. Myriad is at least going to still be able to play forward because he has the foresight to set up farms. But there's no denying this Guildhall could have been 3 minutes earlier. And that would mean that he's already scaling towards Imperial Age 3 minutes quicker because of the way Guildhall works. You leave it with food, and you tech up. But tech up timing should line up nicely here. Guildhall on the way. Level 3 Jean in. I hope he locks in the Sacred Sites. I'm going to thump my head against the keyboard if I watch another player not take Sacred Sites with Jean. He might think he wants to fight. I don't think you do right now. Philsbo has 22 Keshiks and 22 Spears. Right now, if these two armies clash, Philsbo is going to clap some cheeks. Myriad, if he does at least get the veteran season, times this right, it's a different matter, but it's all about timing. All about vision right now. Philsbo sees Myriad coming a mile off here. And he's got the Yam to gap close. Knights and Jean are going to peel. They'll go for the charge in on the Keshiks. Has to back away, though. Maneuver speed arrows use Yam as well. So Myriad just needs to get the hell out of dodge here. Just barely dodges death there. Gets past the tree line just in time. Khan is dead. Philsbo truly hates having a leader. And now with a perfect 2-2-2-2-2-2, Kurultai is going to be built up by 47 workers. Now, keep in mind, this is actually really smart by Philly. What he's doing here, it means if you now tech up like this, like most civs would be weak for this tech up, right? But because of the Kurultai, it's almost like you've got veterancy on your units. So Myriad can't dive this base. He has to back away. And that means now Philly can get into veterancies and then look to fight with Kurultai. So instead, Myriad needs to go and find eco. Unfortunately, Myriad is not checking south. If he did, my God, what he would find in this game. He knows there's gold down there. Wait. How can you know there's gold down there but do this? I think Myriad's getting tunnel vision right now. He dives in towards the TC. He's going to cut down a few villages. But this feels like an overextension. And, well, I don't know what's happening with Jean there. Looks like he's going to start burning down pastures. Not really the most valuable play when he's got this many, but okay. Dive deeper. This doesn't feel like it should be good for Jean right now. I mean, you have a one-off heal, but there's consistent heal coming through for Felisberto. Felisberto, who has got his upgrades coming in soon, but it seems like Myriad is trying to force the fight before those upgrades arrive. And that was a critical blunder by Myriad. I don't know what the hell was going through his mind, but I know what is now. Felisberto's sword. Well, that's one way to throw away a lead. I am perplexed right now by this choice by Myriad to go in. I mean, it's one thing to A-click into the enemy base, but also the other thing that's baffling this game is Myriad can see how many Keshiks Felisberto has built. He just saw him tech up. Felisberto needs gold. You already blocked the north side gold. You've seen there's a back gold on the map. Like, look, this is the vision right now, that where he's checked. He knows there's gold here. He knows there's gold over here. These ones are easy to check, so's here. Instead of checking any of them, Myriad dove the base, and now, sure, he's shrunk the eco of Philly, but the cost, the price you just paid is far too high. Keshik, Spears, march forward towards the base of Myriad. Myriad now losing eco as the archers snipe in. And this is a fight he's not going to win. Jean de Cleve, no Divine Restoration for a whole minute here. Continues to push in. Villagers being rallied towards the TC, but the archers are going to dive. And Felisberto now looking like he's going to get about a 20 eco lead, if not more. Flood over. Keshik's now moving to the secondary TC. Kurultai is also on the way. I mean, this kind of just feels over. Myriad can recover if he goes imp, but that's the only way I see him looking good here. I don't know. This feels like one of the biggest lead throws I've seen in a while. It's kind of deceptive because you see the numbers, you're like, oh, well, I wouldn't say Myriad had that big of a lead. Philly had same military, sure, but if you looked 4 minutes in the future, I don't think Philly would have. Because Philly wouldn't have had map control. And in a fight away from Kurultai, Myriad would have won. Instead, now, there's no doubt in my mind. Myriad is running around like a headless chicken, but don't worry, Felisberto is looking to make a few chicken nuggets, and you're the key ingredient here. But before that, he needs to butcher, and that's exactly what he's doing. Myriad, in fact, he just walked back with the villagers with the A-click maneuver there. I think that was a misclick, or maybe just a lack of choice here, because Keshik's becoming the backstab. Myriad has lost way too much now. It's over 40 workers killed in the last 2 minutes. Felisberto, now up at 3 TC, by the way, because you killed my eco, and now you're going to die. He's setting up the trade. Everything looks up for Philly. I don't know how Myriad comes back. And, you know, in fairness to Myriad, this is Felisberto's best Civ. He knows pretty much everything he needs to about the Civ. Myriad probably still learning plenty about Jean, especially when you go up against players who just eco-dents you, right? They refuse to come out. Jean feels very different to play. Big lessons here for Myriad. I think he genuinely should have played for Fast Castle. He should have went Castle Age probably 3 minutes earlier. On top of that, he should have waited on the dive. He should have looked for the eco. If he cut off the gold, I think Felisberto was dead in this game. Instead, he dove the Mongol base. He dove double TC, choke points with mass melee, up against Kurultai buff. All because he was worried about the veteran upgrades. Without remembering that Kurultai essentially is the veteran upgrade. I don't know what Myriad thinks his recovery point is here. I mean, I remember the last game we cast, it was because he had 5 relics. And I'm not trying to make Myriad look bad here. It's just the games we find. This is literally a live cast. I don't know what the outcome's going to be. Don't blame me. whoa, no. He picked Jeanne d'Arc. According to Reddit, he deserves this. Admittedly, the guy on the other side has 900 games of Mongols, so yeah. But he picked Jeanne d'Arc, so this is fine. This is balance in the universe. Myriad right now is huffing a Hopium, praying for level 4. He's like, if I just get Jeanne to blast, I can recover. Mecha Jeanne will lead us all. Philly's over here playing Age of Empires 4, but I'm going to be playing Gundam. Oh, buddy. It doesn't work that way. Guildhall, no, Guildhall's on food. Even that, like, even if he had the gold, like, getting Imp here wouldn't recover his game. It's too late. You know how Myriad recovers the game now? Philisberto's internet drops. That's how we get a win for blue here. It's just too much army coming your way. I mean, it's crazy as well because alongside that, he's just double pumping, triple pumping, quadruple pumping, quintuple pump. I don't know what the number 5 is. 5x pumping into trade. Yeah, it's only a 75 worker lead, guys. It's not much. And yes, I've seen Wham do the Archer Jean before Saturday, so I'm not surprised he done it again. There are situations where you can do the Archer Pump, but I think to go back to that original point we began this game with, Archer Pump is like so situational that 95% of games will be women at arms. That to me is bad balancing. It's stupid because like we already have that with other things in the game. Like if you're playing HRE, Mindwork versus Arkan is another example where the weaker landmark just needs a buff. And I think Jeanne Hunter form needs a buff. If you guys just tuned into this game, you'd actually think Jeanne every form needs a buff. Yeah, why not? Well, Sacred Sites are now being locked in. Trade is known about, but Myriad has no answer. I think part of this is Myriad maybe doesn't realize just how far behind he is. He probably knows he's losing. He just doesn't think... How to put this? He feels like it's, I don't know, kind of like a John Cena versus Mike Tyson type fight. What he doesn't realize is it's more like Mike Tyson versus the Paperboy, who's 12 years old and has gamer noodle arms. It ain't even close. And with the White Stupa now on the way with 40 villages, I think he's going to know that. Myriad's still on the food, I'm guessing. Yep, 2.7k food. I feel bad for him because this is standard, right? You always start with food and then you have gold to just get to Imp, but never switched it over at all. House is even being burned. Philly's like, you don't need these. Be free like the Mongols. No, Philly, he actually does. I don't even know why Philisberto is scared right now. He's just like, why lose any units, right? Just get elite. Just wait, lol. He might get Mecha Jeanne and I might lose the game. Philisberto is like, man, I mean, it's impossible for me to lose this game. So if I do lose this game, I'm going to get flamed. That's true. We probably need to revoke Myriad's mod status and give it to Philisberto. I think that's how that works. Myriad just comes in and starts banning everyone. He's like, if I can't win here, I'll win there. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say about this game anymore. Let's just call a spade a spade. That spade just seems to be residing in Myriad's skull, though. Upgrades came in. Kurultai even crawled in range. This is going to be his final stand. Arbitrier trying to hold on, but the problem is there's just not enough knights anymore. And there's way too many Keshiks. Jeanne d'Arc gets Jeanne dunked. Philisberto will prove why he has 900 games in the Mongols. He just keeps winning. It's literally that. If you just keep winning, you keep picking. At least that's what all the diamond level Jeanne spammers keep saying. This Jeanne spammer needs to go back to the drawing board, though. Doesn't work out for him. GG comes out. Philisberto, this guy, I think we're going to have to invite him to a tournament and give someone a ban sieve. see what he does if the Mongols aren't on the table. Well, he basically has every build imaginable that he would require to crush with this Civ right now. Continues his climb. Felisberto now firmly in the top 50. A name to keep an eye on. I don't know if it's going to convert into competitive play because we have bans there usually and also best of threes. But if anyone ever hosts a best of one tournament with no bans, Felisberto is going to clap some cheeks. Just playing a tournament with no bans. Exactly. Just a BO1. Like, you know what we do? BO1 group stage. Felisberto gets by because there's no bans. Boom. We figured it out. Just pick away Mongol. No, yeah. Just do one of those tournaments where there's no... You know what you do? Tournament where there's no mirrors and you have first pick and you take his Mongols. Big brain. Oopsie. Alright, let's see what we got here. Felisberto versus Mu. What would that... That'd be Delhi versus Mongols, right? Actually, no, that'd be... Isn't Mu plays Delhi and Mongols, right? So technically, Mu has double the Civ diversity. Divine English, dude. Not... Okay, I was so over the moon mentally doing cartwheels when I saw that Divine's English got banned for his series we cast on the weekend. I was like, yes! Oh, man. It's crazy as well because Kazi Johan's an English spammer, but he had to ban it. Ooh. Do we do a Byzantine mirror between Vanderdorf and Voldemar? Could be a good one. I don't think there's going to be many other people on right now. Yeah. Byzantine mirrors are fun, right? They're probably the most interesting mirror right now because the contracts give you a lot of like transitional play. I do think that there's no other way of playing a Byzantine mirror other than the Silk Road contract. But I'm hoping someone can prove me wrong on that. Because if you don't have Javs, like, so your alternatives are you go Keshiks, Javs are pretty good Limitane against Keshiks, or you go for Longbows, and Longbows get countered by Javs, right? So it's like, it feels like the only contract you can play. Maybe we see some sort of fast castle play instead, though. Single faction tourney is something Turin will probably do at some point. Yeah, I need to start figuring out some tournaments. I need to have the tournament person respond to me so I can put forward some ideas. I did want to do, I still want to do like show matches. I think would be pretty cool. The answer is sell your oil and make only spears. No. It's sell your oil, fast castle, and make only mangonel outposts. Come on, Faye, you should know this by now. And then you trade to get more olive oil to buy more towers. Oof. Oh, by the way, reminder people, ads, they're annoying. Twitch Prime, use it. Probably going to be live for how many hours, actually? Probably, I might aim for like 6.5 hours today. So plenty of action still to come. Enough Byzantine trade? Yeah. Big Sag. They head away. Yo, what is up, Nico? Coming in with a 5 gifted. You're incredible. Do I just let the noises play out for you guys? Is that what I do? I'll let some of them play out because we have to hop into the game. As soon as I hop in the game, it stops laughing. It's a very long delay for it to laugh again, isn't it? But Nico, you're incredible, buddy. Appreciate you. Love the support. Yo, let's see. You know what'd be incredible? You guys cracked the goal I set in the first week of Jan. If by the end of the week we can crack 250, you guys, whew, that's good. 250 for the month, I'd be impressed, actually. But yeah, keep the support coming. You guys are incredible. Let's get ready for the game. I'm going to cut it short. We got a few laughs, but now I'm going to hop over. So they'll still pop up, but they won't make noises. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action for a business showdown between the Byzantines and the Senitnazibs. I said it in reverse, so I wasn't saying it was a mirror. That's right, it's a Byzantine mirror here between the two Vs. Vanderdorf versus Voldemar. That's right, two no names. We've seen some Vanderdorf recently, and I gotta say, folks, this boy excites me. It's got a lot of potential. It's actually been really incredible witnessing what they can actually do with this Civ in particular. In fact, Vandendorf, just the other week, they showed us a way that you can play with Kairos Siphons and not look like a chump. So I had to witness what they were going to do in a Byzantine mirror against someone like Voldemar. Someone else that excites me about this, right now, I think actually Byzantine mirrors, you literally have two choices. You either play Silk Road Long Feudal or you Fast Castle. Vandendorf strikes me as the type of person who's going to have an ore on top of that ore. Let's see what he's got in mind. Double cistern opening already. Voldemar on the other side only drops one cistern. So already a pretty big deviation here, as Vandendorf did walk out with the 5 villages for the stone drop-offs. I think this does pay for itself quite quickly as well, right? Especially if you walk up here for the initial placement. Now, it is dependent on whether the system placement is also going to keep the berries in range. That is something that Vandendorf wasn't alone in, though. Voldemar could have made that play for the cistern over here for the stone as well to set up the berries later. Instead, though, I think Vandendorf is going to go towards the Grand Winery here. Meanwhile, Voldemar goes for the Imperial Hippodrome. Interesting. And, well, Myriad, the idea of 2 TC play here, maybe. Even after Dumu shoo the insane double TC play by 5 minutes, I don't think Dumu has been doing that anymore. So it almost feels like people were starting to experiment with the idea of fast second TC of Byzantines. Haven't seen it in a while, though. Maybe I've just been watching the wrong games, but it feels like everyone's just stopped it since about 2 weeks ago. But I am glad that we're seeing more and more Hippodrome. It's an interesting matchup for Hippodrome, considering your opponent has access to Limitania, though. And, well, you mentioned the 2TC can be tough for this map, but I think that's also why we're seeing Hippodrome from both sides here. Check this. Hippodrome is really smart on a map like Gorge because everything's very open. It's very hard to defend your eco. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get some very weirdly shaped walls to protect the woodlines quite early on. One I'm very big fan of, but we don't see too frequently, is creating like a small little wall in that is pushed inwards, right? So you create like a pyramid top towards your TC, and then you have a small gap that you just walk in and lumber here. We'll have to see if either player wants to do it. I think both of them do have desirable wood lines for that. Interesting detail here. Voldemar was going to start with the lumber camp. Looks like he deleted it, though, or cancelled it, rather. So prioritize the wood elsewhere instead, onto the mining camp. And does Voldemar have enough wood for the... I don't think so, no. No, I was about to say, he does not have enough wood to just go second TC now, not with this build, so he will have to go for the lumber camp. And yeah, Aqueduct's a little bit slow to shift across for the cisterns here. Meanwhile, other side, Hippodrome with Vige is at least going to be Voldemar, but Vandendorf isn't going to be too far behind. Interesting placement here as well, building it forward like this, but it sets him up onto the berries. I'm usually not a very big fan in these mirrors of placing your military landmark ahead of the TC, right? Think English longbow matchups. Whoever puts that council hall out in the mid-map typically loses because the moment you lose map control, you can't spawn new. That's not a problem with this, though. With Hippodrome, because it's cavalry, they move away so quickly. And now, because he placed it here, guess what? Villagers are in range to instantly go across to the berries. Now we should just get a horseman showdown, right? But I would be surprised if Vandendorf doesn't have to add in Rax first, just because he knows he's tech behind, and the difference in timing should be a 2-horseman lead if Voldemar just wants to keep pumping. It looks like that's all he wants to do here. Difference already showing here, and the fact that actually Vandendorf is going to go towards Wheelbarrow makes a lot of sense, though. He's going to need that to peel away. Cool thing right now is because there's no play immediately into Expilatoris, you can actually defend the initial horseman raid with Akratoi. It just gets a little bit tricky in this matchup because of the Triumph. What, you don't... Whoa. Are we criticizing Vandendorf's very pretty, more realistic-looking aqueducts? Got to keep the water away from the building, because there's like this really irresponsible person who keeps throwing their used diapers into the aqueducts if they're too close. Just thoughtful base building, mate. Vandendorf showing his city simulation skills. Voldemar, too much of a sweaty gamer. Straight out onto the berries. Horseman. Yeah, well, it's touching the TC, but only at one point, right? So you just put the responsible mayor in the left side room there. And then the crazy person with the diapers can't hold them far enough. It's logical baseball. I still want to see this little concave. I don't really see it often, but like this idea of just building these walls inwards and then chopping deep in the tree line protects you at all times. And it makes a lot of sense when you're up against mass horsemen here. Vandendorf, as expected, does blink first here. Goes for Limitane. Raid on the other side, though. His horsemen go going with the Triumph. Actitoid does get activated here. Gives the extra armor. And no Expilatores, right? Yeah, so no bonus damage on top of this. Just going to end up being a +2. But good trade nonetheless. He draws first blood. The other side of this, Voldemar not able to find return fire. Limitane are playing out to the mid, which is a bit surprising. He's going to get pinched here. Or not. Voldemar is heading for an eco trade, which I don't think can happen. We'll have to see. Has he got Expilatores? No Expilatores. Vandendorf slow with the reaction, though. Oh, wow. Okay, so he goes in for another trade. It's a 2 for 2 so far. Lead being built here by Voldemar. He's going to snipe down additional villagers and force them away. Even gets a reasonable trade up against the Horseman, but Limitane even it up. At the end of it, we've got 3 worker kills for 3 worker kills. But very big military difference here. Voldemar took a terrible trade there. Targeting down the villagers, ignoring the double Limitane, and paying a high price. I actually love that both of them are just going for attack. They're not reacting too much to defense. The second wave from Vandendorf is just so clean, though. Limitane now here, and Voldemar needs to transition. If this is not archery range, I'm going to be surprised. Instead, Vandendorf is already ahead there. Into the archers, and Blacksmith's already prepped. Dude, Vandendorf, I actually think Vandendorf is the most impressive aggro Byzantine player I've seen so far. Most people try to play for greed and Castle Age, but Vandendorf, very good at this first 10 minutes of Byzantine execution from what I've seen. Limitane should be able to get some free pinches here. Remember, the Triumph charges have been used, and he hasn't really killed anything, so not many extra points there. On the other side of this, Vandendorf already back up to 12 ticks. Now Voldemar with the Fort Outpost realizes also Wood Baron might be a good idea here. We should be heading into Merc soon. It's almost just like, what? Okay, that's a lead for Vandendorf. If he chooses Silk Road, he wins. Literally, Vandendorf is just one click away from winning the game right now. It's like having a cheat code in it. Because Voldemar went longbows, and he's going to show it. So if Vandendorf just waits and sees longbows and then queues up the jabs, it's pretty much GG. There's not many ways out of this matchup now for Voldemar. Not with the early losses especially. And here's the thing, because of those early losses and the good trades from Vandendorf, he doesn't have to rush his contract. Voldemar did because Voldemar's behind, right? So like Voldemar put himself in a position where he has to spend his resources, all of it, including the olive oil. Meanwhile, Vandendorf can wait, and okay, it's actually going to be Keshix here? I think that is really unnecessary. It does give him more Hippodrome potential, and I've seen a lot of people do this with Hippodrome play. I do think Silk Road is a GG win. In fairness, though, this does give him, I think, a stronger timing in Castle Age if that arrives, right? Because Golem spam at the beginning now in this matchup just absolutely destroys. Outpost not cancelled. Bit of a miss micro there by Vandendorf. This is going to be the level 3 system, right? We've already got level 4 system for Voldemar, so he's more eco-efficient. He's also not as well defended right now. Triumph is going to be activated here. Going to go for the Villager Snipe. Not able to find it in the end, though. He's going to end up trading out against the Horseman. Backs away before the Palings can mischief him up. But heavy damage, actually, on this Horseman. 2 of them going down. A bad trade here for Vandendorf. Kind of surprised by the way he took that, right? Like, he came home with most of the army. I think you only need a Limitane back here. Okay, so you know when I said Vandendorf is one click away from winning the game? This game is now very much in contention. Because he didn't directly counter the Lombos with Javs, his position is a bit sticky. If he just went for Javs, he'd need less archers, and that means more Limitane, more Horsemen. But now Keshix, you'd think it would be great, but the timing just feels really bad. Another reason I don't like Keshix is, unless you're rushing towards them with the quickest Merc timing possible, they're much less valuable than Javs. Because by the time you're going to get them, things like this will happen. Walls will be up, outposts will be up. Keshix can dive, but now they admittedly have much less targets to aim that dive at. And actually, Voldemar has one more system. Vandendorf is level 3 versus level 4, but the bigger edge here is the fact that his Lombos are going to scale well. It's another reason why I don't like Keshik's is because it's not just how delayed the timings is, it's also the way these trade outs are going to go with the walls now is you can't just dive straight in. If Keshik's get on Lombos, sure, it's just a one-sided fight, but if it's drawn out, if you can't access them, you're now up against a unit that half of its damage will always go through. Some funky-ass outpost walls going on here. What? This isn't him walling in the relic, by the way. It's just he has to wall around the relic because of the whoopsie placement. Oh my. Voldemar. He's making a move. Vandendorf, his wood line isn't protected at all. 16 villagers here. Voldemar. He's going to pump the Triumph, and you know it. Scouts move in. Vandendorf, slow with the reaction here. Triumph has been activated. That's going to be about 8 seconds to work with, but he's going to work fast here. No Expellatores, but it doesn't matter. He's going to expel green from the wood line. Cost him dearly for it. Several villagers going down. Akratoy way too late to activate, and look at those deaths. 7 more kills. All of a sudden, 10 to 3 worker kills. And what's the trade this time? Vandendorf, he went too defensive. After the way he started this, he hasn't been making these mirrored moves anymore. This was simply a one-sided trade. It wasn't a trade at all. And yeah, a little bit surprised he didn't get the Expellatores. I think a lot of people forget about it at this stage. He definitely had the surplus, and the crazy part is, with this many horsemen, it's worth it. If you have around 10 horsemen, it feels almost impossible for this tech to not pay for itself. And you might think that that just makes it bad if a tech only pays for itself. But if the knock-on effect of it paying for itself is it's because you killed workers quicker, it's just a dead no-brainer to grab every day of the week. So yeah. I feel like a lot of players just, if they don't get Expellatores in the first 8 minutes, they forget about it. And that's unfortunate because I think Voldemar, he would have made this number probably 13 or 14 if it wasn't for that missing tech. Another crazy part in this game is Voldemar also doesn't have the blacksmiths. Like, he made that type of dive without Undermesh. It's crazy how much value he got. It's wild to me because I think Vandendorf, there's a lot of things he played well here, right? Like the blacksmith's timing, the opening trades, the transition to Limitane was really clean. But then he just kind of sat. And I think that was a critical error by him because Voldemar is now a mile ahead. Level 5 Cistern already compared to just a level 3. On top of that, he now has got a 9 eco lead. And while one horseman is going to wiggle in, I don't think one horseman is going to do enough damage here. Horse mass also heavily favoring Voldemar now. This is what I was talking about, by the way. 10 Lombo versus 4 Keshiks. These Lombos, right now, they hit for 7 damage. You have 4 armor. So that means they're going to do 30 damage per round of attack against your limited unit. And you can easily get 2 shots in before the Keshik even reach. Now, that sounds like a terrible deal. The Keshiks will still kill you. But yes, remember that the difference, though, is he has Limitane still. And also, this matchup, both players should have Limitane because both players went Hippodrome. So, to me, the choice to go Keshik here was a baffling blunder. If he played the same level of aggression that he did in the first few minutes, I could understand it. But the fact that he's just sat back defending is why I'm so hard on this Keshik point. It's like, you know when you watch a game with French and someone builds 10 knights, but then those 10 knights just guard their base. Okay, so why didn't you just build 15 spears and still have extra resources, right? It's that same logic. Voldemar feeling very free in this game. Playing now out into the pocket resources. Vandendorf doing it at the south corner here. I've kind of reached a slow lulling point in this game, but what I'm seeing is Voldemar prepping for another raid onto the eco. And this one, I don't think we've got Expellatores still, but it just doesn't matter. I mean, it would pay him, sure, but the amount of villagers that are going to die here, he's got 4 of these spears here. 4 Limitane against 17 horsemen, especially considering they're going to have 12 charges of the Triumph. It's not even going to be close. March in. Voldemar, about to reveal. Vandendorf needs an instant reaction to this. Limitane all going to auto-aggro over. Voldemar, surprisingly enough, just peels back straight away. So Kind of surprised there. He did activate the Triumph and then backed away. I think he could have afforded to go in there, but from Voldemar's perspective, he's ahead right now, so he just doesn't want to risk it. And wait, yeah, actually 2 villagers from Voldemar dying to Humba is okay. Probably shouldn't be happening there. Well, Voldemar is taking up behind this. I think he missed an opportunity there. There were not many spearmen for him to be scared of. Wall is going to be burnt down here, but Voldy, with a quick reaction, does get the second wall up. Villagers cannot be reached here, so he can keep repairing this if need be. That's what he's going to do. Army is now mirroring this move. Good scouting out there. Vandendorf, instincts told him to send 1 horseman around. He does lose that horse, but he protects the rest of them here. Voldemar. Now still looking for a way in, but the horseman... Whoa. Whoa there, girl. Whoa. Let's get out of this. Remember, Tech Up's already underway. Vandendorf hasn't started his, so there's going to be a very big edge. And the crazy thing is, with level 5 Cistern, that edge comes into the picture very fast here. Remember, Dialecticus toggle over, 250% faster, means he can get his veterancy in 20 seconds. Actually, it'll be 15, right? Is it 15 at that stage? I believe it is. We'll see if he remembers to do it. Plenty to upgrade here. Voldemar with plenty of gold as well. Army is reacting to the horseman again. Tech Up, about to complete. Vandendorf now only starting his. So we should start to see the choices being made. And there we go. Into the veterancy. Toggle. Toggle. Sir. Okay, he's got one of them at least. I'll accept that. Wait, has he? What? There we go. Okay, it took a while to upgrade. And he's going to toggle for both of them. So here we go. Horseman, Spearman upgrades coming in a few seconds. Voldemar should probably be getting ready to go straight into the Relic play, right? I would expect a Temple drop almost instantaneously at the beginning of this Tech Up. But seems he's out of wood right now. However, he's going to have the lead of Varangian. Also pumping Cataphract. Not something you see too often here, but... I mean, the way you play is kind of weird. It's very suicidal. With Vandendorf's comp as it is, if you just basically charge behind the spears into the archers, if Vandendorf isn't paying attention, he's going to auto-aggro his Archer Fire into a Cataphract. It will die, but the space it creates lets the second wave win against Lomatane. This is what I was talking about before with Cataphracts, where they're expensive, but they're a support unit. So, although it's expensive, you shouldn't buy many of them, right? Like, it should be 1 or 2 at a time. And that stands true at this stage of the game and Imperial. In Imperial, it's about Numiri, the vulnerable buff. But at this stage, it's simply just about tanking. And sniping Siege. That's the other option. Upgrades coming out, though. Vandendorf really slow on this. Archer's only about to get upgraded. That's why you're seeing Voldemar force the fight towards the TC. Lombo's already juiced up, though. A bad fight for Vandendorf, but not one he has much of a choice in here. He tried to wrap with the Cav, and Voldemar blocks him out. A bad fight for Vandendorf, and one that might now cost him the game. Great read by Voldemar, showing you exactly how just 1 minute of difference in Tech Up with this Civ matchup is enough to break face. Vandendorf, now completely broken, calls the GG. Voldemar knew his timing, struck perfectly here. The kid looking too good with the Byzantines later on in the game. Vandendorf, definitely a player with a lot of potential, someone we will definitely feature more of in the future. A little bit disappointed by him here because I think Vandendorf had control of this map. I wonder if chat feels this way as well. Let me know down in the comments. Early game for me, Vandendorf looked like he had this one locked in, but it came down to the contract choice, and it came down to his choice to defend instead of attack. That was something that Voldemar was always, being such a talented player, going to use to get back in this game. Oof. Yeah. I think Vandendorf has to realize that, like, slacking, pulling back, killed his game there. I legit think that actually is why this backfired entirely. If Vandendorf kept up the aggro play, I think actually he gets this game by like 20 to 22 minutes. He probably is like 2 minutes quicker in his Tech Up timing eventually because of it. But kind of crazy. Vandendorf just really clean first 8 minutes. He didn't hydrate enough? True. Well, the thing is, like, I think going additional systems in a rush is a trade-off, right? It's like, There was a window where Vanderdorf, by not going extra assistance, could have slapped his opponent down, but he waited around too long. Yes, allow me to hydrate with my energy drinks. Whoop, whoop. Sup, Imat? How's it going, buddy? So, who have we got online here? Who's Vanderdorf queued into? Can Byzantines even fight this matchup? No, it's not Rogue. I'd rather wait until I've got... I want to try and actually get a sponsor that will pay me. Or if I'm just going to get paid in product, I'd rather take a good product. All right. I think we're going to do this one. Vanderdorf versus Sassy. Push-ups. Why? Dude, I'm ill. What the hell? You're meant to give sympathy. I mean, in fairness, you did give subs, but yeah. We were going to do 6. I don't know why. There we go. What? Should we watch Myriad again? No. I think what we do after this one now, Faye, is we watch one of your games. Yeah, I think, let's see. Faye-chan, just check her data. What have we got here? Diakusi, GUA. Ooh. Oh, you even fought Dinky King 2 days ago. Oh, Dinky's back. Hit a little Dinky. Oh, yeah, I see that GUA game. Your upload died? Rip. Just download more upload. What's the problem? So, Sassy versus Vanderdorf. It is boring Dry Arabia, but it's Byzantine versus Delhi. I think I wanted to do some of the team games, actually. You know what? We're a minute away from this, actually. I'll let you guys decide what costs. Pardon me. Excuse me. 1v1 team games. Because there were some replays from Mr. and Recon I was looking at. So get voting. You literally have a minute to vote. And then it's either going to be Byzantines versus Delhi, Vanderdorf versus Sassy, or it's going to be some team games. With the inferior observer tools. Because Capture Age still hasn't made anything for teams. XD. Ugh. Whew. I still feel half dead today. So what I might do today is instead of doing that thing where I break for food and then come back and cast more, I might like call it when I go to eat. We'll see how I feel. Why is no one voting? Some people just like to lurk. Some people are voting. Team games barely won there. Good lord. Alright, you guys want team games? I'll see how it is. Uno memento. I know exactly where to look for some. Because the Mister has been playing some with Recon. What have we got here? Oh, these are so boring though. Like, what? I'm sorry. Playing vanilla Civs? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, they matched up against GT Calheta, who 447th. They're from Angola. Interesting. Let me have a look. Because quite a few players have been playing team games at the moment. Okay. Do you guys want Rus English versus French English, or do you want Juji Mongol versus Japanese Juji? Dirty Juji pickers, Recon. Dirty Juji pickers. We're probably going Juji, aren't we? Let's do Juji. Filthy, disgusting GG pickers. Roost, English game is better? Is it? Okay. You better today? Do I sound better? Okay. I guess we can do the English Roost then. Let's do English Roost. I need State to get playing again, actually. Has State just gone to play Zero Space now or something? What's going on? Alright, so we've apparently got an epic game. No, don't... Oh, wait, no spoilers. Saying come back as spoiler, dude. Come on. I'm going to give you a very small timeout. It's okay to say a game is amazing. I don't want spoilers. I want it to be exciting and discoverable for me and you guys. So I've timed you up for 10 seconds. What does it mean you don't exist? There we go. Now you don't want to see it? See? Look what you've done. That guy was going to donate 50,000 subs as well. I only timed him out 10 seconds. It's hardly rip. Yeah. Always remember that, guys. Like, just because you've seen the game doesn't mean everyone else has. It's okay to say something's pog. Even okay to say this has a crazy twist. But anything that alludes to the outcome, where it's like, blah, blah, stomp them, or blah, blah, come back, or whatever, right? Like, be careful of that. Because then it de-incentivizes me to even watch it. So, loading it up now. We've got White Knight, okay, and Legend Lil versus Recon and Mister. Haven't seen these two before. Who are they? So they're not that high ranked, apparently. This is a diamond solo rank. Actually, they're 161st on the rank ladder, and on team ranked rather. And Legend Lil is ranked 94th on the ladder, and then they are 80th on team ranked. Should be a pretty close one. All right, one sec. Let me just get my overlay ready because I don't want you guys to have spoilers. So AV forecasting, I'll put on the little pop overlay. All right, let's get ready to go. Oh, it's my favorite map as well. Let's go. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, the team Age of Empires 4 action. We got a fun one here, folks. A 2v2 tournament just concluded, but apparently Recon and Mister were having so much fun, they decided to keep playing team ranked anyway. Fun little thing actually about this game. After this game, Recon ranked in at 1,000 elo. You heard that right. Recon, who is a Red Bull Wololo finalist, he was a top 16 player, ranked in at 1,000 elo, which puts him, I think, just about in plat. This guy over here, on the other hand, Mister, my goodness, has he been sweating it up in those games. If you have not seen the grind that good old Mistcleus has been committing to here, he is top 30. I think he actually might even be top 20 now when it comes to team ranked. Yeah, he's ranked 8th in the world right now. Good lord, has he been climbing. Looks like they are going to be going for a classical combo here. No new civs actually in this game in its entirety. We're going to have Rus plus English, and on the other side of this, we've got White Knight and Legend Lil playing respectively as the French and the English. Now, these two players are capable, actually. I think White Knight was about 100th, around 100th when it comes to their team ranked. Meanwhile, Legend Lil is ranked 90th in solo ranked, and I think they're about 161st or something like that in team ranked. So a very capable team. They have been sweating it up. They are a decent force to be reckoned with. Should be a fun one, actually, because I think in terms of civ choices, they're also very closely matched here, right? You've got French compared to Rus, and then 2 English picks. But they are in notably different positions. Mister is going to be in the 4th position. Meanwhile, Legend Lil is going to be in the retracted as the English. Now, this is Gorge, which means that's very important because one person is essentially the attacker and one's the defender, right? Usually the person at the back gets a bit more opportunity to be greedy because they don't have to defend themselves. But the distance between a 3v3 versus a 2v2 isn't as drastic. So usually, even though you're pushing infantry from the backside, it shouldn't hurt as much as it otherwise would. Looks like we will be pushing infantry. Counter Hall's going to come out. Other side of this, let's see how Mister and Recon want to proceed. Looks like Recon is going to secure the western flank here with the Kremlin. A little bit surprised by the placement, actually. I thought maybe he'd go right side here to protect the deer as well as the stone. In fact, what? Your dad works at Relic. Your dad most definitely works at Relic. What? That might be the most cha-ching beginning I've seen a Roost player get on Gorge. I can't believe he got a hunting cabin placement that good. That's 36 gold already out of the gate. That means that this drop pays for itself in 3 minutes, right? Quite a bit quicker than the usual. But I thought he would play east side anyway, because for a start, guarantees the Kremlin's going to be in range of the tree line. On top of that, it would secure stone for his additional TC if he wants to. It would still protect the gold, and it would also probably grab the deer as well. So this Kremlin placement suggests they're probably going to play 1 TC instead. And yeah, there is room for a high trade house on the other side. This is kind of a disgusting spawn. Okay, Gorge not as balanced as I thought, I guess. Okay, not only that, check this as well. This is another kind of wild one. Mister got a forward woodline spawn. This can be a negative if you end up losing the fights, because longbows can reach your only wood. Alternatively, though, if you're in a situation where you've got to defend against knights, this is now much easier to kind of wall off and concave. Really comes down to the timing from Pink, though, on those longbows. Council Hall is going to be coming out from Mister. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what Recon's thought process is with the west side Kremlin. I mean, it secures berries, but that's it. Right? Like, literally, if you put this the same distance on the right side, it's no different in terms of protection for gold, but it's very different in terms of what it gains you here. What Recon was probably thinking here is that because he's got this second little wood area, it's much easier to wall off the east side of his base than the west side. So, White Knight on the other side did go for the School of Cavalry. Nothing unexpected here. Outside the Kremlin placement, everything to begin this game is exactly as you would anticipate. Recon now moving out with villages. Why and where? That's a pretty lofty investment. I mean, you have 90 villages and you're pulling 3 of them. What is he thinking here? I mean, there's no way he's going ball with 3 villages. Is he trading? No. No. Recon? So he's walling. He's actually going to try to wall the entirety of this area. That's very surprising. So he is going to drop a hunting cabin on the deer then. I think the reason why this play threw me off is it feels way too early for this play. Also, the alternative would have been, and this is crazy if you think about it, right? It's like, he's placing this many walls. Like, how many is that going to be in total? So 9 here, 9 here, 2 here. I think for the same cost, he could have built walls here, 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 and then made a short wall along here, pushing towards the English base. He could even just then wall around here. And for that, he would secure the stone, the deer, and it would all be a lot more condensed towards his base, which means he'd be more defended. Because right now, if the knights just wrap around, they still get in here. Like, this doesn't stop them at all. Remember, Gorge is quite wide, so on a normal Gorge, this is the entire map. But for this Gorge, he's still got a long way to go. By entire map, I mean one side. Nice arrival for yellow, though. It looks like Pink is going for a fast castle build. So a very different approach here, because Mister is building quite a few longbows, right? I think he's up to about 7? 11. Good lord. So yeah, he's going full all in on that. Has set up the palings. I love this on the tree line, just to prevent the knights from ever charging in there. It saves him wood resources building walls here. And he kind of needs those savings, because right now, Recon's not really doing much. He hasn't added in the stables. That only just came through. I think he's got, what? Yeah, no knights at all yet. And he's playing very dangerous games with his economy. Also getting frisky up against yellow. I'm liking the south side team's builder a lot more right now. I think with these civs, if you're talking about which one benefits more from booming, I feel like actually the English is going to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit quicker. Especially considering that Recon decided to play on the flank for deer. And the follow-up is kind of similar, right? It's like Roos can spam knights at Castle Age. Well, English can spam knights as well. The only difference is that Roos can get their warrior monks that pick up relics really quickly. But if that was your overarching strategy, I don't really feel like for that goal, Irobids is any worse. And wow, he builds the white tower right next to Yellow's base. That's interesting. So maybe he was worried about them all-inning him right now because they only see what Mister's doing, right? But if they could only see how greedy Recon is being here, I don't think they need to build this next to the TC at all. Does protect them, and admittedly, it is for production, right? So this means that they can start pumping knights closer to the forward side of the fights. But overall, kind of feels like a missed opportunity to get King's Palace here. There must be a very specific timing in mind for the Southside team. How many knights are we also talking about here right now? Because Recon has 2, right? And White Knight has 5. So he can win these fights. If he can find the TC greedily being placed, I imagine Recon is just going to build a TC back where he's walled off here. If he tries to play for a TC Southside here, he should get punished. Yellow is going to play out onto Eco here. I think this makes a lot of sense. Recon hasn't really played your standard Roos in a team format. He's playing greedy. So he's not going to roam and find you on these pocket ecos easily. Whereas the French player is essentially just playing French, just in a team environment. And remember, because he is actually playing French, not Jean, he has additional ecos, so he can afford a long walk out to the flanks like that. It pays for itself down the line. Recon now with that second TC is going to be next to the berries and the deer. So as anticipated, not securing extra territory with the new TC, just utilizing what is already locked in. It's actually very interesting to watch Mister not be the greedy player, by the way. But I like that he's reacting to the positions here. I think if you're in a 3v3, sometimes the 4th player actually can just greed. But in a 2v2, the map is too short for the front player to greed. So it's a correct read by him. And in fairness, the English are really, really good at turtling early on. So using them as your shield, your tank in this early game makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, Yellow is going to be able to march in before the walls go up. This is also interesting the way they've divvied up roles. So Recon doing the walling, there's 2 reasons for this. One is Mister's going to scale longbows, so he needs all the wood for that. 2 is Recon's walls are better. Actually, there's 3 reasons. 3, lumber camp influence. Extra 20% wood drop off just means that Recon should be the person walling for the team at all times. He should be the person raiding. Looks like he's moving to the backside here. They did see him walk in here due to the outpost. Pink yet to react, though, so Recon might get 1 or 2 picks, but bell rings. It'll be a quick garrison and no damage done there. On the other side, though, a big move coming in here. Pink has got the edge. Tech up is underway from Mister. The timing might be worse. Oh, no. It might be as bad as it can get, in fact. Green, he's getting idled up. He's got 2 workers still building this up. Knights are going to dive in towards the Lombos, but the remaining Lombos from Pink take out the builders. And now they can wrap onto the goal. This is looking terrible right now. Mister has nowhere to run. He's a wheelbarrow boy this game. It's a good thing he is, otherwise everything will be dead. He's going to try to come back with extra villagers, but keep in mind that the Lombos are still here. And now the Night Dive reaching into Recon's economy as well. He has to just brush it here. He just has to get as many villagers across now to build it up. Kremlin also adding fire in against the Knights. Recon, in the meantime, does reach Castle Age with a high trade house out in the middle of nowhere, 67 trees in range. Knights are going to get cleared up in the end. White Knight yet to tech up themselves, but Green is struggling here, man. Mister is in so much trouble. Remember, this is also a white tower, so no extra eco coming off of a King's Palace. The comparison right now, 26 eco. Meanwhile, the other English player up at 37 with the exact same build. Now Pink should just try to trade out what he can. Snipe as many villages and just accept that the archers are going to die here. A good play, a good sync up by Pink and Yellow here. Green, heavily delayed. Mister not going to be happy with his position in this game. Both players going Castle Age at the same time definitely hurt them here. However, now that they're past the bruising, they do have tech advantage. And White Knight, I don't think he's going to rush a tech up, which is a pretty smart call by him, actually. Roos versus French. French can afford to stay in Feudal Age for a lot longer due to the fact that they're Knights. get bonus damage after they complete a charge, right? So you have similar damage to Castle Age Knights. It's why if you turn it into a long engagement of Rus versus French and both of you only build Knights ever, French are going to win. If both players are equally matched, French will take the lead there. Now, there are other reasons why Rus usually wins. It's to do with what you do with your economy, the units you build as a follow-up. But if we're both just thumping our head against the keyboard and building Knights and TCs, well, French will just win. But he is going to need to tech up at some point. And I have a feeling that if he's going to keep scaling Knights like this, it's probably not going to be Guildhall when it eventually happens. The longer you have to keep scaling Knights like this, the more likely it's going to be Royal Institute, which can be a double-edged sword, right? Like, it gives you a very strong timing, but if the game goes too late, it feels completely worthless. So, Mister, where are we going to be going next, then? Now that we're up in Castle Age here, is he going to be playing for a recovery TC? Is he going to be going for relics? It feels like you can't necessarily get your TCs easily, but he's going to be trying for one anyway. If he builds it in the back corner, great. I think it's not the worst thing for Mister to build a TC up here, is because even though there's no food for him to gather in that area, it's just about a safe area that you can build farms up in, right? The person who needs pocket ecos is Recon. He's the one who can't get that cheap farm transition. Yeah, looks like that's going to be the case. Mister just building his farms near the Kremlin. Safest location on the map, right? Kremlin one side, White Tower the other, so his food should always be safe. Of course, Recon, because he's 2 TC, he can afford to take a few more risks. Like idling up 12 of his villagers. They heard me. White Knight. Back up to 12 Knights here, though. Recon has a hell of a lot of crossbows, however, and 3 or 4 Knights can delay this long enough. In fact, Yellow walks straight in and loses one like that. Yeah, this is kind of tricky, actually, for Yellow to do on his own. Pink needs to be contributing a lot, and the problem you have right now is typically your transitions are counted, right? If you go Knights, you go Men at Arms, it's bad. However, the correct read here by Legend is just to scale into mass longbows. Now, Green is going to have that on the other side. He's going to have the Aura, but in terms of what makes sense to go with French Knights, it's the only option you really have. Pretty cool read, though, by Recon to go into crossbows. If you try to reboot Knights, I think you just lose. If the game goes late enough, actually, Boy's Fortitude is better than French Knights, but at this stage, it doesn't make sense. And no, you cannot farm on allies' farms. You can, however, get some pretty cute interactions in team games. For example, if you're playing Ibids, you go and drop a mill next to the berries, it's going to upgrade it for whoever gathers from it, right? So, like, a very popular strat I'm expected to come out in team games is Ibids plus Japanese with double fast castle. But, like, what you'll do is you'll just drop the... You'll go for the growth, you'll drop the mill next to your allies' berry bushes, and then Japanese with level 2 wheelbarrow will fast tech. I've never tried repairing ally farms. I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure you can repair anything your ally has, right? Or did they change that? I can't remember if they ever changed that so that you can rebuild your teammates' TCs. I think you can, right? Don't know about farms. I assume, yeah, all ally builders. Okay. But you can't build them for them. Yeah, you can repair, but you cannot build. Could you imagine how broken China would be if you could build for your allies? Good God. No. Just no.
Is it on?
Rams coming out. I love the proxy base as well from Legend Lil, just setting up archery ranges here. Not many players would do this at this stage, but it has a double benefit as the English, right? It's like you want the outpost aura, but also on top of that, if you're producing infantry and you're the back player, you're way too far away here. March forward, Recon. Whoa! No, that's bad. That's most of their melee right now, guys. They don't... Oh my god, they have 2 Warrior Monks, a Knight. That's it. Nothing else to frontline right now. The Rams are starting to shuffle in here. Need to be a little bit careful. Pink getting a bit too careful to the white, close to the White Tower, rather. One of the houses, Mister. That's going to be annoying. He is rushing up more behind this, though. He went for 2 extra TCs behind this, by the way. Paling's being set up. I love this. They're like, okay, we're both ranged, so you're just going to have to keep paling while you move forward. Okay. House is still just being obliterated. I think they need a Siege Workshop. I think the really big mistake Pink's made here is no Siege Workshop, just double archery range. Just get a Siege Workshop and trap this. It's slow, but the amount of pressure is going to work because of the comp that your opponents have gone for here. In fact, even if you don't Siege Workshop, just build a Treb out of the White Tower. By this time, it could have been over here. Instead, right now, Siege Advantage does lie with Recon. Double Mango, as well as a Springald. So this is going to get a little bit tricky now. Yellow. The longer this now goes on, the weaker your comp kind of becomes because you're not actively getting through the walls. And he's trying to find a way in, but it feels like you're gambling, right? Like, where is their economy right now? It feels like it could be so many places. And if you strike the wrong wall, you're not going to get anything for the time. Also, Pink now has to back up. Like, this is the negative of when you run one player Cav, one player infantry is if the Cav decide it's time to go roaming again, the infantry can't stay. They have to go all the way somewhere safe. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2-on-1. So here's his breakthrough attempt. Not ideal in positioning here because it means that there's enough time for an infantry army to react to this. I think going further north would have been better for him. The walls are now going to go up from Recon, so he gets time to protect himself here. Needs to be fast about it, though. Breakthrough. Yellow. If he comes south, it's bad. If he goes north, he's cut off. Oh, instead, he's going to dive south. Towards Mr. Farms. Garrisons quickly. Crossbows. Yeah, the problem of yellow there is, like, it's a choke point, right? So you'd think, oh, that many knights, surely you just dive the crossbows. In an open battlefield, yes. But next to the base of your opponent, where they're going to get reinforcements, where you can't instantly grab them, it's just such a bad fight. And now, this is the type of game where, if you're yellow, you kind of wish you just scaled Horseman instead. In fact, there's really no way that Horseman would have been worse here. Also, this was Royal Institute, right? And because he went in too early, no bloodlines, so he lost, what was that, 4 or 5 knights for nothing. Oof. I do like that they're trying to keep up the pressure. If they're hoping their opponent's going to run out of resources, I think that's a bad play, though. The gold is almost exhausted here, but they've got another 8k in the corner, and they've got plenty of wood to work with. This is Gorge team game, right? It's not exactly scarce when it comes to woodlands. They might be waiting for the farm transition out of Recon, but he's cozily moving into that. With some of the weirdest base building I've ever seen. Was that a misclick? I'm not sure if that was intentional building. Meanwhile, other side of this, White Knight, they went for those extra TCs we talked about, right? So they're free TC. Pink is still only 1, though. And I think that's the difference that's starting to scale here, is at this rate, Pink is going to fall behind. And well, you guys want relic count? Let's have a look. Recon was able to get his hands on 3 of the relics on the map. Other side, I'm expecting a good haul. Well, that's not bad. 4. There's a grand total of 7, right? So that's everything. So pretty good, actually, from France. Oh, sorry, English to get hands on 4. I think they could have probably pushed for 5, but they went for that central attack instead of guarding the flanks, right? So keep in mind, on top of that, we've got these hunting cabins. 28 here, 51 here. He's got another one up here, which is worth 50. Then he's got the high trade house worth 243. 15 for this one. 32 for this one. 27 for the... Yeah, I think you guys are getting the picture here. Recon has a lot of high trade... a lot of extra gold, rather, the hunting cabins and the high trade house. 25 over here. Number 19 here. Yeah, he's pretty cozy. He's pretty cushy. In fact, we check the income per minute. I actually don't think Recon should be touching gold. I think he should be leaving it all for Mister. However, Recon is a greedy boy. He wanted Imperial Age. And I think Legend Lil is now looking to mirror this. What's he going to go for, though? I don't think Berkshire does anything for you here. If you're going to make a recovery, I think it's off of resource efficiency. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I actually think this is a Wingard game. We rarely ever see them, but he goes for Berkshire. And I feel like you're barking mad to go for this option here. The map is too big. So Berkshire doesn't really protect much. In fact, I'd argue the placement is also questionable that This keep already protects half of your influence, right? So really shocked by this choice. I get an Imperial choice by the French being the Red Palace. Like, that just makes sense, right? The Arbalest emplacements are gods here, but Berkshire just doesn't hit the same here. And yeah, I do think that the timing's been missed here. It feels like the moment that they decided to back away from that aggro play when they had about 30 knights, and they haven't done anything since, it feels like you're playing a losing game. I mean, you built Royal Institute for a game that's going Imp Plus now. You've built Berkshire with 1 TC. You haven't built a second to try and recover. And they're going to reach pop much quicker now. Mister also should be about ready to go on his way up. He's just waiting on the last piece of gold. So his Berkshire makes a lot more sense from their position because they have to defend. The Berkshire from Legend is like, it makes sense if you're defending, if you're pressured. But right now, your game is free. You have 2/3 of the map under your control. I mean, here's a crazy detail for you, right? How is it that we are this deep in, and they've had map control this long, and they haven't taken 3 sacred sites until now? That, to me, feels like a mistake. If they didn't want to dive the base, which is understandable, it's White Tower, it's English TC, bare minimum, they should have been forcing the other team to come out. And they only just locked in sacred site. With a 10-minute window to work with, Mister and Recon have to be feeling confident here. Yellow's just never getting in either, man. Recon is such a tricky little git with this. The amount of trade, gold is getting. I keep wanting to say high trade is getting. It feels like high trade actually with a bounty level of 680, and the walls alongside it. I mean, this is just insane. He genuinely doesn't need any active workers on gold. In fact, right now he has 8 people working on gold. His gold income is 1,100. Pretty kushki. Yellow's still playing an age behind, isn't he? He's got way too much gold now, not enough food. I like this setting up keeps, right, to discount his army production, but it just feels like all of the wind has been taken out of this play, right? I mean, eco-wise, he's doing pretty well. Imperial will definitely reach it before the end of the game, but you're now fighting an uphill battle. Look at the size of this siege army. 7 mangoes, 9 springalds, and enough troops to protect flank attacks. White Knight has 1 shot at this. Better live up to the name. 1, because he has knights, and 2, because he needs them to wave the white flag. But right now, they're backing away. Feels like Yellow is waiting for Imperial here. That may just be a critical blunder. At this stage, you're not going to get much stronger. I understand why he wants that veterancy into elite status, but that might just give the confidence. The timing on this for Recon and Mister to push out. And oh my dear God, it's not even going to be the Red Palace. He goes for the College of Artillery. This is possibly the worst game I've seen in a very long time for College of Artillery. Now, bear in mind, I never see College of Artillery, but here's why it's bad. Like, really, really bad. You're up against High Armory. You're up against Banded Arms. Springalds beat everything here from the Rus. And you just built a building that has no out from that. If you build Culverins, you're outranged. If you build Reboldequins, why? If you build Royal Cannons, the splash shot is cool, but it's 10 tower range versus 12.5. Before you get a good shot off, you're going to be dead here. I mean, I appreciate what Yellow's trying to do here, innovating, but this may have been the worst matchup for him to try it. I mean, second worst, right? Mongols is still worse than that, but yeah, this doesn't feel like a choice that's going to pay off. I mean, I know you probably feel like Red Palace is a bad idea because it's Trebs, but it at least slows things down, right? I could very easily see this army diving. Now that there's no Arbalest, there's no real threat. In fact, I'd wager at this stage, probably the only reason they're not diving is because they think there are Arbalest emplacements. The moment they discover there's not, they're going to start going in. And quite frankly, Yellow and Pink aren't ready for that level of pressure. I mean, Pink's eco doesn't feel like it's really doing enough here. He's at max pop, but if we look at his income, that's Imperial Age English right now. No, let me say it correctly. That is Imperial Age English. That's what you want to see. Those type of numbers are how it should look at 27 minutes of the game. And yep, there's the freebies we were talking about. Royal Culverins may hit harder, but it doesn't really count for much when you can't hit anything. Legend Low needs to be a little bit careful with his positioning here. He's moving in for an attack. This could put him heavily out of position, though. I think the logic here is they're trying to dangle Lil so that green and blue come out, and then yellow's going to backstab. But I think that is difficult to achieve here. There's just a very easy reaction, right? Pivoting across now. Also, check this. Hand Cannon is coming in soon for Mister, so he's making a full switch into Gunpowder. Above through, though. Pink's had enough. He says, we need to go. We need to do something. We've sat on our ass doing nothing for the last 10 minutes, and it may have cost us the game. I'm not going to wait around to see if it definitely cost us the game. I'm going to find out one way or the other. Moves in. TC goes down. Pink continues to dive. He's now completely out of position here. Unfortunately, look at the timing. It's off. Yellow waited too long here, and now they're split. And this is not this cut that you can do. This is not this pincer maneuver you can achieve. Instead, Yellow has to march past and lose multiple troops on the entrance. Pink behind this is going to find a few villagers on the backside, but most of the economy is far, far away from this. Also, walls now going up, so Recon realizing what this is about to turn into. He's going to deny it. Needs to be quick about the wall up, but it should be just in time, and that means now Recon and Mister, they've trapped them. There's no way away from this. Mangonels are circling. Shots found onto the Knights. Knights that cannot even dive onto those mangoes, and walls are going up. Pink in a panic trying to break through here. Yellow just wrapping around. White Knight's just trying to do what he can, but the crossbow's a little bit too close. Pink is going to dive through, though. Legend gets past the wall here. That's going to be a great migration. Mister has to run. They were a little bit slow with the reaction. I think they were holding back the crossbows, in fact. Oh my, it looked ugly, it looked bad, but even though Yellow can't do anything here, Pink most definitely can. He's going to keep diving through. Castle is going to be found, though. It's going to be Berkshire in the corner. And it is idle time, admittedly, but it's not much more than that. Pink now has to go back. Wait, is he just going to keep running back and forth? I'll give them credit. This is buying time. This is actually buying quite a bit of time. Now, credit giving over, what is it buying time for? That's the thing that's kind of worrying me here, right? He's going to trade out well up against blue on the backside of this because mangoes are out of position. But they are eventually going to make this go smush. And after that, that's the scary part for me, is Pink doesn't have that strong of an economy. Even with the idle time, Mister has a 30 eco lead. And Recon definitely was hit hard by this. Granted, agreed. But he still has the mangoes. And I think that is worth its weight in gold here. Yeah, this is kind of like the... Ooh. This is the awkward predicament of playing French when the game plays out this way. Like, you aren't in a position to dive the base, right? Not well. You need your enemies to come out to you. And because they still don't have Sacred Site control, because they got decapped, this game still looks almost impossible for them. I mean, it's a step in the right direction. I want to give them credit where it's due. I don't want to say this is just completely one-sided. I do think that Recon and Mister got baited the way they split that fight in the end. And it was a decent raid, granted. But your goal really isn't to hit Recon's eco right now, it's to hit Mister's. And unfortunately for them, Mister pulled back just in time to save the villages. Scroll trade outs. Jesus, this is so one-sided. You literally cannot build siege. Like, it's impossible now. Well, Trebs. Trebs is the one thing Pink and Yellow can build here. Pink now getting ready for another wrap. There is no way this works twice. I mean, it was a good play the first time, but Blue is moving earlier. Recon is reacting far ahead of time this time. Pink doesn't see the mangoes. That's going to be an important detail because look what's coming his way. Recon, he sees it all. Mango shots out. It's going to be an ambush. Pink, heavy damage in. He tries to dodge in a panic, but look at the health bars on that army. Now, it doesn't look catastrophic, right? He lost about 5 units. But think about what happens now when you finally go in. If you put a collective bar on this army, it would be 2/3, maybe half full. That's not a pretty looking army right now. That's a pretty dead army. In fact, I think Recon realizes it. He sends a few mangoes north side. He sends the rest of the main army. They've had enough. Walls coming up now. They're starting to crawl out. Even quick walls from Mister, because guess what, folks? He's got mass hand cannoneers. He's up against mass lombos. You know what the counter is? Stand on the freaking wall. Now, White Knight does have a lot of hand cannoneers himself, but this is a bad civ to be building hand cannoneers, right? Like, the difference on the other side is that this is English Aura, network of citadels. So it's not a trade-out that White Knight can win. Trebs, in the meantime, delete everything. Castle coming up on the north here. Pink trying to dive in, but there's just so many fortified palisade walls. And now Mister with the wall crawl forward. He's like, let me at him. He's scrappy doing it. Yellow getting baited in. That's really well played. Recon, he used the Springles to bait him on an auto aggro. Yellow. Bad fight. Really bad fight. And north side, a re-wall attempt is going to fail, but Mangoes are here. It's a siege backstab. Now, blue has 1 or 2 farm clusters up here, but actually, it's not much in the grand scheme of things. Recon, he doesn't care. Look at his military now. The army just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Most of it, in fact, being military into siege. In fact, right now, Recon has 12 mangoes and 13 Spriggles. And I don't know how you kill them. This army, they're melee units, but they just can't close on the mangoes anymore. They'll just insta-die. So they have to just keep running away again and again. Oh, man. And now the wall crawl continues. I can't believe the end of this game. Oh, this is fantastic. Mister, he says, not only do I have aura, I have range. Get off my lawn. The Trebs with this Sharon projectile, everything just adding up here. Oh, this looks over, folks. Pink's trying for one more breakthrough on the right side, but I think at this stage, the army is so unkillable that they can lose about 75% of their economy and still win. Look at the reserve they built up. Look at it. 10,000 food, 10,000 gold in Recon's case, as well as 10,000 wood. They don't really need an economy anymore. They just need more population into military. So, if anything, Pink's about to do them a favor. I love the fact that he completes the wall around just to make sure Culverins can't snipe him down, so he can get as deep as possible towards all the buildings. Trev's now sieging in. Oh my... Yeah, Sharon projectiles actually kind of work when you have this many Trevs, huh? Recon is AFK in the brain and in the game right now. He does need to participate. Pink has found his way into Mister's economy, but once again, all that is that's more room for military. And yeah, I agree with chat here. Like, this is what we're highlighting. At this stage in the game, you're doing him a favor. When there's so much reserve resources, this raid has to work, and then you have to defend. A very hard defend for the next 4 minutes. And with the walls up and keeps all fallen, I don't see how you ever defend this. This is a destruction. Now, credit to them, they're trading. They're building up their own reserves, but I don't care that you're trading, right? I think your army is just mismatched now. I mean, Legend Lil, like, what are they sitting on here? Probably still longbows, right? They've got 34 hand cannoneers, but those hand cannoneers are just outranged. These Culverins are still just so questionable in this game. I don't blame it all on White Knight. I think it's a team, like, synergy issue, right? I just actually think Recon and Mister outplayed them in the second half of the game. I think them together, though, in that first half of the game, White Knight and Legend Lil definitely had a way to just end this game, but they just hesitated. They fell back. They tried to play a bit more greedy, but That greed just doesn't really work here. Not when you're massing knights like this that need to keep raiding actively but don't get a chance to. Not when you're playing into College of Artillery when you're up against the Rus in Imperial Age. Just, it has no sense to it. We kind of missed a tricky force, but you know, it's been a mixed bag, folks. If you think that the pros have just come into the team ladder and they've just dominated everything, you'd be wrong. Recon, after this win, ranked out, I think, about 1,090 elo, something like that. So he didn't like get this absurd ranking. In fairness, I don't think you could actually get more than 1,000. But along the way, Recon and Mr. did get stomped. I even saw them lose to some very aggressive pre-20-minute games. So definitely not simply pros just bullying everyone on the ladder. In fact, what's been really invigorating is watching a lot of these pros match up against team-ranked aficionados. People like the Devil's crew come to mind, right? You got people like Jigglyturd in there that just, they understand the way team dynamics work really well. I do think Mister's going to be a force to be reckoned with. I think he's very creative and has a very good understanding. And has some very good comps and synergies. So I am hoping that Mister's going to keep playing team, and this isn't just going to be kind of a one and done now that the tournament they were practicing for is over. Because I think that would be a crime. I think actually what we're seeing here with these team games is so refreshing. I mean, the Sultan's Ascent was a big refresh of 1v1, sure, but compared to the amount of mutations, the potential matchups you can now get in team games, 1v1 is still just a baby. But in its infancy, team games in Sultan's Ascent are already starting to look hype, and this is not even a matchup that includes new civs. So if you want to catch those matchups that have the new civs, if you want to see that action in the future, I need you guys to make sure you're subscribed to the channel. I need you to make sure you're tuning in for each and every video when they go live, so that we can keep growing them, and so that I know you guys love this type of content. I mean, you know what? If you want a reason to watch, when was the last time you saw an English player build 15 trebuchets? What year is this? Is this 2022? Because I feel like that was the last time I saw this. I think that's the last we're going to see of these players, though. I'm going to speed this up a bit. They're actually trying to go for a landmark snipe, but there's just too many landmarks, guys. The high trade... Wait, can they? Wait, hold up. Hold up, do the count. Berkshire over here. No, there's no way they break a Berkshire, right? There's just no way. There's still a Berkshire, a Kremlin, a TC. The high armory, no, there's no way they win this. The Trebs are moving in now. The Berkshire's going down. I mean, credit to Pink and Yellow for trying to make it a base race, but it's a base race with Mr. Recon already in your face. I think the Treb's going to be too quick here. Credit to them. I think it was literally the only way they get back in this game, but the final landmark is over here, right? Berkshire's now down. TC on the menu. And that looks like that is going to be GG. Pink, just a little bit too late with the Rams here. And one or two landmarks too far means that Mister and Recon will take it on Gorge. Whew. Oh, thank you, Trazzle. Appreciate you, buddy. Way too little team games casted. Usually the problem is because it's kind of stompy because not enough people commit to team games. I will also say that there is kind of like, I've noticed people complaining about cheats in team games. I think that drives people away. All right, guys. I'm quickly going to take a 2-minute break to sit here and eat food in front of you. I'll respond to chat, but I want to eat a few biscuits just so that I have enough energy to keep casting through until it's dinner time. But we'll look for more team games in the meantime. So I'll be watching chat, and I'm going to quickly look on the ladder to see who's been playing teams, because we're going to do some more teams. All right, I'll put music on, though, so it's not just deaf silence. So I'm muting the mic when I'm eating, just so you guys can't just hear obnoxious crunching. I am opening the team rank ladder to look now to see who's up there. We'll see what we can spot here. So I think I want to do 1 or 2 more team games today. I am from the UK, so I'm a Brit boy, and we have very expensive bills, which is why I appreciate all the people that have been subbing so far. Actually, I'm getting pretty hyped because we're reaching a point where I'm hoping to reach out to a few sponsors here in January and maybe try to line some up throughout the year, which is great. So all the people tuning in means the world. What's up, Gully Deck? How's it going, buddy? We just watched a Mr. versus Recon game, and we're going to look for some more team games. This sucks because my taste buds are so screwed, I can't taste anything when I'm eating these. Wait, Don, what is this? What? The free food party? What is that? Oh, yeah, that's pretty dope. I think AoE4 World wants to do something similar. I was talking to him a little bit. I think they want to try to find a way with that. Big Pog. I think State was playing some team games last night, so I'm going to have a look there, see which ones we've got. You know, I kind of like the idea of team ranked not resetting every season. I think team ranked should be every 3 seasons or something. Because people just aren't active enough there, and they're less inclined to be active because of the reset. Either that or solo queue should impact team rank somehow. It's actually crazy how hard it is to find a closely matched team rank game in high elo. Might have a close one here. Nugify, Jeffrey, and Stug Life versus KJJ, Wonder and Joy and Real. Nugify is ranked like 7th on team ranked. I haven't seen this guy before, but apparently he streams. In fact, the other one I'm going to check quickly is Corvinus. Bloody hell. So Corvinus and Myriad kept ranking up against a guy called Blid and Rito. Do you guys want to see a BO3 between 2 pros and 2 people who are, I think, top 200? Yeah, top 200 team rankers. Is that the entertainment that you guys are looking for? Are you not entertained? In fact, one other thing I'll check quickly is Guz is currently in a game, so let me double check that. That sounds like a Frio to me. Jesus, Dom. Poor guys. Ooh. Ooh. Yo, I've got a live one for you guys. How about this? Dinky King, Iaguz, and State versus Team Vietnam that we saw from the show match versus the Europeans. That was a team of Lumber, Vuvo Van, and I think the other one's High. I'm not sure if he was part of the active members. All right, one sec. I'm going to eat one more biscuit to make sure I'm full, and then we'll get into it. I'm not sure if that show match ended up happening, Don. I think it got delayed or something by a week. I also was like, I wasn't sure that that was going to be an even fair matchup in the first place. Was it on the people on the other team Jigglypuff? I can't remember. To be honest, Don, I'd like to see more tournaments like what you done with the... I mean, I basically called it the Pokemon Trainer Tournament, right? It's like... It's actually quite funny because I remember... It kind of reminded me of what I think I've been trying to pitch to Microsoft to do, which is just go literally get like an influencer, get a big influencer like a Shroud or someone, and have them draft a team of pros, and they just choose who fights who sort of thing. But yeah, you've done that. It was very creative within the scene. So I'd love to see more of that type of thing. It was surprising as well, because what was the... Can you remind me what... We'll get into this in a sec, but just before we do, Dom, what was the prize pool in that tournament, and how many games were collectively played? Was it $600 grand total? Or was it less? I can't remember. $600 you paid out of your own pocket, didn't make anything back. Yeah, of course. I appreciate you for that. But I don't know how many games it was. It's quite a few, though. Should be 75 games. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's good value. If you're able to create content around it. Definitely appreciate you for that. It's funny, because I was planning... All right, we're going to hop in this sec, but I was planning some show matches. And I remember I was like... I've been getting rates from people. Still need to send it to some other people as well. But then I sat there and I looked at, like, for example, Chiefs of War Chief, and I looked at that tournament. I was like, if you just give people freedom and fun within the like, format, you don't need bigger prize pools. No, I appreciate that, Don. I might see if we can raise something for that. I think it'd be cool to do again. All right, should we get to it? Should we get into game? All right, let's go. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. It's time for more team action on Cliffside, and we have got a fun one here. I was looking for a close matchup, and I think we smashed it. In the yellow, kicking off for the Aussie team, it is going to be Dinky King. That's all right, return of the Dinkster. Next to them is going to be the legend, Iaguz, playing as Yuji. And finally, in the pocket position, completing the game, completing the team, rather, it is going to be Enjoyer. This is State. Of course, honorary Australian, because he always plays with the Aussie lads. State, who lives in Korea, hence why we just bundle him in with the Australians at this point. On the other side, though, what makes this close, we've got Lumber in the purple playing as the Mongols. We've got Teal, who's High, playing as English. And then finally, we've got Vuvo Van in red playing as the French. Now, these guys might be familiar to a few people, because these guys recently played in a show match against Team Europe. That was Lash, Anatand, Krakody, and Baltu. These two, definitely in there. I remember the names clearly. I think Hai might be another member from that team. This is a Vietnamese stack versus, like I said, the Australians plus the honorary Australian in state. Should be a fun one as well, right? Like, we got some similarities in matchups to a certain degree, that we've got the Mongol on both sides. Ibeards and French, I think, are going to be similar tempo aggressors. Curious to see what the English are going to do with that pocket. Wait. Hi? Hello? Hi. Awkward. Let's come back to that later. So, yeah, no, that makes sense. So, Hai, I don't know if you guys knew this, but Hai is the highest ranking player in the universe. He just hides it well, is the thing. He's such a god, in fact, that he gives every other person in the game a 2-minute head start because he knows he's the Chalice of Chads. He's the English, after all. We got the safest position. Just watch it, guys. Oh, dear. Now, part of me is like, what's the point? Part of you might actually be like, what's the point of watching this now? After what I just witnessed, I don't want any of this. But hear me out, guys. If the Vietnamese team now wins, you see, right? Like we're going for a curveball. If they not only beat Zhu Ji, but they do it after having one of their players being AFK for 2 minutes. Just think of how many times you'll be able to hop into State Stream and bring up this particular game. All right? It's infinitesimal. And wow, State actually went into the Mongol Spearman, even though he's the pocket player. So it looks like he's aggroing towards the base of Purple. Meanwhile, Purple's aggroing towards the base of him. Wait, what? Both Mongol players are going after each other's economy. I feel like everyone needs to be wearing a Spider-Man costume right now and pointing. Well, Purple's going to strike first because he took the quicker route. And State, I'm pretty sure, was that enough gold? Oh my god, that was not enough gold. So he can't access that gold right now, and his Gur is a bit in trouble. Meanwhile, State goes straight after Lumber's Uvu, but that means that he has double production to defend with. Now, there is an edge here for State, but Guz also on the way with the spear with the scout to make sure this is quick enough for the burn down. In the meantime, State is going to defend against Purple spears coming in, but the second wave is now on the way. And you know what? It's a good thing we've got all this action to make up for the lack of APM out of Teal for 2 minutes in the early game. Everyone else is pretty chill. Ivid's on the way up with the Growth Wing from Dinky. Over here, Vuvavan is going to add in the School of Cavalry as expected. And I believe up here, we are going to get a disgusting... Oh, God, it is as well. It's 48 food, 60 stone, 10 wood meditation garden. So definitely a TC boom coming in from Guz. Need more clash out here. Oh, the villager pull as well. State. He pushes it back. And the delayed trigger. I love that. He waited on the move speed arrow until Purple was too committed. So there's still a spinning advantage for Purple, but it's not big enough anymore. He's going to be pushed away, so State will get access to his gold. Meanwhile, the Uvu does get burned down. The Rax now going to start being attacked. And keep in mind, he needs to wait for the double pump of Spearman before he packs it up to move away. State, a little bit slow to react to this, but he has numbers on his side, and unfortunately, Purple chooses to fight in a way that puts him at a disadvantage here. So State, that's actually dive deeper with the injured spear, then peels him off. Okay, that was sick. That was actually kind of sickening, the way he done that. So he pulls over to the other side here. Still has numerical advantage. Purple is not teching up yet, but State is. So he's already heavily ahead of the Vietnamese team here. Lumber. Oh my god, come on, the torch, come on! This is why fighting next to your own buildings is not the advantage you think it is in a Spearman fight. Because when they start hurling torches, it's a little bit stupid. Wow, so not only is he going to get the 50 bounty for the Uvu, I think he's going to get the Rax as well. He kills another spear. Dude, State is a god. And we are mere mortals witnessing it. Purple now does have enough for his own tech up. It is going to be Deerstone for him. And he burnt the racks. Not only that, but he's going to pinch it as well. No way. Pink will take out lose one of the Spearman rather, but to take out a racks, worthwhile for him. And the second wave comes in. Oh no. State is just built diff. Now, Spearman trade, it might look bad for him, but then the follow-up, right? Even if Purple equals this out, I'm pretty sure Purple has spent more spears at this stage. You can tell by the difference in tech timing. Silver Tree about to be complete. Meanwhile, for Purple, rushing up that Deerstone, but weaker for it. Let's see what's happening elsewhere. It looks like Red was trying to get frisky, but unfortunately for him, Dinky has been actively producing into Desert Raiders, so he has the perfect counter to those French Knights. And also, now he's going to get an opportunity to raid. The timing on this, by the way, Red might lose 2 villagers to this dive. I mean, if Dinky hesitates, he's wrong here. He just needs to go in. I don't think you even need to Archer form. In fact, it's enough to scare Vuvovan away, but Vuvovan only had to be scared if that entered melee form. Instead, he surrenders over the gold, and this is unfortunate, actually, for the Vietnamese squad, because Purple's having a hard time. Red now doesn't have access to gold, and Teal is playing with a 2-minute handicap. Fair to say things could be going better for the Vietnamese squad right now. Maybe if they can peel off a few villagers here, it would start to make them feel better about their position in this game. French are going to ride in. Does at least snipe 1 villager. Pink is now, oh, for God's sake, come. State is that guy where you're like sitting at the table after dinner and you've got like a little bit of potatoes left or whatever. And he's like, you going to eat that? It's just going around burning everyone's crap. Because you're Mongols, man. You got to get paid. Looks like Lombos have a ride, though. So Teal should be enough to scare this away. Remember, Lombos do counter Desert Raiders as well. And I would say that Deerstone feels better in 3v3. It gives you more mobility. It's just more tactile. You can still go for the Silver Tree option. Just build a marketplace. There's, like, honestly, there's no difference. Even more so in a team game, I'd argue. I think Deerstone gives you more flexi to either go trade or go for, TC booming. Yeah, I don't know. I think Silver Tree is just, at this point, to me, it feels more like a residual reaction from the old trade build that is eventually going to disappear. If you think about what you get out of Silver Tree, it's so much less than it used to be. It used to be so powerful due to the pack-up power, where you pump 2 traders and then pack up and move to the corner. It's lost that value now. I think Deerstone just feels better. Because then as the game progresses, keep in mind what Deerstone does for you is it's a mobile outpost, giving Yam aura. Vuvovan is going to find the trade. So this is important right now because I'd argue the Eastside team is far behind. So they need every pick they can get. And you know what? This is working out perfect. The fact that Dinky went into Desert Raiders, Teal's having a field day. And right now, Guz is just doing the filthy Chu-Ji things. He's not actually participating at all. He's just getting his golden star as a filthy greed boy. He did stop at 2 TC, credit to him, but I think that's just because he wants to get a castle edge here. And funnily enough, because of the passive stone generation, he can naturally get a 3rd TC anyway. What a reasonable civ. Totally balanced. Love it. 120 resource meditation garden, folks. Hopefully you could hear the sarcasm in my clap. So they've survived. However, the next wave is coming soon, and it's going to be a green one. And I think it's going to be Max Palace Guard. Love that he's going Shallow Monastery, really smart play here. Interestingly enough, he could have benefited a lot from just doing a fast castle and then coming back for the Song plus TC boom if he wanted relics ASAP. But I think maybe they were just kind of gauging the map, and now that they know they have map control, these relics kind of just turn into a freebie. Chickenu even added in because got to feel a little bit dirty. Other side this, I believe Vuvovan was saving up for his own tech up here, right? No, he reinvested in the end, so it's only going to be 1 player up there. Actually, sorry, I clicked on the wrong player there because I'm an idiot. He was getting fairly close. I just don't think he's going to commit to it. Like, there's not much Red would get out of Fast Castle here. I actually think it's kind of silly when I watch French players go Fast Castle unless they're going TC boom. Much better just to play long feudal and play map with knights. Like, you have the strongest unit in the feudal age. I don't think any unit feels stronger than a French knight, right? And a one-on-one. So to just sit back and do nothing with them feels really negligent, not just to your own game plan, but to your team as a whole. Keshik's now starting to shout from Lumber. They are going to find State being a greedy boy out on the eco. I love how the villagers even chase after this, though. Nice raiding around, though. Decent damage is being done to State here. He's not having a very fun game at this stage. 36 eco, Lumber by comparison up at 37. Remember, he was idled out, he slowed down, he was having a bad time. Also, on top of that, one of these players don't trade. One of these players most definitely did not. Yeah, this is where French becomes like one of the S tier picks of team games, especially in 3v3s. The map just feels too large, right? Like, you could try to wall this off, but that doesn't come until 10 minutes plus. By that point in the game, look how many knights are in your territory here. 8 knights, and for some reason, 3 scouts. But it just means that he's able to keep roaming in circles between the bases until you set up all your defenses, and that takes a lot of resources as well as time. Then adding Keshik's on top of that, and all of a sudden it starts to look a bit ugly, doesn't it? Palace Guard are coming out, so Guz will get a chance to return fire. Also starting to wall up the north side, so they're starting to condense the access points to the center here. Teal has even moved in as well. I'm a little bit surprised by this aggressive positioning. I think they need him to defend right now because Desert Raiders are finding their way in from Dinky. Vuvovan should end up losing 2 villages for that, but a miss micro there by Dinky. A little bit slow to snipe the second. So one thing I'm kind of struggling with here with the Vietnamese team is I'm not really seeing who the eco greed player is. I mean, we've got a second TC from Vuvovan, but he had it in so many nights. He's not the greedy player, right? That's more like a recovery TC. Maybe he's meant to be the greedy player, but it doesn't feel great here. Raw Institute is going to be the choice. He's got a decent number of knights to upgrade there, so I kind of understand that. But if you're the greed player as red, then Raw Institute makes no sense. Because if you're the greed player, you want Guildhall to get fast in. Weird game at the moment. Purple, yep, he did build the marketplace. He hasn't been trading though, right? They can't use the Desert Raiders. To me, this feels like a kind of missed trick where it's almost like they got in this game and they didn't communicate what their roles were clearly. Which, in fairness to them, is fully understandable considering Teal probably wasn't here for the beginning of the game. Teal comes back and is like, I don't get it. Am I the all-inner or am I the greed? Looks like for the time being, at least be able to make State's life a bit of hell here, but look at what's happening on the other side. Lumber just trying to roam through. Villagers are rushing out to get that wall up, so iGuz understands the critical element here to making this work is denying access for more cavalry. Has got the spearmen to allow for that. Pimba being pulled in a very weird way here. I like how he just ignores Pumba and it kind of somehow makes it that much worse for him. Finally is going to clap down the ball. I do think that the Aussie team has a lead here, but it's not as cut and dry as some games we've seen at 14 minutes in. Oh no, panic. He's a Beyblade! He's a Beyblade at 6 frames a minute. Isn't that pretty? Definitely no trade today for Purple. State with the cheeky little yoink. Behind this State, has he continued to scale his own trade? He's up to 11, yeah, so they've actually forced Red all the way back, right? Like, he's not aggroing anymore. That's bad, because at this stage, the walls start to go up, so your options get heavily limited from here on out. There's only a few gaps left that you could sneak in on. Those are close and fast. In fact, if he's wrapping Southside to get back in, I got bad news for him. Meanwhile, Faring Desert Raiders. Dinky, of course, did go up. I believe it was advancement wing play here. Yeah. The impressive part, right, is he just completely ignored military wing reinforcement. Like, these camels, he's just been actively producing them. And I gotta say, it looks really impressive in this game. I think it was a smart read. It's weird because you're building it against English, but the reality is there's a French player in the engagements. There's also a Mongol player. Mongols in these formats almost always go Keshiks. Flash coming in. Looks like Guz is going to get cleared up here, but remember, this is just wave number 1 for the Castle Age boy, and behind this, Guz continues to boom up eco. Now 83 economy, no doubt the biggest in the game so far. Looks like Relic Yoinking is going to be slowed down by Dinky. Dinky, how many we got so far? He's only got one home, but this feels like the type of game where you should get most of them, right? Vuvavan is the only player who can contest relics, as in take them permanently. And he doesn't have a monastery yet, so it's difficult to really park yourself this wide across relics. In fact, when you look at the landscape here, realistically, Dinky's probably got like 3 already on the way home if it isn't for Guz. Guz, I think this is maybe the one downside with the way they played this game that I don't like, is that you've got Ibids and Zhuji on the same team. Both of you have really strong potency into relic gathering, but I actually think Guz sucks in a team game. Shaolin Monastery build is really good in 1v1s. The Shaolin Monks are too slow in team games. I think you should just let your teammate have all these relics, because the Dervishes are just so much quicker. I mean, it's 1 movement speed compared to 1.62, right? It's almost double your movement speed. Tech Up's coming out, though. Just one player left waiting. Lumber, who went for 2 TCs, is ironically enough about to run out of Lumber here. And I hope he's got some lumbar support in his chair, because he's going to be sitting in it for a while in this game. I don't think if victory's going to come their way, it's going to come anytime soon. Surprised he's this scared, actually. Just a handful of Keshiks, but I guess he's paranoid, vision-wise, like what's coming behind this. Rev the raid in. Remember, there is a camel on ease here, so villager damage is going to be somewhat limited, especially with the textiles. This feels like a double negative, right? 75 health on top of the fact that you're doing 20% less damage. And now also, what? What? What was that click? Oh my god, Red's getting cleared up. Even with the Royal Bloodlines, he loses everything here. Vuvavan better call for a van, an ambulance to be specific, because he just got knocked out. 8 military. And those 8 military don't feel strong either, due to the fact that they're mirrored by Desert Raiders at all times here. That was a critical blunder. Vuvavan should have lost maybe 1-2 knights max and kept that team in there, but now, because of that death, there's no entrance point anymore. They're all gone. Right? There's a tiny one here that's just being kept open for whatever reason, but they're already flooding their troops that way, so I wouldn't really call that an entrance for you as much as an exit for the enemy team. What did Teal go up with? King's Pass, of course. So they're safe for the most. I think what gets a bit worrisome is when you lose this many knights collectively as a team, it opens cracks in the formation, right? Against 2 players that are playing mass cav. Wolves are at least going to go up, so the Vietnamese squad giving over some ground here with their walling, but they don't really have a choice right now. Teal's just trying to force a funnel point, because if you're high in this game, you've got to have a small area to play in, right, with Lombos. I was going to make a joke there. If you're high in this game, that would explain why you're losing so much. Oh, I'm just going to stop now. Lombo's just trying to snipe out. Keshik's being forced to defend him, but it's not a good point to defend from. It's mass crossbows on the backside of this, right? So if you have to lead with Keshiks, you're just dying. This is just looking ugly. Lumber does manage to tech up behind this, but the Keshik cost is high. And now Pink's Keshiks absorbing all the longbow fire. Teal has to run, but guess what? More troops are coming. Dinky King on the way. It's going to be a 3-man force here, pushing in down the center. A perfect time assault here. They secure the sacred sites behind this, but the push continues. Teal in a world of hurt right now. That's basically his entire army on one screen. Not for long, though. The push through continues, man. I mean, the Kurultai is on the way. I just don't ever know if it's going to show up. I feel like the force is pushing so fast. It feels difficult for you to ever arrive. Purple does get the Kurultai unpacked here. So they have juiced up their damage output, their health as well. That should be enough to scare away left side for a second, but this is the stupid part about Kurultai, right? On such a big map. Oh no, Kurultai! What if we just walk away from it? Easy enough to do here. They even dive towards a keep, which is usually a no-no at this stage of the game, but their army's just so big, and Guz, just so much to dispose of, right? His eco is fat as can be. In fact, Guz, I think he's going Imperial Age very soon. Kurultai's almost arrived. Longbows still getting their buffed up damage and health. They won't be able to stay here long, though. There's the defense arrow coming out, so everyone just getting juiced up on the defensive front. Kurotai now unpacking. It's finally here. Finally, that one edge, that one opportunity to defend that they've got is now gone from the Vietnamese team. Now they're starting to burn down that Kurotai. He's forced to pack up and moving away. State going even deeper. Dude, I love how State is prioritizing it. I imagine the communication is stick close, don't go too far. Always be close enough to return to the Kurotai. The Kurotai is love and the Kurotai is life. Push comes in. Backstab in from Dinky King as well, though. Red tries to ride in for the south side. Mistakes being made here, though. Look what happened. Guz, he backed away to open the pass. He gives a good fight over, and that means that State, his troops are going to get wiped here. Dinky also going to get slapped down if the Lombos actually ever attack. And then it's going to turn into a 1v3. However, that 1v3 is versus the Zhu Ji. And enough damage has been done here that I have no doubts in my mind. Zhu Ji wins. Backstab coming through here. Mind you, there's still a camel on ease. Love that detail. Dinky keeping that aura in range, making sure that Red can't do a damn thing. Guz able to stand against all of this. Just enough Palace Guard to get through that front line, and the Lombos can't hang around here much longer. Guz behind this, by the way, is finally ready for Imperial Age. He makes it look oh so simple. And you know what? It is. Zhu Ji's legacy is not exactly what I'd call a fair civ. In fact, I believe the term that many players have used to describe it so far is unethical, and I would wholeheartedly agree with that statement. This civ is disgusting. And it looked pretty filthy in this game. Full granary unlocked. He's got what? He'd have 3 TC in the end total, didn't he? Meditation Garden also just adding so much in that early game, allowing for that TC boom. Yeah, Guz is just basically carrying these fights until the next wave of the other 2 players arrive. Imagine they're going to be coming soon. State sending more cavalry. They are trickling in a bit. Guz, once again, has that opportunity to go Imperial Age, and oh my dear god, it's an ambush. Nest of Bees. Hold. Hold. Let him get in. Let him get in. Please. Just a little bit closer. Just a tiny bit closer. Come to Papa. Okay. Okay. No. Over here. Just a little bit. Edge it in. Edge it in. Still sees it, though. Dude, you could see Guz was waiting for that next to the tree line. He's like, hold on. Hold on. Backstab coming in, though. This is scary, by the way. If the Kurotai unpacks next to those Nest Bees, everything dies. He's already got the +2 damage. He's going to get another +2 damage. It's pretty bonkers what you can do with Nest Bees with Kurotai, actually. I'd say it's unethical. Huh, look at that. Another unethical thing for the Zhu Ji. Oh, and tech up now complete as well. He went for the Zhu Ji library. Okay, so we are probably going to be looking at 10,000 bolts here. That second half damage shot for the crossbows. Yeah, I don't... unless you're going to attack Eco, I don't know how the Vietnamese squad recovers this. It kind of feels impossible at this stage. Because they're never going after Eco. They haven't been going after Eco for several minutes, and now you're starting to see the result of that. The reason why it looks like they're defending is because they're defending, right? Like, they're defending their base, which is why it looks like they're holding. Oh boy, this is a bad fight. A really bad fight for Red. Even with the Royal Bloodlines, it doesn't matter. Up against the veteran Keshiks with the heal, with the damage buff, you just don't win this fight. Meanwhile, north side, guess who's marching out? Nest of Bees looking for the party. Trebs have sieged in, so TC's already down. Pastures are also falling. And with every second that passes, the other thing that's falling here is the Vietnamese squad of chance of winning this. Nest of Bees! Oh no! Oh, that. Yep, that's the kidneys. Oh boy. And he also now has bombards. Guys, can we just call this for what it is? A shellacking. You know what? The good news, Team Vietnam, is you have an excuse. It's all Teal's fault. He was AFK for 2 minutes. 2 minutes clearly made the difference. I so wanted this to be them getting stomped by the Vietnamese squad. Backstab comes in. And the reason I wanted it was because of that 2-minute delay and the fact that Guz, Dinky, and Stay play way too many team games together. They're ultra sweat lords. I was hoping that Team Vietnam would be able to pull off something special, but instead, the only thing special about this is how long they're actually lasting. This game feels like it should already be over. In a lot of ways, it kind of already is. Red Pass is on the way, so it looks like Red is going to try to recover the game. Only one problem with that Red Pass placement, folks. It's exactly where the enemy team is not playing. Oh, man. Purple running out of base here very quickly. How much eco do they have at this stage? 65? Why do you think you're still in this? The Krultai is just dirty, man. The way he's just rolling through all this. Well, not the team game, the balanced team game I was looking for, but you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? And I was really hoping High was some secret Giga Chad. Unfortunately, it's not played out that way. No, these are not your farms. Leave. TC being burnt, though. I mean, it's just all dead for Purple. He doesn't exist in this game anymore. Teal now making his last stand. Red has been completely ignored. But don't worry, guys. A few more minutes and that Siege Workshop's going to be real dead. Dinky King. Yeah, I wonder where Dinky's been. He's been missing for a while, hasn't he? And I'm confused how he's been missing this long, right? Because was he raiding Southside? Because he's still not Imperial Age. Get those rookie numbers pumped up, buddy. Spears are here, though. And those should be Phalanx Spears, so no touchy for the Knights. And if Red can't come in now, then they are definitely dead because Teal is just going to fall to all this pressure. It's even a keep drop. No, not a keep drop. The keep drops. Guz in with a double keep to make. Oh my god, it's happening. It's happening. We done it. They're finally doing it. Tower of the Sultans are winning a game of Age of Empires 4. Yeah. No, complete it. Complete it. You don't stop building that, or I'll beat you with a stick, sir. There we go. We got one. And we've got two. Let's go. No, right. To the right, guys. The base is to the right. It's almost like they're blindfolded and be led around the room. It's like left, more right, right, left. Wait, where are they going? I think Dinky's just vibing at this stage, guys. Jesus, even the camera movement is janky when you watch them. So while Dinky King plays with himself, it looks like Stay and Guz are going to aim to end the game here. Elite Keshik's now right in with the Krultai buff. Dinky is on the way. He's like, wait for me. The Tower of the Sultans are almost there. Just give me 5 more minutes. I don't think this game has 5 minutes, Dinky. Yeah, I can be there soon. Just hold on. Oh, dear, dear. Well, landmarks are being burned. Green is 1v1 in Teal to a victory. Behind this, Purple is living in Delusion Town right now. He's like, I can recover this, guys. There's a relic here. The relic will protect. Salami Wololo God moment. I can do this. Oh, I don't know about that, guys. Oh. That should be it. What more did this... Oh my god. Do I need to say more about the Tower of the Sultan than what you just saw there? This game had it all. AFKs, Tower of the Sultans, that's kind of what it had. GG. So things that we need to nerf and things that we need to buff. Ah, the beautiful balance of Age of Empires 4. Looks like they're going to surrender over now. I can't believe they even waited that long. Red right now is Optimus priming. He says, I can take on the entire world. I've got Arbalest emplacements. Look how quickly they die. I don't think they care, Fubo. Why don't you move over and join your friends in the grave? Your rep pass is gone. Game is over. Poor Team Vietnam. They couldn't get a game against the Europeans. They can't against the Australians either. It's looking tough. If you guys are enjoying this content, make sure you subscribe to the channel, by the way. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of all these faces in the future. I do love to feature the Aussie stack with the honorary Australian. Be sure to check them out on Twitch. Dinky used to stream. I don't think he does anymore. Guz used to stream. I think he stopped as well. But State sometimes can at least still be streaming StarCraft. Who knows? If enough of you suddenly follow him and then ask him, maybe he'll come back and stream the AoE 4 as well. What do you mean? That Tower of the Sultan done everything. Did you see how it just like stood there and then it stood there? It stood there, right? Like that counts as something. No, I can't. It's such a bad landmark. Not landmark. Sorry, it's bad siege. It literally does nothing. It just exists. I think is the best way to describe it. All right. Shall we hop into some live games again now? Let's see. Maybe we go back to some 1v1s. So this is what I mean. It's so hard to find balanced matchups in team because the environment is so underdeveloped. Killjohnny and B had a ladder game? Ooh. Excuse me. You mean the one he's having right now? Japanese versus Delhi. Is that the one? So let me have a look at this. One on Canal. Intriguing. ABBA versus Japanese. Ooh. Let me just do a quick live check. Just in case we've got some people who hide their data that we can only catch if we quickly rush in. So let's quickly have a look. I swear this Famut the Great guy used to be very high ranked. I don't know if he's fallen though. So there's a Killjohnny B1 right now, which is Delhi versus Japanese. Alternatively, there's also Starflark versus Sassy, but I feel like I've had enough Mongols for one day. Thanks, Phil. Let's have a look at the thingy, the data. 3DB, let's check his match history. So Canal. It's taking a long time to load. Jesus. Delhi versus Japan? Yeah, maybe we do the live game. I mean, we could always circle back for a Bassa versus Japanese on Canal, I guess. Maybe we do the live game, the little livey poos? It's intimidating by its sheer size and manliness. That's true. It like when I saw the giant ass tower being built, Tower of the Sultan, I sat up in my chair out of intimidation, you know. It very much made me feel like I needed to overcompensate. Just has that effect. All right, let's do Killjohnny versus B, the live game they're playing on Gorge. It's Japanese versus Delhi, so let's give that a check-in. get to it. All right, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. I had to check in on this one. I think chat highlighted that I don't think we've seen this matchup before. It feels like one of the more rare ones. Japanese in the hands of Killjadi, and on the other side, B, whipping out someone we've seen plenty of here. It's going to be the Deli on Gorge. Now, Deli, nothing too surprising there. We've seen it a million times before. Whoop-de-freaking-doodah. But the Japanese in this matchup is something that I'm kind of curious about, because Deli feels like a Civ that everyone's always puzzled on how to deal with, right? It feels like you're very limited. If you're being totally honest about Deli right now, it honestly just feels like there's two ways to beat Deli. You either, A, pick Deli, or B, pick Chinese. That's more or less it, right? Like, there's nothing else. So, could Japan be one of the answers? Because some of the new Civs solve this illustrious Civ that just seems to dunk every game by 20 minutes. Let's find out. Killjadi, definitely a capable player. If there's an aggressive play, he's willing to match it. If you have not seen Killjadi before, player on their rise. If you think B is all in aggro-focused a lot of the time, oh, baby, wait until you see Killjadi. Killjadi has been described by players as uncomfortable to play against. He doesn't let you breathe. He's very suffocating. It's almost like a needy puppy that just won't let you be. Only that needy puppy has red in the eyes and is looking to have your blood spilt all over it. Let's see if Killjadi can do it in this game, if he gets an opportunity to. Opening-wise, we're going to see him moving out into the forge on the front side on the gold. Looks like he has got one villager out building the house. You always want to do this. Anyone who is watching this, who's looking to learn the correct opening for Japan, first house always on berry. Makes so much sense. You don't want to place it too close to your starting farms. TC rather, because you want farms there later on, because you need to build your farms around your TC due to the way that Daimyo works. And also this has the added benefit of once you've got I forgot the name of it, I always say it all the time. Once you've got the level 1 wheelbarrow tech for the Japanese, Tawara, you are able to gather quicker from berries than you are from sheep. So I love what I'm seeing from Killjadi, immediately rallying people out there. This is similar to the Abbasid and Delhi logic, right? Take the more dangerous resource first, with a better gathering rate, save the sheep for when you run out or get pressured. And oh boy, are we in for a fun one. Killjadi is opening with the Kokka Township. On the other side, TOV coming in from Delhi. But this is going to be a tricky opening for B. B, unless he scouts this, should be opening with Ghazi Raiders. And folks, Ghazi Raiders do not fare well against Shinobi. Oof. I mean, we can still put bets up. I'm going to start predictions. I think it's okay to put... I'm going to put a prediction up. You guys have got a minute. Who will win? Is it going to be B or Killjadi? You only get a minute. I think I'm being generous there. Because this is a tricky one now. The Kokka Township changes so much about this matchup. If this is Kura Storehouse, Delhi have control. But now with the Kokka Township, you instantly match the initial aggression of the Ghazi Raider because you have a Shinobi before they have Ghazi. Then, if the Ghazi and Shinobi ever fight, you'd think that Ghazi would win. But you have to remember, Shinobi have very high base damage. So Ghazi gets struck hard. On top of that, the Shinobi will heal when they're out of combat. So you essentially have to reach a stage where you have enough troops to instantly kill, or you have to back away as the Delhi. And I wouldn't be surprised if Killjadi is just going to back this up with Horsemen. This could also be a Yumi-type game. Sounds kind of wild, I know, but hear me out. You mass Yumi, the Ghazi just kind of get countered by the Shinobi in the early phase. If Killjadi is able to keep the Shinobi, the Ghazi count rather in check, and stop it from scaling, then Yumi's a free game. However, if the first 3 or 4 Ghazi get out and they don't get killed, expect this to most likely be Horseman play coming in from Japan. Oh, tech up complete, B. Did go for the TOV as expected here. Is a bit lagging behind on the wood here. And Scout, I think he did sniff out the Kokka Township just in time. First Shinobi already on the way, second one being pumped. And he can actually idle the berries pretty early here, which... Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think B got much there. Okay, he has 10 sheep. And that's 10 for the Japanese. So, not the biggest runway for B here. Killjadi already arriving with the Shinobi. He didn't even disguise himself. Kind of surprised he's not going in for the stab, but it's because he would be on the very edge of TC range. So instead, he was maybe looking for the gold here. Wait, Was he going to try to sabotage the mosque? Oh, that's sick. If he can get this, that's really smart, but it's going to be difficult because the wind-up animation of sabotage is incredibly long. Because if you do manage to get that, it's going to stall out the Sanctity unlock timing, which is just big brain here from Killjadi. Delhi, they're accelerated by the control sacred sites, right? So even though there's Ghazi, but they don't have the ability to lock sacred sites, the game kind of feels like it's on a clock. But Killjadi instead, just going to back away. This is Fast Castle now, right? It has to be. Outpost already up. Love the outpost placement, by the way. Against the Delhi, it protects both the berries as well as the gold. Yeah, a little bit surprised he didn't just sabo these both. Nice snipe out attempt there. Scout almost goes down, but B, with the quick reactions, able to peel away. Double Ghazi on the way, and Killjadi just used his Shinshin, so he has to back up entirely. You can only try to take risks when you have the blink. Otherwise, you might just get chased down. So against someone like Ghazi that has superior movement speed, you can't risk it. You have to remember that these units are very expensive. 60 food and 60 gold each. Now, hold on a sec. I don't think he's going to fall for that. Killjadi just standing the villagers here. I wonder what that is. Yeah, I do sometimes feel like the disguise is a bit underwhelming, right? Like, it's useful from a minimap perspective, but outside that, one of the big problems with the disguise, obviously Scout counters it. At the same time, if someone A-clicks into you, it still attacks the Shinobi, right? And I get why it works that way. Could you imagine how obnoxious it would be if someone had 20 Shinobi all disguised and you had to individually click each of them? It would be just an absolute pain in the ass. But it still kind of like feels like it hard limits the value that Spy has. Thankfully, this unit has a lot of other utility to work with between Sabotage and Shinshin. B. Now looking for a way, and I think he did just scout that out. So he knows Killjadi's teching up. Killjadi teching up with 8 villages, though. On this side, he should be safe to get this. Outpost on the forward. It looks like B is starting to dive into that area. He has to be very careful about this because it looks like B just has a winner here, right? 7 Ghazi already here, but if he dives in and he just tries to commit to the outpost, these Shinobi will snipe him down fast. And no, Delhi hasn't got a single sight yet because Sanctity hasn't come through yet. Extra scholars. Where are they being pulled to the front army? No, he's got one in here for military fish. Ah, there. It's at the back of the stables. Yeah, this is an all-in timing B. I think this is the right read. You just have to shut down Killjadi before he really gets online. Idle eco time coming. Outpost is being upgraded, but Killjadi a bit greedy. B reads it perfectly here. And now trying to move in. Shinobi are going to get overwhelmed. Shinshin to back away. They dive underneath the TC, but the outpost in trouble. Upgrade is going to come through. Is this going to be enough, though, is the real question. B, damage being reduced. Killjadi needs to repair this right now, and he needs to be clutch about it. The Archer already counted out the Shinobi. Villagers with a repair here. Garrison comes in. Great micro by Killjadi. Does lose one outpost. Villagers still, though. More being pulled to keep this alive. Killjadi needs everyone to stay in this. Mount Samurai now here. B, sniping as many villagers as possible. This is going to be an absolute massacre. No textiles for Killjadi. And the outpost, it looks like, although he's delayed it, is it going to be enough here? B sits on the side. I think he has enough to break this. 4 Ghazi plus the scout. Killjadi, only 1 Mountain Samurai and no access to gold right now. This is going to be tight. This is going to be extremely close. More villagers being pulled. B building that eco lead. Shinto now trying to heal up through the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Archers sniping down the remaining villagers. Killjadi still has that outpost on fire, but it looks like he's going to hold. Whoo, lordy, this was close. This was phenomenally close. Killjadi ran out of wood there at the worst possible moment, but the outpost will be protected. And not just that, B threw away everything. He's only locked 1 sacred site. He's down to 4 Ghazi. That dive cost him everything of value here. Now, he's still 5 eco ahead, but keep in mind, this is now an age-up advantage for the Japanese. B cannot rush his own. It would do nothing for him here. And it would give everything over. And already things are being given over. Killjadi moves out for the first relic. And look how long that age-up took before the pressure relieved. Second Yorishiro is spawning in 5 seconds. And guess what? Killjadi's going to drop that in the TC. It's risky. It's awkward the way it usually can't pay off in a lot of games, but I actually think this is the type of game where it could make a lot of sense. Okay, ignore me. He's going for the Forge, isn't he? Of course. I actually think TC play makes a lot of sense here. It's usually not ideal, but the way I view this game for Killjadi is it's not about what happens at 40 minutes, right? Where it's just a wasted Yorishiro. It's about what happens in the next 5. But instead, he prioritizes the gold. A little bit surprised by this, considering he should be able to get 3, if not 4 relics on this map. I don't think the Forge should be the highest priority. I'd say, actually, if you're going to drop the Yorishiro anywhere, House makes more sense because he just doesn't have food income. Killjadi. What a game this already is, man. This is the exact type of thing I want to see, right? Like, the thing is, a lot of people go for these fast castle builds right now, and I think maybe in some ways for certain people watching the underwhelming feeling when the game first came out is a lot of these fast castle builds didn't go punished because everyone was fast castling. Something that players learned towards the end of the pre-Sultan's Ascend era, should we call it, was that all-in timings can stop games instantly when people are being greedy. And what I love is, we've seen it against Ibids, we're now seeing it a lot against the Japanese. Instead of reacting to these fast tech timings by just teching yourself, players are trying for these all-ins to just instantly end the game. Killjadi now up to 5 Mountain Samurai. Villagers do have textiles, but this is so hard. This other time alone is a stinger, right? Killjadi, yeah, I mean, he's 5 villagers behind, but it just feels kind of irrelevant. With the sacred sites just not being controllable, the relics now coming in. B, I think his only potential way out of this game is massing spears and castling. But even that doesn't feel good, because if you're going to mass spears, you know what the Japanese are going to do next. It's going to be a Rax, and it's going to be Onibugisha. B, is this going to clear up these samurai? More mad samurai just riding through looking for villages, though. A lot of walls now coming out from B, so you can see how paranoid he is about his position in the game. Notice that he doesn't hold the food for Castle Age. Immediately just doubles down on spears. Is he going to try to end the game again? This is kind of wild, but I actually like it. So hear me out. Like, if you go all in now, you think the window's closed, right? You'd think that the Killjadi has this game, but what you need to be cognitive of is that this is a Coca Township build. Usually at this stage of the game, Killjadi has infinite food scaling in his own base. He doesn't have that here. He doesn't have a single farm. He doesn't have a single level in the Daimyo. He has to play out into pocket resources. So this read by B to just try and go in again actually isn't a terrible idea. If he waits this out, if he tries to tech up, this far behind the Castle Age with no military presence, Delhi are just dead. The one way he can actually recover this game is by rushing into the Japanese base before Castle Age is truly realized. Horseman. I'm going to force the villager back. One archery range does go up. Looks like it's going to be a switch to Yumi. Killjadi, smart read here. Needs to be careful not to get picked off, actually. Initial troops probably not going to get out safely there, so he builds a second archery range further back in a better location. It looks like he has got an additional Yorishiro here that's just not being banked. And are we back here again? We're doing this again. Okay, here we go. Second time is the charm, says B. Killjadi even uses the Mountain Samurai to garrison. Dude, this is so cool. You just don't see that with heavy cavalry in this type of situation, but it just makes sense. It's mass spears. Just kill the spears. And the Mountain Samurai are going to definitely do a lot more damage by sitting in that outpost. Oh my god, this game is so aggressive. This is what I've been missing, right? B, on a 4-month break, I have not been getting enough of this. I'm glad he's back so that we get these type of scrappy games. Killjadi, what? The most delayed wallow ever. It's like, I'm warning you, I have lots of surplus gold. Why are you building food wood units then? Because I need them. Oh man, Killjadi, it's kind of crazy because I feel like Killjadi could have literally just built Samurai instead. I'm still kind of like, the Yumi seems cool because you're up against spears, but like if you think about it from a raw macroeconomics perspective, why would you not build Samurai? I mean, I guess food is limited, right? Maybe he didn't think he could access this, but surely a short wall here, and you have all the food you need. Instead, now B on the verge of kicking your ass out of this game. Moves in with the Ghazi, moves in with the spears. That's Kiljardi's entire army. I think he's dead. Villagers getting shivs out. You're going to lose so many here. No textiles either. Kiljardi. Oh my god, this game. B refuses to give up. Kiljardi. Villagers might save him this time, but the price is high. Just look at those health bars. Second wave in from B. And Kiljardi, any semblance of an army has evaporated at this stage. Kiljardi, there is no resistance to the Delhi. Holy smokes. B with the all-in. Where many a player would have said, let's just try to get Castle Age. B, he removes the tech up option from his keybinds and just continues on in. And now, with so much damage on these villagers, you'd think it would be a good trade against 2 units. It's not. Your health bars are way too low here. Japan, now 20 eco down. I don't care how many relics you've got. It just doesn't make up for that anymore. Shinobi not going to be able to defend you. Yuumi still coming out rather on the front side. Not ideal. B, it slowed down, but that's just because he's getting the next wave together. There's 16 spearmen in total ready to dive. Just need to get together. And I've heard there is an interesting game between Japan and Abasas that Kiljardi and B did have on Canal before this. Don't worry, we'll be looking at that as well. I just wanted to catch this one live. Oh, boy. Now, hear me out. Kiljardi does have 4 relics. He is up against melee and melee army. You know what you got to do. Get 2. Instead, he's garrisoning the relics. Naughty. There we go. Well, oh, he couldn't trap him in time. B's getting a bit rushy with these Ghazi Raiders. I don't think they need to be going in this quickly. However, the villagers are panicking from Kiljardi. Wait, what? What? He put them on stand ground. Oh, interesting, because he didn't want to run back into the wall. So they're literally just standing there. That was so awkward. Stand ground from one side, Gavra next to them from the other. But I don't think you're going to try to gather resources next to this army. B, 20 eco ahead, isn't happy with that lead. He wants bigger. Shinto now going to be taken away, so that relic gold not going to last long here. The amount of spears and horsemen. Kiljardi, I mean, dude, this guy just doesn't have the food. He's in Castle Age, but he might as well not be. This food lacking the way it is. I mean, he just doesn't have a way of producing anything other than Yuumi, and even that, he doesn't have veteran Yuumi yet. The upgrade is only now coming in, and this is the end. This is it. He picked up the wrong relic, the ones that still had cooldown. Villagers run for their lives, but that is an absolute war crime. 23 eco left. By the end of this raid, it's going to be down to 15. Yeah, no, truly 15. Even this guy over here is dead. Well, Kiljardi, you do have 4 relics. You do have Castle Age. But I do believe it's time to show you the door. B most definitely has won this game. Kiljardi, I think people are going to learn a lesson from this. I mean, the Shinobi play makes a lot of sense if you're able to be aggressive. But if you can't, if those Shinobi do nothing, and they done nothing in this game, then this is where your path lies. B, very smart what he done here. He knew his resources were close enough that the Shinobi would do nothing. The goal of the Shinobi was to force archers first. That would have put Japanese ahead. That would have allowed the outpost to go up. That would have allowed for fast castle. Instead, despite this attempt to force B's hand, he still prepped those Ghazi immediately and didn't look back. Now, as we look back at the Japanese base, or what's left of it, I think it's fair to say that this would be the recovery of Age of Empires 4's history if he pulled it off. But with limited Yuumi and a never-ending army of Delhi troops coming to keep you at limited Yuumi, I just don't see the way anymore. Remember, these trades are bad for Kiljardi. Like, he does 9 damage compared to the 5, sure, but the attack speed makes it more reasonable for me. I do think that B may have slipped up and that he doesn't have any blacksmith play. But outside that, we're now at a stage where Killjadi, like the maximum eco he can have is here. Right? Now, if B just slows down for a second, builds like 10, 12, 15 Ghazi, it's literally just Yuumi. Has B still not got the blacksmiths this deep? There we go. He's finally realized it, right? That's why he backed away. He saw how much damage the Yuumi were doing. Now, credit to him, Killjadi, like, great. You're alive. But for anyone who thinks that I'm calling this prematurely, it's literally a triple eco advantage. And for those 4 relics you have, meet Delhi Sacred Sites. It would take a miracle for Killjadi to turn this around. If he does, this will be, hands down, the greatest comeback we have seen in well over a year. I think that would be fair to say. And you know what? I'd love to see it. I'd love to believe in it. But B's now on his way to Castle Age. Oh boy. Sacred Sites are still locked in as well. And it's House of Learning, guys. I mean, this is... It's pretty rough. House of Learning into Men-at-Arms with eventual Homeblades. Homeblades is pretty interesting because it means you can actually compete up against the Samurai. Not that Killjadi's ever going to be many of those because he doesn't have food access. In fact, with the way that B has been walling, he's never going to end up with food access. Surprised that B did pull the villagers to build walls. I thought he'd just use the military, but I guess the military's got other things to do, like killing people. He's actually gathering deer from the enemy side. What is this game? Like, B literally is taking all of the food from right next to Killjadi's base. Yuumi, I've got bad news, buddy. Yeah, turn back. This way, life, death. I think this is the moment B needed, is Killjadi just coming out of the base with most of his army. Because Yuumi, although they move fast, if they have nowhere to run, it doesn't matter how fast you run. But right now, they're doing nothing. People interested that people talking about what right now, the Jeanne d'Arc Delhi matchup. I guess Jeanne d'Arc should fare reasonably well against Delhi because Delhi need to trade, right? I think if there's going to be a solution for that matchup, it's kind of relevant to talk about now because we've got Delhi in the game. It's going to be probably not Tower Victory. I think it's actually going to be based around Dome of Faith to beat Jeanne. You basically just have to heal. Right, that would be your goal. I think maybe Spearman Archers with a delayed arrival out in the field might work against Jeanne, but I'd have to see it tested a bit. In theory, it makes sense why it would work. Anyway, instead, let's focus on this matchup. Delhi versus Japanese. One that we weren't sure about the outcome of, but one that feels almost clear as day here. But I would honestly say if you just tuned in, you didn't see the first 23 minutes, I don't know if I pin this as much on the Civ choices as the player choices. This is very much just B doing B things. I mean, look at what he's done on the map. He's literally walled in Killjadi. And Killjadi, by the way, has almost an entire army of archers, so he can't burn through stuff. B, more walls coming. Homeblades is on the way, by the way. Minute and 20 seconds away, and oh my god, he's building tower elephants. You know what? I actually don't even feel like this is BM. I feel like this is the one matchup where elephants make sense. Because Killjadi has mass Yuumi, and Yuumi do 9 damage, and Tower Elephants, with just 1 level of ranged upgrade, have 8 armor. This is actually the perfect counter. Oh my god. I mean, I don't think it would usually be the perfect counter. I think you usually would need a huge eco advantage, but yeah. B gets behind the wall just in time before the Knights can kill him. Walks it off. That's right. Nice guy, B. He thought Killjadi looked very vulnerable, so he did indeed build him a bunch of walls. But apparently Killjadi, rude guy Killjadi doesn't even thank B for the walls. He just blows them up. We've all got one person we know who's like this. Killjadi does move out of the decap. The 6-minute mark on the timer. B now with 4 times the firepower. Tower Elephants, head on in. Yuumi are just going to get destroyed here. This is so stupid. Get him, Dumbo. They're even beating the crap out of the Knights. And I think that should be good night to poor little Killjadi. He's actually diving for whatever kills he can get. He needs a trade out. He needs a way out. He's actually switched into Onimusha, which is just as bad. Oh, man. Guys, Tower Elephants beat Onimusha as well. Like, you have the extra tower range, right? But it just doesn't matter. Because your base damage is nothing. Your game plan is nothing. B has grinded him into dust. The Elephanto fun time has returned to the ladders. Oh, B is vibing, man. He's having a good time. You can tell. Thought you needed Imperial to produce elephants? No, they're just that bad. No one builds them in Castle Age. The elephants that require Imperial Age is the one that requires the landmark that produces elephants that have gunpowder units on top. You can build ones with archers on top, or you can get ones with a spear on top in Castle Age. So, I think now we go back and cast the previous game, which is meant to be just as wonderful. I mean, I'm not sure. People at the start of that game were like, you should watch the last one. The last one was better. And then I was like, okay, I can see what you mean. Maybe Delhi stomped this. The longer we got into that, I was like, I'm not convinced the last one's going to be better, but let's find out. It's going to be Canal, Japanese versus Abbasids. Fast castle against Delhi almost seems like a suicide at this point. I think Killjadi almost had it, though, is kind of the crazy thing. Like, you say it seems like suicide, but I actually think the problem is that he went Kolka Township. Kolka Township only works if you force a reaction, and he didn't get any reaction out of B whatsoever. B just done the exact same Delhi build he would have always done. All right. That's right. It's more of B. It had to be. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. I couldn't resist this. We just watched a game between B and Killjadi on Gorge, and that was phenomenal. But I've been guaranteed this one on Canal is just as absurd. B, in the orange, is going to be playing as the Abbasid Dynasty. Meanwhile, Killjadi picks a Civ that can also dominate here on a water map, a water hybrid map. It is, of course, the Japanese in the purple. Let's get to it, folks. Two very talented, very aggressive players. B, definitely one of the OG aggressors, it feels like, in Age of Empires 4. A very talented player, no doubt about it. But Killjadi, a rising star, one that has kill in the name because he's always looking to kill in the game. Let's see what can happen here. Opening dock is already going to be coming out from Killjadi. Interesting choice, actually, in this matchup, that he chose to go for the dock first instead of trying to fast feudal into dock denial. B, on the other side of this, well, it looks like we are going to be getting a fast feudal for the Abbasids. I imagine we're looking at military wing to open this, so this is already a peculiar start. I think it's because B doesn't believe he can contest Shinobi, and he's maybe assuming this is a fast feudal age, because right now the meta on water hybrid maps for the Japanese is to rush feudal to block water play by your opponent. Because if you rush feudal age, and you get Shinobi out, you're able to start sabotaging their dock by the time they reach feudal, and they're never able to get any sort of defensive vessel out. So, may seem a bit weird by B, but realistically it's a smart play. I think he could have actually set up a dock really close to the shore here and started to pump. And the reason that that's fine is most civs are just going to play fishing regardless on this map, right? So, if that's the case and it works for most civs, surely for a civ that pays 75 wood, it makes sense to drop a safe dock and then just build one naturally where you would later on anyway, as you need to. But instead, he just has no interest at all. Wait. He wouldn't. There's no way he would. Okay. I had to check. In fairness, it's probably a good idea that he didn't go Trade Wing. I think right now, Canal Trade Wing just doesn't work because the map's a bit inconsistent. Sometimes you get double trade post spawn, sometimes you get single, and if a single, it's very blockable as a play. So probably a good idea that he didn't go in for the Trade Wing in this game. Instead, it is going to be the melee wing opening. There's other side, there's Killjadi already having 3 ships, about to add in the 4th. Going to be slow on his tech timing, but only 2 spearmen, 2 archers. He shouldn't be so slow that he's hurt by this choice to go fishing first. And I'm just looking at the resource spawns. Double gold on the starting island is some seriously good RNG. I mean, it's a small difference in distance, right? But it's still beneficial. It's much easier to reach. I mean, the reality of what you've got here for Killjadi, he can just outpost 1 location and protect 8k gold, which I don't like the fact that it spawns like this. I don't think this should ever be allowable. I almost feel like this should be a hard code restriction that gold and stone is limited to 1 stack on your starting island. The whole point of the design of Canal is to force you to come out of your base. And well, Killjadi is going to be coming out of his base quickly in Feudal Age. Gorka Township on the way. Other side of this, B is now moving out with Villager. This is going to be an aggro dock drop, isn't it? Timing does favor him here. Theoretically. He doesn't have mill though, right? No, no wheelbarrow. That's way too late with the wheelbarrow. So instead, has he got something up? No. No, I think he's just going wide. There's no way he's going to sneak into the base and then drop a dock right here. That would be one hell of a gamble. And one of a genius move. But unfortunately for him, if that is the plan, if anything like that's the plan, the scout's going to see him. And folks, Killjadi is about to have a Shinobi in about 10 seconds. Wow, it's a proxy Rax. With double wolf? Oh my god. The unluck, the misfortune here for B. Not only getting scouted, but hit by double wolf here. I mean, the Rax theoretically should go up, but the fact it gets scouted, now with the Shinobi coming, instant Shinshin here. Killjadi knows it's just all about timing now. And folks, he's going to get there. This is not going to work. B, not only might he just miss out on getting the Rax up at all, he just might end up losing the villager as well. Spearman Archer's on the way, but I think this is the missed trick. B, jump the gun with this. Killjadi should just be a sabotage. There we go. Burns it. If he moves past, if he waits for the Shinshin, he can actually kill the archers here. So he baits them past. Ram being built by B. What is this game? Okay, this is danger territory for B. 2 Shinobi can actually just snipe you down the archers. So construction complete. B, he needs the level 2 upgrade on the spears to even start. He needs to actually start pumping spears. I think archery range should have been the priority here. But was this a bait? Killjadi, he's going to sabotage 1 building, but will he sabotage the 2nd? Should be able to. The Sabo coming through. Killjadi backs away. I think he's going to allow for the Ram, because the Ram feels like an overinvestment by B. He needs to shut down the food, but the reality is that the difference maker it is Killjadi can get up to 4 Shinobi before you're able to start pumping archers. And that could just be a GG to this push. Killjadi moving in now. Shinshin should be activated in a sec. Instead, he dives in. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Ram's going to be garrisoned by B. And I love this. He's kicking it with the Shinobi. Stabby, stabby. Archers are brought low. 1 is going to go down. So good start to this. Sabotage did come out. So the Camel Archer can't be built. Has he done this? I think he might have. Spearmen are dying. Remember, Spearmen, they will not win that fight. +5 damage and 25 per strike for the Shinobi. And the chase continues. He's got enough to sabotage both of these. B, if he could just get 1 Camel Archer, it all would have been fine. But instead, you get nothing, sir. Killjadi now has the sabotage to lock this play out. B. Wait, Killjadi? I think this is a mistake, focusing on the Ram here. You should not even allow a single Camel Archer out. So he's running back now. There we go. Sabotage just in the nick of time. Whew. 4 seconds. Camel's like, I'm waiting to be born, guys. Can I come up? No. Ram does get rid of the dock. New dock coming from Killjadi, though. Behind this, B now moving in for fishing himself. But the problem is if that archer ship just goes upriver like it should, I don't think you get this dock play. And in fact, Kiljardi, he did just get a glimpse of that with a scout. Pumbaa? Wait, wait, what? No. Stop. Oh my god! Pumbaa's sinking the fishing. He's like, I'm the best type of food. Why won't you fish me? That's 2 fishing boats. It's gonna be free. He's Kiljardi. Saved by the gathering. Oh my god. Camel Archer now able to get out. They're going to start clearing up the Shinobi. However, Kiljardi immediately moves into the Yuumi Ashigaru. And this game is insane already. Triple archery range from B here, adding in more Camel Archers. What? I mean, this just doesn't make sense to me. Like, you know, the reality is Yuumi destroy you here. Yuumi have more range. Yuumi can chase down quite well. They have 1.38 movement speed compared to your 1.62. I feel like playing archers makes more sense, no? Like B, if he goes archers here, he gets boot camp. And if you have boot camp, you trade better against Yuumi, even better than you would in a one-on-one. Instead, it feels like he's just a step behind. Now B, he is going into the Springald ship. That's going to be coming out soon, but the sabotage! Oh no. Yeah, we talked about C-section for the camels. Can we get a C-section for the Bagla? Someone just like dunked the building and allow the half-completed structure to come out. Springald ship also on the way from Kiljardi, as well as that archer ship. Archer ship which is now targeting into the Camel Archer mass. He does snipe out the Shinobi, so B technically has a way of trying to recover here, but this is difficult, man. I mean, you're already disadvantaged, right? Springald ship versus Springald ship and archer ship. I don't know why the ship is turning there. Wait, what? It's trying to attack the Camel Archers still. Okay, so there we go. It does come out. B. We'll target down the archer ship. Now, this should make it obvious to Kiljardi there's the demo ship on the way. See if he's able to read it. In the meantime, Camel Archers, because they now get an even numbers exchange, they are going to beat back the Yuumi. I somehow feel like Kiljardi shouldn't be in this position right now, right? Like, this is kind of crazy that B is making mass Camel Archers work with 0 fishing. He is running out of berries soon, but, like, realistically, I think Kiljardi misstepped here. When he went in for the dock needs to have the Shinobi right on it, and then you need to move the Archers down to counter out the Camel Archers. And that's just it. Like, Yuumi just take out Camel Archers, and then if the Camel Archers come close, you have everything else. Springald ship, Archer ship. Speaking of Springald ships, survives it. Nice save there with the fishing. Is going to get sniped out a bit here, but B. Now it's 2-on-1 if Kiljardi ever turns towards him. Instead, he's sniping out more camels. Not a bad exchange, right? Like, if he kills this Springald ship, 350 resources. Much easier to kill a camel that costs 240. Now, with the emplacements, this should be where B has to stop on the water, right? Like, there's no way he's going to get past an emplacement. Come on. Enough to see. I don't think he's content. I think he wants more blood. Kiljardi finally realizing, I need a nuance in these camels. He's going to go into horsemen. Makes a lot of sense. Yuumi are cheaper, but you're still producing mass wood-based units on a wood-limited line. Right? Like, you're not going to have much runway if you just keep leaning into archers here. I think, actually, by the way, that's a big part of why B went Camel Archer over Archer. Camel Archers do cost more wood, but it's fair to say they have a lot more impact than archers comparatively. Being up to 8 Camel Archers. It's kind of wild, actually, that he's just playing raw Camel Archers at this stage. He has the ability to start going to fishing now, right? So that would enable a further boom, but right now he hasn't bothered with fishing at all. And he also doesn't have a naval arrow sled. Kiljardi. Whoa. Whoa there. Whoa, gal. Whoa. Whoa. Man the sails. Man the sails. Oh my god. What? Kiljardi. No man the sails. He also panic turns around. He loses both of the Springald ships. And now the Camel Archers come back around. Archer ships are being queued up here. But immediately, I think he can get swarmed here. B, if he just focus fires it down with the 12 damage on each of these archers. Yeah, this is the problem right now. If you're able to stay away from them, Junk wins. But you don't win if they get that close. Wow. I actually can't believe B's still making this game look close. I feel like he just got absolutely annihilated in that early game. Like, this is wild. Remember how this game looked just 6 minutes ago. If I told you that they're 50-50 at this stage, you'd think I'm a liar. You'd think it's impossible, but B, he's trying to pull a miracle out of a hat here. This Camel even going to find good value, right? If he just keeps chasing down. Woink. Yeah, this is where it starts to feel painful. That was kind of sick, by the way. Did you guys see that? His guy turned and shot without him turning the Camel. I've never seen that before. I think there's like a very clear animation timing. Killjardy, remember, each of those Shinobi lost is 120 resources as well. That's not a small investment for you. P. He's genuinely just doing camels only. What? The crazy part is it actually works. Killjardy needs to target the camels. I actually think it's more value to target the camels here than target the naval. Remember, camel archers only have 140 health, and even with the undermesh, it's going to be substantial damage incoming. Small ship does now arrive, so it looks like Killjardy is going to stay alive for the moment. But keep in mind, Killjardy doesn't have fishing anymore, right? It all got sniped down. That's what makes the play into camel archers so smart, is B had an ability to chase fishing no matter where it was. And now B, on a delay, has started to play into fishing himself. Meanwhile, Killjardy doesn't have any eco-inflation, right? He didn't play into the Kura storehouse. He doesn't have these farms for free. He went for Shinobi. He's running out of time here. So he needs to strike at the heart of the Abbasid economy. Army on the march forward. Shinobi, Yuumi, and Horsemen moving towards the enemy base here. Also moving upriver with the Navy fleet. Looks like B was being a bit gluttonous. Wait, was B trying to go castle? From this position, in this economy? Rogan? Just build more camels, lol. Ah, yes, the natural counter to every great fleet in history. Camels! Holy crap. Well, several of them went down, but I think it was a worthwhile trade for him. He now needs to go back to defend, though, because behind this, Killjardy is going up into Castle Age, dives into the base, finds more eco units, even sabotages the buildings before stepping away here. Killjardy, like, what is this game? This game is so insane. So what I'm hearing is camels OP. So we're nerfing camels, right? Oh, this game is bonkers. Killjardy, age up complete. He has also got the Daimyo, so there's options available. I wonder if you keep playing Yuumi here. Castle Age Yuumi with the Bannerman is pretty sick. It's going to be a switch, though. He's going stables. So we are getting into Knights. It's interesting because actually I don't think that Mounted Samurai are that great against mass Camel Archers here. Camel Archers have very high base damage, even an age behind. So if B just keeps scaling them and your plan is to go Mounted Samurai, I think by the time you gap close, like one by one, you're just going to flop dead. Also remember, like, what makes this even worse is those Mounted Samurai now do 20% less damage if they even reach you. Which B is going to start reaching in with those camels. Horsemen. Yeah, Horsemen don't get hit as hard by that debuff aura, right? Instead of losing 20% damage, it's almost like you lose 10% due to your bonus versus ranged. But in these numbers, that's just irrelevant. You just die. Yuumi also now in trouble. Villagers on the front side of this. Killjardy needs to garrison the outpost to stay alive. Has got spirals coming. So B will have to back away. I think B has to be considering tech here, right? Like, there's a stage at which Camel Archers just stops working, surely. Surely. Oh, come on. Oh my god, he doesn't know us. So that's Kiljardi once again reset to practically no fishing. Meanwhile, B still has more. B, he's like, wait, no. We end this game the way I was planning to begin it. It's time for the ram. Explosive junk. Oh, if B wasn't looking, maybe. But the problem is Kiljardi is too low HP on the junk now, so... I have never seen an army so close to death's door, so fervently chase down an explosive ship. Meanwhile, north side, the Mount Samurai have been revealed. The B, once again, if he gets enough of these, you just kind of don't care that you're against Mount Samurai. I think that's why he's not going to rush this. He's just going to keep going into more and more camels. Because the funny reality is, like, Kiljardi, the only way he counters this is by getting loads of archers. And now, to get those archers, he has to walk out into the mid-map for wood. So this is starting to get more dangerous for the eco of Kiljardi, the longer this goes on. This is so silly, though. I can't believe we are... How many minutes now? Has it been, like, 3 minutes, I want to say? We could easily see B play Feudal Age for the next 8 minutes with this build. Demo ships coming in, by the way. Rams also hitting into the dock, so these are going down. Now Kiljardi can't fight because Yuumi get outraged by the archer ships. Knights do not want to walk anywhere near these DAOs, no matter how tanky they think they are. And Kiljardi, even if he crawls outposts like this, these are too close to the shore. Not to mention the fact there are now Rams. Speaking of that outpost, B, he sees it. Kiljardi has to back away before he can complete it here. Demo. Oh! Just in time. No. Bad spiral ship. Bad. Leave. Leave faster. Leave faster! Oh, that's another dead one. Demo ship. Not able to find the Yuumi here, but if he baits him in... B, micro at right. Micro at so right now. Okay, Kiljardi sees. If he took the other demo and went in range, that's the entire Yuumi army dead. Yuumi, they only have 70 HP here. And here we go, dive in. No! Oh! Oh no! I can't believe it's not butter. I can't believe that worked. Oh my... Kiljardi just lost his only counter to mass camel archers. Oh my god. And B is now adding in an extra TC. He's not rushing it still. He has 23 camel archers. B needs to wall himself in. Can he do it? It's going to be tight. It's going to be hard. Nope. But we can build gates. There are ways. I just don't think they're going to work. Oh my god. Just one samurai gets in, and guess what? The rest are coming around the backside, but camels have arrived. They say, get off my lawn. Kiljardi says, what lawn? We live in a desert here. Get off my lawn. And chugga, choo-choo. Camels coming through. 26 camel archers. This game, I don't even know what to put for a thumbnail on this one. This is an incredible game. The boar sniping fishing. The demo ship play. What more could you want? How about several more minutes of this at least? Camel archers just everywhere at this stage. B just has so many of them. Kiljardi, he's getting level 2 ranged armor. He's going into the wedge rivets, but even then, the issue is no touchy, right? I feel you need horsemen here. Like, the more you do not build a horseman, the worse this gets. It feels like B is trying to teach Kiljardi a lesson about why Mountain Samurai aren't the answer. And oh my god. What is it with this one spot? Boar, boom ship, camels, every single piece of Kiljardi's eco has died on this screen. can't believe this. Once again, the villagers. B, he activates the spotlight. He shines the giant camel signal into the sky. The vigilantes are on their way. And Killjani apparently didn't even notice they left. Oh no. Well, goodbye to your Mountain Samurai again. Killjani gets baited to coming even closer. That means he's going to die even faster. Oh, this is so stupid. This is so stupid, yet so simultaneously fantastic. I just can't believe this game. B's cleaning up, man. Killjani, it's mainly just a small group of Yuumi at this stage. He has gone for a second TC, but the wood's running out again. And Big Papa Ram is coming. B has to tech up, right? Like, there's no way he plays Feudal much longer. Like, has it been 10 minutes now? I think it's almost been 10 minutes of Feudal Age behind his opponent. He's saving up. It's time, guys. We've done it. We've found a way out. Culture Wing on the way. 33 Camel Archers is apparently the threshold. That plus a almost 30 eco lead. They dive towards the TC here. He's going to dive past. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. 21 villagers. They're going to have to 21 jump street out of here real fast. Villagers being sniped down. Camel Archers now in the choke point versus the melee. They back away. B finding more eco damage here while teching it up at home. I don't know what Killjani's meant to do against this anymore. I think we're far past the point of return now. I mean, the one edge he had for a very long time was Castle versus Feudal, but that's gone. Also, keep in mind the fishing that he couldn't complete. B's here to do it for him. This one screen essentially has everything you need to know about this game in it. You know, you could argue this part mattered as well, but that was for Killjani winning the game. Everything for B winning the game happened here. Absolutely incredible. You know, this is why we need more players like B, Donati, these Killjani as well, actually. These wild players, right? You've got players who are chasing the order of things, the meta, the 1 or 2% leads. And then you have this. Finally, at 25.5 minutes, B is going to reach Castle Age. And I think it's going to be a very quick upgrade. The quickest we will ever have seen someone after Castle Age click an upgrade for Camel Archers. Doesn't even wait for POC. Incredible game. Oh yes, the Vastu Rava Shatsara that says the certain directions, locations affect your success. Yeah, no. Where there is ball, there is hope. We trust in Pumbaa. Holy shamook. Camels gonna back away here. They were waiting on that upgrade. And Killjani knows it as well, dude. You can tell he already senses it's coming. When B turns around, it's all but inevitable here. A few seconds early, but there it is. Giga Chad Camels are operational. Lancers have also been added in. Onimusha, a smart call by Killjani, but against this many Camel Archers, you're dead. And the Onimusha just have no leg to stand on. And 20% damage reduction. Not to mention they're already behind on the raw damage and health. Camels with double the pool available to Onimusha. I think that's Onosmushed in this one. Just too many cav units, man. I like how B began this game by building infantry. And he was like, infantry are lame. Builds cav instead. Well, Kiljardi, it's been a fun one, my friend. You've been part of an incredible game. But I think we've reached the limits of what the Japanese can come back from. I mean, to be honest, every great comeback I've seen from a Japanese player has involved a Rax. And clearly, because Kiljardi has not built a single Rax, this game is beyond him. Those are the rules, I'm afraid. He's going to make one more attempt at this. It's just so, I mean, like, by the time you kill the Lancers, all of your front line is dead, right? And if it's just a Camel versus an Onimusha, in theory, Onimusha wins due to their range, but I just don't see you keeping that distance anytime here. Also, remember, like, Kiljardi's running out of food, right? He's got the farm transition, and what I mean by run out of food is, although that's permanent, it's limited in terms of room. So he can only have, like, in range of this TC, maximum if he deletes a few buildings, probably like, maybe you crack 30 farms if you're lucky. Because it's so close to the edge of the map, look how much of this is cut off already. Still, Kiljardi believes. Maybe it's just cold hard delusion at this stage. It feels that way. I think the entire army is going to die this time. B moves in. Mount Samurai are going to get completely cleared up. Onimusha have been reduced to 0. And Kiljardi is going to breathe his last here. 0 army left standing. Still 20 Camel Archers and now 14 Lancers to fight. There is just simply no comeback from this. It's too far gone. In fact, I think, yeah, he's even losing villagers over here to outposts this deep into the game. Great game out of B. Kiljardi, he shut this down perfectly in the early game, but my oh my, what a strategy out of B to recover this. Big shout out to Silent Aki coming in with sub. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone subscribed. If you haven't, but you have got your hands on an Amazon Prime, be sure to drop it across on my Twitch channel. And if you have not subscribed to YouTube yet, what the hell are you waiting for? If you want to see more games like this is the #1 place to do so. So make sure you hit that like, make sure you hit that subscribe, make sure you're commenting both on Twitch and YouTube to be part of the moment. And I'm sure we are going to be seeing much more of these two. An absolute thrill to witness both of them in action, but Kiljardi, shake of the hand. It has been a pleasure, my friend. But I think it's time for you to get out of this game. And yeah, Samurai wouldn't solve his problem. Samurai would just get kited by Camel Archers. Also, crazy thing for you. This might be the ultimate counter to pretty much anything Japanese want to do. Because if you go for the Onimugisha, they have bonus damage versus light. They are a much harder hitting archer. So that doesn't work either. And oh my dear God, they're all dead. Oh. Even textiles and yet no mercy. B. What a bloody game. You know, this might be one of my favorite on Canal. Definitely top 3 that I have seen the entirety of this expansion. But you know what? Still got plenty more to see. I'll see you all in the next one. Oh my God. Appreciate you, Aki, buddy. Appreciate the support from everyone. Okay, so apparently food is going to be soon. Do I call it for today? We've been streaming how long? 6 hours, which isn't too bad. I might have a bit of a shorter stream today. One more game? I don't think we'll have enough time for one more game. I think what probably works better is just rest up. So probably no nasally voice or whatever tomorrow. And then we hard pump like a probably 7 or 8 hour stream. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense here. So what we'll do now is we'll find some of the raids so you guys can keep having some fun. But I will be back tomorrow. I think the goal is to stream probably every weekday except Wednesday this week. And then I'm probably going to see about maybe squeezing a day on the weekend, if so. I'll catch up with chat quickly, though. I know Scully Deckle said add replay analysis at some point. So currently, the replay analysis thing exists in one place. I need to come up with more ideas on Patreon, but I've just slapped it into Patreon. Admittedly, I put it quite high. I think I put it at like... Yeah, you can submit replays for coaching at $20, or you can get one-on-one live coaching for $50. I don't know how much that's really worth to people from me. As like I mainly analyze games sitting in a seat versus playing them. But if people want to support me, you can do it on Patreon there. There is just a $5 one that doesn't give anything, or $10, which gives you some priority queuing for community games. But I know some people just want other ways to support me. If you guys have ideas of things that would get you I would encourage you rather to join the Patreon, go here and let me know. Because I'm always looking for what you guys want to actually get, what the value point would be for you guys. But I think what the plan's going to be now, guys, I'm going to find someone to raid, and then I'll be back midday, so like by 12 p.m. GMT tomorrow, I will be live. That's GMT as in my time, British time. I'll be live again, and I think we'll aim to go for like 7 or 8 hours for Tuesday, and then we'll definitely be live Thursday and Friday as well. But I'm going to find someone to raid. Looks like there's plenty of people to choose from here. Let's go with... Who we got? Oh, Vanderdorf is streaming. You know what? I'm going to raid Vanderdorf. We've watched some fun games from Vanderdorf, so I think that'll be a fun, different perspective, because I don't think many people have checked out his stream before. He's French/English streaming, so it's basically just like a mini Marine Lord effect. But guys, go give some Vanderdorf love. Make sure you use all your pigeon emotes in the chat if you've got them. If you're not, time to whip out that Amazon Prime. But much love, folks. Has been a pleasure. I'll be back tomorrow by 12, so basically about the same time, for more Age of Empires 4 action, some team games, some 1v1s. Who knows? If enough people turn up, we'll even look to host some community games. I've still got to upload that community game, that fantastic one on Turtle Ridge, to YouTube at some point. But thanks for tuning in, guys. Go give Vanderdorf some love, and I'll see you all here. Nice, not too early, nice midday cozy start time tomorrow for more Age of Empires 4 action. See you soon.